The girl still remembered the white stone walls of the monastery that became her home. She faced the harsh realities of life as a child. Her parents abandoned her immediately after birth, and at the age of 6, the girl realized that she was not destined to know parental love. Her mother died of tuberculosis. But our heroine learned to enjoy even the little things. She perceived herself as an orphan. It was as if she never had a father. It seemed to the little girl that her life was not so bad. She lived like this until a family of ubiquitous snakes stood in her way. That family was ready to burn the duchy, which was her whole world for the girl. The little girl listened to what the nuns were talking about. The Cartiers emerged victorious in the war with the Lore family. There was an opinion that from the very beginning it was just a false show. No one in this empire could oppose Cartier on an equal footing. The desire of these bastards to own the lands of the counts was too obvious. All the nuns certainly felt sorry for the little girl who lived with them. A baby girl in a pale pink dress with her hands tied was lying on the floor. Tears slowly flowed from blue eyes. Duke Jacob ordered the girl to have manners. He was the eldest grandson of the head of the Cartier family. The Duke looked at the blonde, smiling disgustingly. He congratulated the girl that she would become a countess. The baby was the only survivor of the Lore family. Jacob asked her ladyship to sign the document. The girl reread the document with horror in her eyes. The Duke rudely explained to the little girl that she needed to pay monetary compensation because of the war that started thanks to her father. The dividends amounted to 30,000 gold. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked where she could get such a huge amount of money. The Duke demanded a deposit from the baby. She will become collateral and will be forced to give up all the lands. Jacob mockingly offered to work for him. But if she works all her life, she still won't be able to pay off her huge debts. The Duke looked at the girl and realized that the girl's shape would be useful for other compensations. Jacob declared the blonde to be Cartier's property. The girl's name was Alicia Delore. According to documents from the year 989 of the Empire, Alicia was the head of the county. For a moment, the baby plunged headlong into the abyss. At the time of these events, the girl was only 14. 11 years later, the girl decided to run away. The girl was running along a forest path. A lot of guys followed her. Choking with fear, Alicia whispered that she did not want to die. The Duke, sitting on a horse, looked for the skinny woman and called her by name. The girl allowed herself to be bullied every day. She couldn't just let them finish her off. The girl tripped over something and fell. She lay on the ground and trembling ran through her body. The Duke was surprised that the girl suddenly began to resist. She knew very well that it bore the Cartier stamp. Jacob grabbed the girl by the hair and began to threaten her. If she had written a will and died peacefully, then her death would have been painless. Alicia begged to let her go. The skinny girl hit her owner in the face with all her strength. The Duke was furious. It seemed to him that the girl had gone crazy. Jacob hit the girl in the face with all his might. The blonde fell and hit her head hard on a stone. Her consciousness slowly faded away, and scarlet drops of blood quickly flowed onto the stones and ground. Her whole life flashed before the girl's eyes, and her soul left her body. The men were talking among themselves. They wanted to make it look like the girl had committed suicide. With the last of her strength, Alicia tried not to close her eyes. She did not want to breathe her last breath in front of these moral monsters. When the girl was able to open her eyes again, she did not understand where she was. From the experience, the girl abruptly jumped out of bed. The dark-haired girl was glad that Alicia had woken up. The skinny girl didn't remember what happened or how she ended up here. The blonde was told that she lost consciousness in front of the temple. The girl was at a loss and asked again. She understood that this event happened 5 years ago. Alicia remembered when she went to church before the new year. Carefully examining herself in the mirror, she noticed that she had no scar. Trying to get up quickly, the girl began to fall but managed to grab the window. Hearing noises from outside the window, he realized that preparations were underway for the Lord's birthday. A woman below was shouting to another to deliver a note of wishes to all the worshippers of the main temple as soon as possible. Preparations for the holiday were in full swing. People were fussing, some demanded more flowers, others were busy with the guest list. And our heroine stood at the open window. She still couldn't understand whether she really died, and what could she do now? She was disappointed that she would once again have to drag out her miserable existence. Out of frustration, she clenched her fists and barely held back her tears. The sound of hooves was heard from afar. Black horses tapping their hooves pulled many carriages. Alicia was sitting on a hill. She looked blankly at the fluffy crowns of the trees. Our red-haired girl approached her and asked how Elisha was feeling. Without looking away, the blonde thanked her for her concern. The thin woman explained that she now feels much better. The girl in the green dress was happy that the skinny girl would be able to attend the celebration in honor of the Lord's birthday. The blonde realized that this holiday would be something grandiose. Her friend's green eyes shone with delight and anticipation of celebration. Elisha decided to face the truth without expecting too much. She noticed that this holiday had nothing to do with them, and if they do not finish the work on time, they will be punished for disobedience. The friend sighed that Elisha didn't even let her dream. The red-haired girl dreamed that luck would smile on them, that someone would decide to pay off their debts. After all, there will be a lot of noble families at the festival. Each maid wanted to return to a beautiful fairy tale. The knight of the Cartier family will be ready to refuse the mountains of gold that are offered to them, and from incomparable beauties. And they will prefer to choose as a reward a girl who will do laundry on the estate for non-payment of debts. The red-haired girl dreamed of romance from a fairy tale, where they would live happily ever after. Elisha asked her friend not to engage in nonsense. The green-eyed maid asked the skinny woman why she was so cold. And I was surprised that people change after hitting their head. They could change so much. Elisha coldly noted that people of the Cartier family would not be merciful, and they never give freedom to those who owe them. The blonde explained that she already knew Lottie's future. She was able to change her position in this hell, and having seduced Jacob, she became his favorite concubine. Then she turned away from her friend, asking not to think that they were friends before, so as not to disgrace her, which was even unpleasant to watch. But she did not remain in this advantageous position for long. After 3 months, the red-haired girl became food for Jacob's wife's dogs. Elisha doubted whether her friend would believe her, and she believed that it was Lottie who was the creator of her own destiny. The skinny girl decided to think about herself. After all, she died an equally insignificant death. And after all the nightmare that she had to endure, she had to somehow try to change the course of events. Lottie suggested that the blonde admire how the garden had been decorated before returning. She was sure that Uncle Bowden was so worried that someone would accidentally ruin his entire composition. But I was sure that everything would go well. The girl practically did not listen to her friend's chatter. Elisha was surprised that she could already smell the flowers right from here. Skinny, I thought that if fate gave her a second chance, then she was ready to die so that her feet would no longer be in this hell. She was ready to create her destiny with her own hands. I was ready to fail. But at least she will know that she tried to do something. She didn't exactly understand how she could escape Jacob's clutches. Elisha, thinking about her own business, did not notice that the carriages were heading straight towards her. The girls looked with admiration after the general's carriage. Gradually, guests began to arrive. Many carriages were driving one after another. One of the carriages doused Elisha with dirty water. Lottie asked her friend if she was okay, and she was horrified to see that Elisha's clothes were completely wet. The blonde shuddered and realized that it was Carol's carriage. Hearing footsteps behind her, the thin woman quickly turned around. Carol was the wife of the Duke. Carol repeatedly mocked the girl, suspecting that she was seducing her husband. The Duchess threw a bucket of edible liquid at the girl, disfiguring her face. And insulting the skinny woman, she explained that this is what she needed. Carol began to coo gently to the general. The maids chuckled and believed that she had deliberately followed his carriage. And they weren't surprised that Carol acted like she was an angel. A dark-haired guy with pronounced red eyes asked Carol to disappear from his sight. The guy's name was Lucerne de Caius. Elisha noticed that Carol had stopped her carriage the same way in the past. However, she then had to leave at the request of the head of the family. The girl realized that the past was repeating itself again. Carol did not understand that she was not welcome and continued to flirt. Lucerne was surprised that she called their meeting fateful. He was clearly unhappy with the sudden stop of the carriage. Carol was shocked by his calmness and rudeness. With tears slowly running down their faces, the girls blamed the coachman for everything. She explained that she too was frightened by the sudden stop in the middle of the road. The guy remained completely indifferent and did not listen to the Duchess at all. But pay attention to our main character. The girl shuddered. He ordered the two friends to leave. Elisha was very surprised because in their past life they had quietly spied on the meeting of Lucerne and Carol until they broke up. Beads of sweat appeared on the blonde's face and tears flowed from her eyes. After all, the future was changing. Elisha didn't understand why he decided to pay attention to mere mortals. She realized that there was no way to avoid the conversation. Lucerne asked them whether it was now in the possession of Duke Jacob. The blonde couldn't hold back her tears. Hot drops rolled down from the cheeks and fell into the laundry basket. The guy asked who these girls were, but Carol advised him not to pay attention to the dirty servants. The lady was telling the brown-haired man how the girls seemed to her to be useless, lazy, that they didn't really know how to do anything. After all, her husband Jacob generously allowed them to work to pay off their debts. Trying not to fall on her face, Carol talked about how pathetic the girls were, that she can only trust them with easy work. For example, washing. Hearing this conversation, tears involuntarily rolled from Elisha's eyes. Lucerne asked the skinny woman why she was crying. Carol was furious and confused as to why the guy was interested in this question. The Duchess angrily asked how the girls could appear before the guests in such a form. After all, because of this, rumors could have spread that she was not able to monitor her own servants. Carol ordered an immediate apology to the general. Elisha asked if the mistress would be okay if she took off her dirty clothes right now. The skinny girl explained that her dress was dirty because the carriage doused her with dirty water, and she explained that what happened was not her fault. The girl said that if the problem is in her clothes, then she will simply take it off so as not to cause discomfort to the Duchess. Lottie asked what came over her friend. Carol, trying to divert the general's attention, explained that the servants were only doing that, looking for excuses for everything. The Duchess held her head, and she wondered how the impudent girl dared to behave so obscenely in front of the great general. Lucerne didn't pay any attention to Carol, and he went to meet the maid. He repeated his question persistently. Lowering her downcast gaze to the ground, the girl apologized, and she explained that she was very upset that the clothes she washed had become dirty again. The guy felt guilty for this incident. With a sharp movement, he took off his cloak and threw it over the girl's shoulders. He believed that he was also involved in this incident. Lucerne ordered the girl not to reveal her weaknesses. He whispered in the girl's ear so that she would not allow anyone to stare at her, especially in this residence. Stretching and yawning from fatigue, Lottie noticed that this day had been completely unpredictable. Elisha holding her cloak on her lap. She was amazed that she had so absurdly encountered a man with the most terrible reputation in the entire empire. The girl remembered the guy's heavy and piercing gaze. When she looked into his eyes for a few moments, her body was gripped by animal fear, the trepidation of a victim in front of a dangerous predator. The girl suggested that Lucerne de Caillasse is similar to the creature that laid the foundation for the family. Perhaps the reason for this was the scarlet eyes, like a bloody ruby that seemed to look straight into the soul. Lucerne could lay the whole world at its feet, but his mother did not have a noble family or name, and only because of this he did not become part of the Cartier family. There were rumors that the head of the current family, who was distinguished by his heartlessness, regretted this. The inheritance in the ducal family was specific. Birth order had no role. They had to fight directly for power. The illegitimate child, to everyone's regret, had the most outstanding abilities. Lucerne was an ordinary knight, but by his age he had already risen to the rank of general. He commanded all the knights of the empire. He achieved his title on his own. But his main goal always remained the position of head of the Cartier family, for which he could not lay claim. At the age of 7, Lucerne swore to himself that everything that would not be his he would grind into powder, and if he wants, he will have no problem destroying the duchy to its very foundations. Elisha was fully aware of how dangerous this man was. Lottie asked her friend why she wasn't sleeping. The skinny one said that he was just about to go to bed. Yawning sweetly, the red-haired woman said that her eyes were already falling asleep and she was going to bed. The blonde understood that even though she had turned back time, but no matter how hard she tries, she still owes 30,000 zlotys. With sadness, she understood that until she paid, she would remain in Jacob's hands. Even if you try to escape, the mark will help you easily track her down. But the girl, before returning to the past, learned some secrets that Cartier kept. Each of the Duke's family craved something. Jumping out of bed, the girl realized that she needed to find someone who was angry with Jacob and had the power to crush him. The girl understood that she needed someone who could pay off a debt of 30,000 zlotys. She realized that Lucerne was the only person who had never bullied her. Without throwing the cloak over her shoulders, the girl realized that this was exactly what she needed. The girl heard that every time Lucerne came to the mansion, he stayed in the room where he spent his childhood. The blonde decided to head straight there, But there was one problem: get out of the annex where they lived. This was impossible for the servants because every night the main doors were closed to avoid the escape of collateral items. But fortunately for the skinny woman, she knew the secrets that the walls of this mansion kept. The girl used an invisible switch, opening a secret passage. The entrance connected all the hairpins of the ducal possessions. Elisha understood that as long as Jacob was alive, she would not be able to escape from the tenacious clutches of this family. Despite her fear, the girl walked forward. She felt like she had to meet that man. Lucerne sat in the bathroom and reflected on life. He didn't understand why things were always happening in this house that pissed him off. Lucerne was asked to choose a girl from fallen noble families. Each of the girls will inherit the title. The head was counting on a speedy wedding. The general was very annoyed that the old man could not sit still, and this attempt to marry him seemed very vile. The butler explained to Lucerne that the master insisted that he needed the title of nobleman. Lucerne explained that his father did not like the fact that as a knight, he could not participate in the battle for power. Taking out his sword, the man explained that he was very annoyed by this situation. He asked whether the butler could do it on his own to cut it all off at the root. Lucerne was already in the bathtub. He suggested that the old man was sorry that the lands he had captured went to the empire. Lucerne took a glass of wine. He noticed that this old man's greed knew no bounds. Unexpectedly, the general remembered the maid's face. Lucerne understood that he had finally softened and showed pity for the servants. He understood that she would not last long in the Cartier family. Thoughts about that girl brought back memories from childhood. He was told that for him, having a child out of wedlock, greed was an acceptable vice. They explained to the boy that they beat out his sins with a huge whip. While he was lying on the floor, he could only wince in pain. The guy thought that the damn Cartes didn't know how to greet guests. The girl continued to walk along the endless corridors. Her path was illuminated only by a small candle. A draft extinguished the candle, plunging the corridors into darkness. The girl reassured herself that she had only a short distance to go. Elisha, following in complete darkness, heard a sound. Her nightdress tore on one of the statues. The skinny girl pulled herself together and did not retreat. She's come such a long way. And she realized that she couldn't retreat because of some piece of fabric. The blonde hoped that his room must be here somewhere. The girl shuddered when the general asked what she forgot here. He asked who sent her to his chambers. There was rage in his eyes. He asked whose hands this matter was. Having overcome her fears, the girl offered a deal. Elisha said that she had information that would certainly interest Lucerne. She knew a way that would allow the general to take the place of head. Lucerne explained that he did not intend to trust the girl who showed up to him in such a revealing outfit. He considered the girl a spy. Of all the people sent to him, Elisha seemed the stupidest. The guy explained that he was not in the best mood right now, asking the girl to quickly reveal who sent her, and which of them will have to return her dead body. Even threats did not stop the girl. She explained that she just wanted to help him. The girl could not die such a stupid death again. The skinny girl said that one rainy day he was born under an iris tree, and that's why he got his name. Unable to bear it, the guy grabbed Elisha by the throat and asked her who she was. The girl didn't know how to explain to him that in a past life, she heard a conversation between Jacob and Carol. She remembered how Jacob was on his knees and sobbing. The Duke told his wife that no one should know this under any circumstances. It was necessary to keep this a secret until Jacob took the place of head. Carol reassured him because there was no one left who knew about this. Gasping, the girl tried to unclench Lucerne's strong hands. She asked if he wanted to know the real cause of his mother's death. There was bewilderment in the guy's eyes. The man grabbed the girl by the hand and threw her to the floor. The body was slowly enveloped by some kind of black smoke. It was one of the demonic beasts. The general was surprised that there really were secret passages in the mansion. Lucerne asked if it was thanks to this move that the girl came to him. The skinny girl explained that she accidentally came across him, that when she wandered around the mansion, she collected information bit by bit. The blonde hoped that she would find information that would help her survive in this hell on earth. Thanks to Jacob's carelessness, who left documents anywhere, the girl was able to find enough information. The man doubted whether he really needed the information that the girl was offering. Elisha said that she knew Lucerne's deepest wish. The girl noticed that he dreams of getting the head instead. The general shuddered, and the girl noticed that if he does not achieve his goal, he will wipe this family off the face of the earth. The skinny woman noticed that he would simply destroy everything that could not belong to a man. Lucerne asked Elisha if she was in such a hurry to die. The girl explained again that she wanted to help him become the head of the clan. The man was surprised by the girl's self-confidence. He asked her what she wanted in return for her help, assuming that this method really exists. Nervous, the girl said that she wanted the guy to pay off her debt. Lucerne asked how big the debt was. Elisha replied that the debt was 30,000 zlotys. The man was surprised how such a sum could be pledged. He looked with his bloody eyes, drinking wine from a glass. The girl could barely hold back her tears. She said that these were reparations for wars. Thin Girl said that her father was a nobleman of the former kingdom. Throwing a cold look at Elisha, Lucerne asked if there was any material evidence. He didn't want to believe simple words. The man explained that in his eyes the girl was an ordinary fraudster. The girl guessed that it would not be easy. But at the moment, Lucerne did not care at all about her proposal. The girl screamed in pain because the mark began to hurt terribly. Horror washed over the thin woman when she realized that Jacob was looking for her. Jacob was furious. It seemed to him that Lucerne was interested in the girl, and he demanded that the magician be brought to him immediately. A loud knock on the door pierced the silence of the night. The servants reported that they had heard that a fugitive had infiltrated the general. The girl was on her knees, covering her face with her long hair and hands. The general was assured that this could be dangerous, and they needed to check the chambers. Lucerne coldly told the girl that they had come for her. Tears slowly flowed from the girl's eyes. She couldn't believe that everything would really end like this. The knocking on the door became more and more persistent. The girl jumped up and began begging Lucerne to at least make her a servant. She was ready to do anything for this. Elisha, in hysterics, said that she worked tirelessly and put in a lot of effort. She didn't understand why she needed the title of countess if she still couldn't pay off her debts. The man looked at the girl and took her chin, slowly examining her. He asked her about her inheriting the title of countess. The impatient servants explained that they would have to enter by force. Lucerne carefully removed the strap of the nightdress from the girl's shoulder. He threw the girl onto the bed in one lightning-quick movement. Elisha, dumbfounded, asked what he was doing. Lucerne told the skinny girl that from now on she would belong only to him. The man asked the blonde not to hold back her moans so that he could enjoy them. He sincerely wanted the people standing outside the door to go crazy over them. Blushing, the girl explained that she couldn't do that. General, ask the girl if she has a burning desire to return to Jacob. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked to be taken here for real. Grinning, Lucerne told her that she didn't have to ask. Fat Jacob was furious when he found out about this. He couldn't believe that an out-of-wedlock could disgrace him like that. He mentally promised that Lucerne would still pay for daring to humiliate him like that. The brunette noticed that they were able to gain some time and would be able to calmly end the conversation. Burning with shame, Countess Laura was surprised that these people did not dare to enter the general's chamber when they heard her moans. Lucerne ordered her to lay out everything she knew about his mother as quickly as possible. The girl explained that she could not reveal all her cards yet. After all, because of today's incident, she would not be able to survive without his protection. Elisha replied that she could not say a word to him until the general could guarantee her safety. In return, she was ready to tell him everything she knew and provide evidence. The man noticed that this was a little unfair. After all, she hasn't done anything yet, and she's already demanding payment. He explained to the girl that today they dealt Jacob's reputation a direct blow. People will laugh at him because he failed to take care of his property. Lucerne noticed for himself that words can usually become a powerful poison at first glance. He agreed to give the girl 30,000 zlotys. But in return, he wanted Elisha to marry him. Only this was supposed to happen today. Our heroine was shocked by the rapid development of events in her life. The advisor told the head that Lucerne had his eye on a girl belonging to Jacob. The younger heir noticed that today he had gone too far. The guy was furious that some bastard decided to take over the property of the ducal family. The fat man noticed that according to the law, both of them must be flogged and their hands cut off. Lucerne, who was present, noticed that the head had long insisted on marrying the holder of a noble title, and he replied with a grin that he had only followed his will. He calmly announced that he had decided to marry this maid working for Jacob, assuring that, as confirmation of his intentions, he spent the night with that girl. The head was furious that after Lucerne ruthlessly rejected the girls he had carefully selected. but he explained that the women sent by his grandfather were too good for him. In addition, he will be able to receive the title from Elisha, and at any inopportune moment he can eliminate it. The man was confident that he could control her without any problems, and he explained that she owed 30,000 zlotys and would still sooner or later be sold to a brothel. The general explained that he saw her as a treasure, while to Jacob she was just trash. Jacob jumped up abruptly, showing his displeasure to the general. The head abruptly stopped Jacob and asked what else would be 30,000 zlotys. The head did not understand where one girl had such a huge debt. Lucer explained that his bride was an aristocrat of the former kingdom and was the only daughter of Count Laura, and these were reparations for the war. The head asked how greedy Jacob was if he confiscated all the lands, adding such an unimaginable amount of compensation. Jacob sighed, calling the head grandfather. The venerable husband was furious at such disrespect. He ordered the debt to be recalculated, and he ordered Lucerne to pay the appropriate amount. Lucerne replied that it was ready to pay all 30,000 zlotys. The man received permission from the head and was ready to start preparing for the wedding. The head said that he had one more condition. Alfalfa walked in on his future bride and buttoned the back of her dress. The brand was visible on her neck. Elisha lay on the bed, wondering how Lucerne's negotiations with his family would go. She realized that Jacob would protest desperately. If everything goes smoothly enough, she will be one step closer to freedom. Skinny was suspicious that Lucerne had chosen her. There were many other girls spinning around the general. Most of the girls were ready to throw themselves on his neck without even thinking about his reputation. The girl was confused in this situation. After all, she just wanted the man to pay off her debt. Lucerne explained to her that he did not choose her because of her status. It was a matter of information that the skinny girl had. And her body was an ordinary collateral. The man promised that if the blonde could prove her worth, she would receive a reward in the form of a divorce. The general wanted to warn the girl that if she lies to him or seems to be Jacob's spy, then she will be in trouble. Elisha interrupted his speech. She promised him that this wouldn't happen. Lucerne warned him not to disappoint him. The girl was glad that the man really didn't rat her out to Jacob. It seemed that he himself decided to use it. She concluded that until she found out what was in his head, she couldn't trust him. They knocked on the door and asked to be let in. After the lock clicked, two men in uniform entered. They introduced themselves as Knights of the Black Lion Order, led by Lucerne. The shorter one introduced herself as Nora DeMart, and a tall, fair-haired guy with green eyes introduced himself as Ian. Ian told the girl that due to the rush and the master's lack of a personal maid, he would be the one who would help the girl today. The guy admitted that he had previously worked only in the intelligence department. The confused girl replied that there was nothing wrong. The Black Lion was an order that was under the control of Lucerne. Only knights who were personally trained by the general himself entered the order. To date, there was not a single person in the empire who had not heard of this order. Ian was one of Lucerne's closest associates. Noble ladies often fell for the guy because of his handsome appearance. Nora was one of the few female knights in the empire. In the past, a female knight helped Alicia in a difficult life situation. Nora handed the girl the documents and asked her to look at them as soon as she finished preparing. Alicia was surprised by this contract and did not understand what was happening. Lucerne asked Ian why he was here. The guy explained to the general that they couldn't find someone to help with hair and makeup. The man asked if the bride had signed the contract. The knight replied that she simply did not have time yet. The girls felt uncomfortable wearing something so elegant and expensive for the first time. She thought it all looked strange on her. The general waved his hand, allowing the knights to go. Feeling the man's appraising gaze, Alicia thought that such clothes did not suit her. Lucerne hugged the girl by the waist and complimented her. Very embarrassed, the girl asked not to exaggerate. The man smiled and said that you would look forward to the girl showing him something better. The general asked the girl to sit down and read the document, and she thought that Lucerne was playing with her. Since the preparations were complete, he asked to sign the contract. Jacob's men were due to arrive in about half an hour. The girl was horrified, because the contract stated that she had no right to demand a divorce throughout the marriage. Every day spent in marriage will be equal to another 10% of the original amount. If she demands a divorce, she will have to return 30,000 zlotys and interest accrued at the time of the divorce. And if the divorce was due to the fault of the bride, then she was completely deprived of her freedom. By signing this contract, the girl practically doomed herself to eternal slavery. The girl's voice trembled with uncertainty. but she refused to sign. Lucerne was shocked that the girl changed her mind so quickly. The bride explained that her decision to follow the general was still unchanged, but she demands to reconsider the terms of this contract. The general sternly said that they do not like to bargain. Elisha suggested that if he is not ready to trust her, then he can interrogate her using truth serum. The man was confused. After all, he did not understand what was on the bride's mind and what she really wanted. The girl coldly asked when they would divorce. The man explained that they would divorce as soon as he found a replacement. The thin woman clarified whether she could be free when a man took over instead of the head. Lucerne reported that the encroachment of an illegitimate child on the position of head is equivalent to treason. He doubted that if he took this step, the girl would remain safe. Elisha asked a logical question. After all, if Jacob or Marco becomes the head, she and him are unlikely to be able to survive. And she believed that he knew this very well. The man asked the blonde if these were all her conditions. The girl asked to remove the clause on adultery. After all, it will not be difficult for interested people to frame everything as treason. Also, using her name, he must not sell drugs or weapons. The man was surprised by such specifics. It seemed to Lucerne that this was not the first time the girl had encountered something like this. The girl involuntarily shuddered at the groom's words. When the contract was changed, the girl signed it. Lucerne asked if she was happy now. The girl nodded silently in response. The man squeezed the thin woman's hand tightly and asked her not to forget that this did not make her freer. When the girl signed the contract, Lucerne offered her to consummate the marriage as it should be. 3 days later, the man freed the bride from the tracking magic. The man fed the old mark to his shadow, which caused the girl unbearable pain. Now Lucerne will be able to track the skinny woman wherever she goes. The blonde wanted to look at her new mark. The man drove out those two elders with threats. The girl looked in the mirror at her neck and the mark on it. She thanked the groom and said that she felt much better. Everyone around was wondering what kind of girl she was for whom they paid 30,000 zlotys. For the last 3 days, conversations about this have not subsided. Most likely, Cartier suspected something was wrong. Therefore, the head insisted on a wedding ceremony. The guy was thinking about putting another mark. The groom bit the girl on the shoulder, causing her to scream loudly. The priest asked the bride and groom to approach the wedding altar. The girl could not believe that she would now become the bride of Lucerne. The views of the pretenders to the throne were unkind. She said that the slaves did not know their place at all, and that crazy woman could use a couple of blows to straighten her brains out. Others were surprised that she dared to wish herself the rays of life, and they believed that insects like her could not even quietly dream about it. The girl caught herself thinking that she was scared. The guy noticed that he had put the mark, and from now on the girl was only his. Lucerne wanted the girl to upset his shoulders and behave like his wife should. Elisha was pleased that she would stand proudly in front of people who had previously wiped their feet on her. Previously, the girl could not even imagine this, and now she was already standing at the altar. The priest asked to read their sacred marriage vows before God. Elisha was amazed that after her horrific death, she would be lucky enough to have another opportunity. From now on, she can start a new life. It seemed impossible that Lucerne de Caius would always be by her side as a husband. The thin girl promised herself that she would never miss the chance given to her by fate. She had a chance to take revenge on this damn family for ruining her life. When the man put the ring on her finger, the girl dreamed of finally becoming free. The priest, today 995 from the founding of the empire, blessed Lucerne de Caius and Elisha de Lore. He declared them husband and wife. A banquet was held in honor of the wedding of the general and his charming wife. The head of the family sat in a place of honor. On his right hand stood Lucerne. The gray-haired man said that he did not understand his true motives, but he was sure of one thing, since he entered into a marriage that he had previously avoided in every possible way. That means his wife managed to hook him with something worthwhile. The brunette assured that his chosen one was quite an interesting person, and this intrigued him greatly. The head looked from afar, watching Elisha. He said that time would tell if she really deserved 300,000 gold. And our heroine was ready to cry from resentment and discomfort from the many appraising glances. Her eyes were red and noticeably moist. She was surprised that precious treasures and famous paintings were easily displayed at the banquet for everyone to see. A lady approached unnoticed and asked what Elisha was looking at so intently. She involuntarily shuddered in surprise. The lady smilingly explained that these were gifts prepared by the grandchildren of the head for his birthday. It was Ariane, Marco's wife. The head of the Cartier family had 3 sons. Currently, only his second child remains alive, and he became Manhwa-Hub, devoted himself to religion, and received the rank of priest in the temple. And he strived with all his might for the title of Great Pope, the absolute pinnacle of temple power. In a struggle for power within the family, he left his son, Marco, in his place. Not only his father, who was the granddaughter of the Great Pope before last and now expanding his influence, helped him achieve the desired place of the head of the clan. Once they even kidnapped Elisha, mistaking her for Jacob's confidant, and tried to extract information about him. Then they were still surprised that the girl turned out to be so tenacious. Marco guessed that she might not have known, or was that loyal to Jacob. And his wife doubted that people who could only grovel before others and silently follow any instructions could know. Now the same lady stated that she was not sure whether Elisha had ever seen anything like this before. Our heroine thought to herself that the lady's vile character and contemptuous attitude towards others had not changed at all. She replied that it was not possible due to the fact that all the things located here were prepared specifically for the chapter, but each of them was a rare treasure. Elisha said that it was worth especially noting the bone fragment belonging to the prophet Distramp, but I thought to myself that it was one of those things that demonstrated the ugly underside of the life of the temple. After all, they brazenly took advantage of the fact that the relics of saints who died by their own death carried divine protection. The lady told the girl that she was quite perceptive, and she said that it was a gift prepared for the head by her husband. The other lady was whining for some reason. The fat man asked Carol, pressing her to his shoulder, what was happening to her. His wife answered him through tears that she was simply very happy. She insisted that all this time it was they who took care of Elisha. And now that she understood that the girl under their care had met such a wonderful groom, she was very touched. She insisted that she so wanted Elisha to be loved. The girl thanked her for the kind words, but Carol began to assure her that she was mistaken, and she hurried to come closer to her. After all, Lucerne said at the breakfast meeting that the reason for the marriage was simple pity. She reported that her husband considered Elisha to be a powerless girl from a fallen family, who had no chance to return to normal life. Carol insisted that these were the words of Lucerne, and she asked whether it was too cold and cruel for a person who was about to get married. The lady grabbed her head and made a touched face in tears. She assured that if there was no hint of mutual love between the spouses, it tore her heart with sadness for her. Marco's wife joined the conversation. She insisted that she did not know such details, and I was surprised that this is exactly how things really are. She assured that she, too, was infinitely sorry. Lucerne, who approached the ladies, heard his wife say that she thinks Carol's behavior is too arrogant. Elisha said that she considered the arrogance of noble people to be a lack of dignity, and no matter how many different couples exist in the world, in each of them, relationships will manifest themselves differently. The girl was surprised why the lady thought that if her family now had no money, then her husband could not simply love her, and she was surprised that she could bring up a conversation about her family at her own wedding. She asked if they had all forgotten exactly how Count Lore died. Jacob coughed into his fist. The ladies tensed. The head realized that the intensity of passions was growing. The fat man was surprised how Elisha dared to reproach their family for such a thing. Jacob was absolutely furious. He was amazed that she could hint that Cartier should apologize to her. The man had already swung his hand at the girl. Elisha instinctively closed her eyes. She prepared herself to be hit. But when the girl opened her eyes, her husband was holding Jacob tightly by the hand. He said that he had absolutely no manners. Lucerne told him that he would like to remind him that he should not raise his voice in the presence of the head. Jacob rubbed his shoulder. He asked what he allowed himself here. Carol was seriously worried about her husband. Elisha was also worried. Carol asked her husband if everything was okay with him. He whined that how dare he be so impudent to treat him like that. Elisha was ready to cry. Carol still couldn't calm down. She addressed the head. She was sure that such an act was not at all typical of the general, and the lady suggested that it was possible that the harmful influence of his new wife was to blame. After all, as soon as she appeared, quarrels immediately began in their family. She insisted that it scared her very much. The white-haired man frowned on his face. Elisha assured her interlocutor that she should first apologize to the head. Carol wondered what she could have done wrong. The girl assured her in a whisper That being the wife of the eldest of the children in the famous Cartier family, she not only showed her tears to others, but she immediately went to seek help from the head, unable to resolve the conflict on her own. Elisha was sure that such weakness was an unforgivable sin. Our heroine perfectly remembered the edifications of the chapter. Previously, she was on her knees and he was teaching her. Then the man told her that it is not the one who goes over his head who is sinful, but the one who puts up with his own weakness. And now our heroine was happy, because she lived long enough under the yoke of this family. She was easily able to find words that pleased the head. The gray-haired man thought, resting his head on his fist. He noticed that Elisha did not succumb to provocation and was able to soberly assess the situation. He also really liked the girl's way of thinking. He thought it was worth giving her one more test. Meanwhile, Carol was angry, gritting her teeth tightly. How dare that girl shame her right in front of the head? She was shaking with indignation. Marco admired Elisha with a grin. He was surprised that she could be so sexy, and he praised Lucerne for his insight. But his wife asked him not to exaggerate. She believed that in front of them was an ordinary bitch who had forgotten about her place as a despicable slave. The gray-haired man said that it had become too noisy. He asked all three ladies to come to him. The girl timidly became silent and followed the head, who was sitting on an easy chair in a place of honor in the banquet hall. The man said that he happily accepted all the gifts that they prepared for him, that each of them was of special value, which in his opinion was not easy to obtain. Carol pointedly pointed at the picture and spoke, that this is the 34th fantasy by the great artist Ilump. And to get her, her husband made a lot of efforts. Marco's wife said that in order to take care of the head's health, she and her husband spent a lot of time searching for a fragment of the bone of the holy prophet Lystramp. She assured that it was rumored to give longevity to its owner, and her father was now making every effort to get the place of the great pope and become his new force. Elisha understood that the main reason that Manhwa was targeting that position was something else, that he wanted to gather forces around himself and make his son Marco the head of the Cartier family. But the current head was against it, and he did not want to see Murch as the great pope. The lady said that if only he would help them a little, they would be very grateful. The head of the Cartier family was sure that in a couple of years, they would already have such an opportunity. He wanted to hear Elisha's speech about her husband's gift. He asked her what she would say about this. Our heroine was a little confused at first. She admitted that it was the first time she had seen something like this, and he prepared without her participation. Therefore, she could not say anything special. However, she insisted that she had previously heard about the head of the dragon Arthrat, captured by the general about 3 years ago. Elisha judged that this time the head was much smaller than the previous one. She suggested that her husband was going to present a larger dragon for the 80th anniversary of the head. Lucerne covered his face, holding back his emotions, and the girl continued speaking. She insisted that she thought that her husband wanted to say with his gift that he wished the head to remain healthy and full of strength until that moment. Elisha was sure that in a couple of years a huge and strong dragon would appear. She believed that he would bring with him much more opportunities. The gray-haired leader laughed sincerely. He told Lucerne that his chosen one was not as simple as she seemed. And the brunette recalled that he had previously said that he considered her a very interesting girl. He believed that the day was near when the chief would say that 30,000 gold pieces was too small a price for this treasure. He wondered where the girl had been hiding all this time, and he asked her to introduce herself, asking if her name was Elisha. He said, smiling, that he allowed her to look at him even without any good reason, and he thought it would be wonderful to talk with her about time. Our heroine was beaming with delight, pleased with herself and the impression she had made. She assured that she would gladly take advantage of such an offer and opportunity. When the family celebration ended, Lucerne and his wife went down the steps. He told Elisha that it was thanks to her that he enjoyed his first family gathering. The general, smiling, assured that he was glad to observe such intensity of passions from the sidelines. He now called the girl to come with him. He reported that they still needed to spend their wedding night today. Lucerne extended his hand, but the girl did not dare give him hers in return. With a short pause, the general's hand touched Elisha's. The couple were about to board their carriage. Jacob shouted "Hey" to them from the open window. He shouted bad words after the girl from the balcony. Jacob was furious that the girl was not grateful to him for feeding and clothing her all the time. The eldest heir quickly descended the stairs. Jacob also wanted to hurt Lucerne. He explained that Lucerne's chosen one was just a girl whom he used and threw away. The fat man wished the newlyweds to burn in hell. He called them bad words. The general could not stand such impudence. He told his wife not to look away and watch what was happening. Lucerne quickly approached his half-brother. Along the way, he rolled up his sleeves. With one blow, Jacob was thrown back a couple of meters. The eldest heir fell and abrasions appeared on his face and blood gushed from his nose. Before the girl left the rotten place that became hell for her, she heard Lucerne congratulate her on her wedding. Drops of the eldest heir's blood were visible on the brunette's face. When the guy congratulated the skinny woman on her wedding, it became the most exciting congratulation for her. The couple was traveling in a carriage. The general informed his wife that they would be staying at a hotel on their wedding night. The brunette promised her that tomorrow they would go to his mansion, which was located in the capital. The girl could not calm down. After all, it was the first time someone had hit Jacob in front of her. The girl asked if he really considered weakness a sin. The man looked sternly at his wife and coldly answered yes. Convulsively clutching the hem of her dress, the girl realized that he was the same as the other Cartiers. Elisha realized that it was foolish to hope that he hit the insolent man because of her. The girl felt sad that she did not become truly loved. The skinny girl calmed down that only the contract connected them. Noticing his wife's upset face, the general asked what answer she was expecting. Elisha explained that she brought up this topic in order to gain the favor of the head. The man was pleased that the bride was honest with him. The girl explained that her main goal was to survive. The blonde insisted that her emotions would never get in the way of her husband. The man realized that he needed to try hard to maintain his relationship with his wife, a relationship that was based on mutual use of each other. Lucerne pulled his hand, causing the girl to involuntarily shudder. He noticed how fragile and helpless the girl was. The general asked his wife how it was possible to hate weakness by looking at her. The man asked his wife if she was satisfied with his answer. He asked the general not to probe him. After all, every time the girl tried to do this, he really wanted to eat her. The man's attempts to kiss the skinny woman were unsuccessful because the wheel fell into a hole. Lapis, a wizard of the Order of the Black Lion, the eldest of the twins, sobbed bitterly when he learned that the general had bought himself a bride. Lasley's younger brother tried to calm him down. Knight's Corin did not understand what was the point of marrying Jacob's subordinate. He suspected the girl of being a spy. The blue-eyed guy with pink hair noticed that she was not bought as a slave, and that she is definitely not a spy. The knights and wizards began asking a bunch of questions. The blue-eyed guy noticed that the girl was very quiet and modest and did not give the impression of a bad person. Moreover, he believed that the general was not one of those people who could be easily fooled. The knights were surprised that Lucerne did not tell them that he was getting married, and they did not receive an invitation to his wedding. Lapis began to cry again. He was furious and decided that the general was simply neglecting them. By evening, the carriage had already arrived in the capital. The general offered his help to the bride, offering her his hand from the carriage. The knights did not understand who their general could be a kind and attentive person. Lucerne easily picked the girl up in his arms. Confused, she replied that she could walk on her own. After all, she realized that she had to show herself to the knights from the best side. They were surprised by what happened in the carriage. Her husband's bite was visible on Alicia's neck. One of the guys covered the children's eyes. The skinny girl, catching everyone's gaze, realized that it was a complete failure. With excitement, the hotel employee was already in a hurry to greet the dear guests. He said that it was a great honor for him to receive the great general and his wife at the hotel. The worker offered to visit if there was time. The general interrupted his speech, saying that this would be their wedding night. Lucerne looked at the worker and threateningly asked them not to bother him. He promised to take his head off his shoulders for disobedience. Hearing this, the worker hiccuped nervously. The man carried the bride into a luxurious room and carefully laid her on the bed. The girl realized that they would do this. The brunette gently began to undress the girl. He began to lower her dress, exposing her shoulder. Then he rested his hand on the bed next to the girl's head. Lucerne looked down at his wife. He playfully asked his wife where they would start today. The general leaned over his wife, ready to kiss her. But suddenly a strange rumbling sound was heard. It turned out it was from her stomach. Elisha explained that she wanted the dress to fit her well, and that's why she hasn't eaten since the morning. Lucerne interrupted his caresses and said that then They should definitely have lunch first. The girl was taking a bath. She splashed and took some water in her palms and enjoyed the warmth and comfort. Until that moment, Elisha could not even imagine that she would ever be able to feel so calm again. In a past life, her face was disfigured by a terrible scar, and because of this, she got used to the sidelong glances of people who did not hide their disgust for her and her ugliness. And then, looking at her pitiful life, the girl thought that it would be better to immediately bury any hopes for her own happiness. And now it seemed strange to her that for some reason she felt quite unusual. At some point she pulled herself together. Luyern entered the room and saw his sad wife. He asked her what happened to her. The girl did not initiate him into her thoughts, but brushed it off that she was just thinking a little. Her husband called her to come out. He said that if Alicia continues to sit here and fill her head with useless thoughts, before she even has time to blink an eye, their wedding night will end. The man said that she was very thin. The girl threw a robe over her shoulders. She assured that her thinness would not interfere with her marital duties. Lucerne straightened the folds in her clothes. He asked why his wife decided to show him her prickly character. Tears streamed down the girl's face. A man asked his wife why she was crying. Elisha thought to herself that even though her husband's voice and expression seemed cold, but while this man was next to her, she absolutely did not understand her feelings. The girl began to be attracted to the brunette like a magnet. She touched his chest with her hand and, slightly opening her lips for a kiss, brought her face closer to his. The man responded by parting his lips. Her cheek gently touched his face. He clutched the robe on his wife's back. Holding the girl's chin with his free hand, the man touched her lips with his lips. Having enjoyed the kiss, Lucerne pulled away from his wife. He asked her if they could have met before. Alicia shuddered. The man said that every time she looked at him, her eyes seemed to be filled with guilt. He cursedly asked what she was hiding from him, affectionately calling his wife his little ghost, meaning her secret desire. Then suddenly the pack's doors are breaking down on them. The couple was wary because the general made it clear that he did not want anyone to disturb them today. Anxious voices were heard from behind the door. They informed the general that monsters were approaching them from behind the mountains. Lucerne put on his outerwear. He stood in front of his wife and asked her to stay here for now, and never go out until he gives her permission. He was talking to another man outside the door. That these creatures go on a rampage in the spring under the influence of the power of magic stones. And I was surprised that they suddenly appeared now. But his interlocutor insisted that this happened because of the uprising. He said that the survivors of the fallen kingdom awakened the monsters. The guy said that Soji's estate had already been seized, and it seems they were planning to take control of the territory near the gate. Elisha realized that today the uprising would fail in any case, and the status of Lucerne, which suppressed it, will rise noticeably. The general was informed that the nearest territories were ready to send reinforcements, but the position of the commander-in-chief was still vacant. Lucerne said it is moving forward right now. Almost all the windows of the building glowed with a soft light. The noise of voices was heard, and the carriages kept driving up to the main entrance. Lucerne was surrounded by its knights. He informed his team that they had a week to settle this matter and return back here. His subordinates looked at each other, not understanding why their general was in such a bad mood. Another quietly said that everything was clear, because he was interrupted on his wedding night. And the general called Ian, Lasley, and those two to go with him to the possessions of Soji, and he instructed Corinne, Nora, and Lapis to deliver his wife to the capital. The knights began to shout and protest. They told the general that it was simply unfair, and they thought that there were too many of them to accompany the ladies. Lucerne barked that he did not allow anyone to speak or challenge his order. The knights pouted with displeasure, but they stopped arguing. Elisha understood that the escort mission, instead of the opportunity to prove herself on the battlefield, was not very attractive to the knights. The girl understood that for the knights such treatment was tantamount to expulsion, and it would be strange to expect a different reaction from them. Lucerne gave parting words to his wife. He asked her to watch her behavior when she arrived in the capital, and he asked her to remember that they weren't done with her today. The general told Elisha that on the night he returned, so that she would be ready to continue. The girl asked her husband to take care of himself. Lucerne ordered his knights to set out. Already in the morning, our heroine arrived in the capital. The entrance gates sparkled. They were protected by magic. The city was magnificent. Tall buildings, street lighting, paved roads, everything spoke of his wealth and prosperity. The horses clopped their hooves rhythmically along the road. Soon the carriage arrived at the capital's mansion in Lucerne. Our heroine's foot stepped on the steps of the carriage. Alicia stood in front of the mansion. A warm cloak with a hood was draped over her shoulders. The knight was already in a hurry to enter the house. No one shook hands with the girl when she got off the carriage. She realized that it would not be easy for her. The servants who came out to meet them huddled at a distance and whispered among themselves. Elisha realized that for everyone here, she was just a fallen woman, only in words having noble status. The older man greeted Lady Alicia with a bow. He introduced himself by the name of Henri and was the butler of this house. He said that if she needed anything, she should feel free to contact him. The girl thought everything was fine. She said that she would like to see the training ground for the knights. Henri was surprised by the lady's wish, and just in case, he clarified whether she was sure that she really needed it. Elisha confirmed that she was firm in her decision, and she asked to take her there. She decided to show everyone that she could also be useful. The butler assured Elisha that the training ground was not a place for a noble lady to visit, and he said that most of the soldiers are now absent due to the current situation. Henri reported that the troops and everything connected with them were under the control of the general. He believed that the lady should have done a better job of inspecting the residence. Elisha clarified that wasn't the training ground part of the residence. Henri asked for forgiveness for allowing himself too much, and he asked permission from the lady to take her there. The butler noticed the girl's upright posture, but he also saw her rough hands. Looking at her arrogant, completely emotionless face, he thought that she was the same as all those fallen aristocrats who had only their useless pride left. However, Henri had to admit to himself that his initial judgments were wrong. He walked Elisha along the path, and he assured her that due to the small number of servants, the house might seem a little unkempt. And he convinced her that they had paid special attention to preparing her room. The butler assumed that the long journey might have tired the lady. Then there was a cry of, "Grab him!" An animal ran along the path straight towards Elisha. 2 maids and a fragile boy were chasing him. He was indignant that it was really so difficult to keep track of his pig. The animal had a magical tracking mark on its thigh. Having reached Elisha, it stopped in shock and sat down on her legs. Soon the boy caught up with him and fell on top of him, glad that he caught him. He asked the pig that it would continue to escape from his laboratory. Elisha smiled, but the guy continued to look at her gloomily. He silently turned around and walked away, carrying the animal with him in his arms. The butler told Mr. Lapice that he should greet his lady. Henri asked Elisha not to be angry with the young man. He said that he was only 14 years old, and he was sure that at such a young age he, like his twin brother Laszlo, was already a wizard of the empire. The girl said that there was no need to worry. After all, she understands everything, and she believed that it was not worth forcing wizards to be polite. Henri was surprised that the lady had already had to communicate with them. In response, Elisha only smiled mysteriously. The lock clicked and the door opened in front of her. She thought they were playing a joke on her. There was a Fivichan world clock in the house, which had been counting time since 503 according to the imperial calendar. There were also flowers forged from pure gold. Even the vase underneath was an ancient relic. The pictures around were also amazing. After all, each of them was a masterpiece, which was the cherished dream of any collector. And at auction, they would cost unrealistic money. But some kind of unreal devilry was happening to the house itself. The paintings hung unevenly, it was dirty and untidy. Elisha asked the butler in surprise where such things came from, and he reported that every time the general returned with a victory, the imperial family gave him something valuable as a reward. Henri said that Lucerne, as a person absolutely not interested in art, was indifferent to where those valuable gifts were. He asked Elisha not to worry, and he assured her that the really important things were kept in the mansion's treasury. The girl thought, what if they couldn't take care of the valuables right in front of them? She was afraid to imagine what was going on in the treasury then. She resolutely said that things would not work out that way, and she began to roll up her sleeves. The butler was dumbfounded. Elisha said that the first thing they would do was clean up. And the man could not imagine that anyone would have thought that in 3 days he could have changed so much. Now everything was shining and sparkling clean. On the very first day, the girl decided to go and greet the servants herself. After all, she believed that they were already very busy. I thought that in order not to distract them, it was better to come to them myself. The maids were just cleaning. One washed the floors, the other wiped the dust. And after staring at Elisha, one rare vase began to fall. The maid didn't even have time to groan, afraid that she would die because of the broken vase. But when she opened her eyes, Elisha was contentedly holding the vase in her hands. And she asked to be careful and not make mistakes. The girl thanked the lady from the bottom of her heart. She was surprised by the new mistress's reaction to the maid's mistake. Quite a bit of time passed, but the atmosphere in the mansion has changed significantly. The door creaked and the butler entered. He was carrying a tray of tea for Mistress Elisha. The girl was sitting at the office desk, and it seemed that the house itself was completely transformed with the appearance of the mistress in it. Elisha spoke to the butler that she consulted the trading book, and as a result they came to the conclusion that they would be able to cut costs a little more. Henri asked to forgive him for his rudeness, and he asked the lady how she knew how to read the trading book. The girl admitted that she grew up in a monastery, and there the abbess of the rosary treated her well, and that it was that woman who taught her to read trade books. It turned out that the butler had heard about that woman, that she was a war hero. The man only now realized how incredibly smart and insightful his mistress was. Elisha said that it would still be necessary to make a list of the works of art that were in the mansion. Henri believed that, in fact, the more he learned about the lady, the more he was amazed and admired her, and he was interested to see how much this house would change under her influence. The knights and servants dined in the great hall. The guys spoke quietly among themselves. One claimed that the girl was in charge of everything as if she had lived here for 10 years. Lapis said that Layla praised his mistress so much for her kindness to the servants that his ears almost withered. The guy asked if Lapis didn't think that the lady was taking Layla to him even before he confessed his feelings to her. The guy was furious. He said that he could not recognize a stranger as either the mistress or mistress of this house. Sparks flew from the metal of the cutlery. Lapis jumped up from his seat with emotion. He said that he could not recognize her. The taller guy asked the chewing Lapis how he got something like that into his throat. On the table there was bread, pasta, and a fried leg of pork. He said that if all this had dried out, it would definitely resemble the food that was given to prisoners in most cases. A third approached them, and he told Corinne not to be picky like a child. But the powerful guy said that anyone who had not been to prison would not understand this. He continued that it would be a different matter if they were given such food on the battlefield. Then he could feel better about slaughtering one rebel and another. And he was surprised that they were not invited there. Corinne wondered what was so important for them to protect here in the mansion. Lapis was already beginning to boil, and his hands were shaking with indignation. He told himself that he would never recognize his mistress. He was already enraged that he and his brother were separated. And now I had to drag myself here on my free day off. It turned out that because of that girl he could not go to the battlefield. And once again he told himself that he did not recognize her as the mistress of the house. But then there was a roar. Elisha appeared at the door in a beautiful, elegant dress. Lapis was surprised that she came here alone. A little earlier, in her husband's office, our heroine spoke with Henri. She knew that today was the very day when the general was supposed to have lunch with his subordinates. And I decided to go there alone. The butler asked if she was sure. He thought that she had never heard anything before. But when recruiting his people, the general did not pay any attention to their status. Elisha assured that during the time spent in the mansion, she had already met many of her husband's subordinates, but they were all very friendly. And no one was cruel, and everyone obeyed her orders. Henri was wondering whether it was worth telling the girl that the servants were forced to observe basic decency. He was surprised that she thought those people were friendly. After all, Ian used to be an intelligence agent and was now on the verge of drug poisoning. Nora was too secretive, and Corinne had been in prison in the past. It was quite funny for Elisha to hear all this from the butler. After all, he himself, even though he was now retired, used to be a knight, and he became famous as the executioner without blood and tears. The tall knight was surprised that the girl laughed. After all, in her place, ordinary aristocrats finding themselves surrounded by so many soldiers in absolute solitude were frightened and began to shed tears. Elisha's courage amazed him. Meanwhile, she came up smiling to greet the knights. The girl was surprised that Lapis was also here. The boy answered her rudely, and he asked if there was any problem with this. Elisha argued that according to Clause 73 of the contract, on the 4th Tuesday of the month he had the right not to appear anywhere. And today was just such a day. The girl said that she would ask the servant to bring it to him, and he can have dinner in his room in peace. She said that she had heard that it was important for wizards to spend time in solitude. She said that magic was the same area of creativity as art. Lapis asked if the girl would say the same to the general, and the big guy was surprised that the lady was trying to please the magic knight. The boy nodded goodbye and pushed back his chair and left, and Elisha approached the big man. She said his name was most likely Corinne. He answered in the affirmative. The girl looked at the table. She said it was a disgusting combination of foods, and she promised to tell the cook to change the menu. She said that this was simply unacceptable, and the guy thought that the girl really knew what such a choice of products meant. He asked her if she had happened to be in that place. He froze, not daring to speak directly. But the girl did not understand his question and asked for clarification. The guy scratched his cheek, searching for words. He hinted at prison but could not say it out loud because of his beliefs. And he said that this place looked like a room or something like that. Shortly before her death, our heroine spent her past life in prison. Then Jacob was accused of drug trafficking and blame was placed on Elisha. But she answered the knight that she had heard little about it. The girl said that he had already suffered enough, having ended up in prison due to injustice. Therefore, she should have taken care of at least such little things. The guy was surprised by her knowledge of his life. The girl finally offered to give them all something to eat. She assured that fortunately there were many different dishes on the table. Corin asked in surprise how the noble lady could not be afraid of him. To which she was surprised. Did she need to be afraid of her husband's knights? Elisha invited the guys to eat quickly. Meanwhile, baked chicken, meat chops, fried eggs, sweets, and drinks had already appeared on the table. Corin's mouth watered at the sight of the delicious food. He thanked the lady for the treat, and the girls smiled contentedly. In the corridor, Elisha ran into Lapis. He walked with books and scrolls in his hands. At the sight of the girl, he froze in place, and then nodded silently. The girl asked if she should send a person to help him. The boy grumbled that according to the 12th clause of the contract, no one could touch the wizard's materials. Elisha said that the exception was in those cases when consent to this was previously obtained from the wizard himself or from his twin brother Laszlo. Lapis asked how about the 33rd point. Elisha quoted, "Notify the wizard 2 days before any significant events in the master's life, whether happy or sad." The boy was surprised that she read his entire employment contract. Elisha answered in the negative. The knight grinned, because she didn't believe that she could read all of this. The girl was beaming with delight. She said that she simply memorized that agreement. Lapis said that it was good that she now knew his employment contract, and he asked her offendedly what it meant now that there was no need to notify the ordinary knights of the order about something. Elisha asked her to forgive her. She insisted that she was unable to inform them about the wedding, and he must have heard that it was organized in a hurry. Lapis sighed regretfully, and he asked if that was the only reason she was apologizing to him now. Previously, sitting in the basement of the mansion on a winter night, the twins were freezing. They said that the adults did not surrender to anyone and promised to avenge themselves. And now the noble lady asked for understanding, and Lapis assured that it was definitely her mistake. After all, it was she who could not fulfill one of the conditions of his contract. Elisha insisted that she herself was in no position to invite anyone to her wedding, so she asked her to understand. There were tears in Lapis's eyes. He tried to figure out who she was. The butler was sitting on the sofa and reading the letter. It spoke of war, bloodshed, monsters, injuries, the success of his master Lucerne on the battlefield. Elisha was sitting on the sofa, enthusiastically reading something by the candlelight. There was a knock on her door. She found out who came and asked Arnie to come in to her. He edifyingly told the girl that reading, of course, was useful, but he thought that the girl should have taken care of the health of her eyes. Elisha promised to take this into account. The butler said that he received information from the front. It looked like the war would last longer than expected. Elisha thought that she already knew about this, that even though Lucerne wanted to finish everything in a week. But because of the wizards on the side of the rebels, the situation on the battlefield was complicated by the appearance of many monsters. Therefore, the girl knew that the war would drag on for another 2 months. Henri said that the general would definitely return soon. And before that, he asked to give his wife a medicine that was completely harmless to her. The butler said it was some kind of nutritional supplement. A bottle of acid pink liquid appeared in front of our heroine. Elisha promised to take the medicine a week before the general's arrival next month. The man said that he would soon, but Arnie's girlfriend interrupted. She said that it is enough to take this medicine a week before she sleeps with it. The butler coughed. He asked if she knew. The girl believed that now it was better to avoid unnecessary rumors. The man asked to forgive him and wished the lady good night. Arnie walked and thought to himself. The girl said that she would take the medicine a week before the general returned, and he couldn't understand how she knew for sure when he could return. Our heroine was sitting in her room. She told herself that she was going to take care of contraception herself, but when I received it so directly, I felt a return to harsh reality. She understood that the birth of a child for the couple that signed the contract was absolutely impossible. A whole month has passed since Elisha arrived at the general's capital mansion, but she knew that she shouldn't relax. Although before Lucerne left, it seemed to her that he was interested in her body. But it was unknown whether his intentions would remain the same after he returned from the war. But in any case, she needed to focus and hold out until Lucerne became the leader, and she gained freedom. Then she could have the family that the girl had dreamed of for so long. Elisha understood that for a person who set himself the goal of at least surviving, such dreams were a great luxury, and she could only hope that all the terms of the deal would be fulfilled, and Lucerne would calmly give her a divorce. The girl pulled back the curtain with her hand, revealing a view of the evening garden through the window. She told herself that it would be better for her to return to reality and not fly in the clouds in her girlish dreams. The girl's days flew by days in chores and communication with knights and servants. Our heroine was sitting on a soft sofa doing needlework. Nearby, on the floor, young Lapis was writing something on paper with a pen. 3 days later, the young wizard knight showed Alicia a reply letter from the master. 2 weeks later, the girl was sitting at the dinner table with the knight and he was enthusiastically telling her something. 13 more days later, Galicia was sitting on the covered veranda making small talk with another knight. Our heroine took the medicine strictly as prescribed, and the bottle of liquid obediently and systematically emptied. Elisha directed the work of the maids in the hall. She asked that before putting them there, lay out the tablecloth first. There was a loud stomping of feet. The butler Arnie, with a cheerful face, hurried to the lady with a letter in his hand. He reported that Lucerne plans to return tomorrow. 4 mugs of foamy drink rose in unison in honor of the toast. To victory! There was a rumor in the city that the general cut as many as 500 monsters in half with his sword. And this was not surprising. It was the general. People believed that it didn't cost him anything to cut down 20,000 heads. There were also rumors that Lucerne was forced to go to war instead of enjoying a honeymoon with his wife. And the rebels did not choose the best time, for which they paid. Events take us to the possessions of the Marquis of Fermont. This was Carol's parents' house. She said she was so upset. And the girl insisted that Lucerne was deceived and whined, covering her face with her hands. Her mother told her that she also couldn't believe it, that Lucerne had married a girl who had recently washed their clothes. Marquis Fermont said that the girl was from a fallen family, whose name now played no role. After all, whatever you say, the most important thing for a woman was her origin and dignity. He assured that if there was a chance to show the one who made his daughter cry her place, he was ready to do everything for this. His wife reassured him that Carol herself could cope just fine, as she had been taught. The girl said that in fact one thought came to her mind, and she will solve the problem on her own. Carol wanted to show everyone that she was not someone who could be treated this way, and she asked her father to lend her a few people. Elisha stood in her room in front of a large, full-length mirror. She was wearing a robe and her hair was down. The girl recalled the words of her husband, who threw something to her as a farewell, leaving for the war. He then asked her to be ready on the night of his return, and now Elisha thought that he was just joking with her then. The girl already wanted to take off her robe and get ready to go to bed. Then she even jumped up from the unexpected sound. This alarmed her. She turned her attention to the door. She felt like she had been locked in before, and now it opened with a creak. Lucerne entered the room and approached his wife. The girl was a little scared and surprised. The man asked why his wife was so surprised by his arrival. Skinny explained that she heard that he would return tomorrow, and I asked what happened to the plan. The brunette explained that the plan was for the soldiers to march through the gate at dawn tomorrow. The man said that he had urgent matters to attend to. Elisha was surprised that the general left the soldiers and came here. She realized that there was an urgent matter that forced him to do this. The man explained that this was a long-standing promise. Elisha began to blush from embarrassment. The husband noticed that she seemed to remember everything perfectly. Stuttering with excitement, the girl explained that she was just getting ready for bed. The blonde asked why the man came from there. After all, until now that door was locked. When the man leaned towards the thin woman and the girl shuddered, the girl asked if it was really his office. Lucerne gently touched his wife and threw her onto the bed. The man noticed that her train of thought was correct. This bedroom used to be his, but now it has become the couple's bedroom. Having met Lucerne's gaze, the girl felt that she was afraid of those eyes. His cold eyes seemed ready to devour her in an instant. The thin woman reminded her husband that tomorrow morning she would have to meet the soldiers at the gate. Elisha suggested going to bed already. The man asked where she was going. He gently hugged the girl by the waist and kissed her passionately. This sent a small, exciting shiver through the girl's body. The brunette's kisses drove the skinny woman crazy. They deprived her of any ability to think soberly. The girl, looking into his eyes, coughed, hinting at something. The man lay down on his wife's lap. He explained to her that this would not happen today. Because of the upcoming victory parade, he had no more than 2 hours of sleep. The man asked his beloved not to be upset and to be patient. After all, he will soon fulfill his promise. The girl asked why he thought she was upset. Elisha lowered her robe a little from her chest and collarbone. She was sure that he would go to the end. The blonde asked if it would be possible to go outside the mansion. The girl explained that it was a surprise to her that he forbade her to leave here. Sighing, the brunette explained that he expected the war to end quickly. He was not informed that his wife was trying to leave the mansion, so she can go out tomorrow afternoon. The general suggested we eat together. Elisha was surprised, but agreed. The husband allowed her to go out at other times if she wanted. The girl, peering into his face, realized that he really was a strange person. The sun's rays quickly woke up the girl. The skinny girl didn't remember when she managed to fall asleep. The girl did not understand how she ended up under the blanket. She couldn't help but feel as if what had happened was just a dream. Our heroine quickly got ready. The carriage was already waiting for her at the front entrance, and the servants accompanied the mistress. The butler partingly asked the girl to be careful. Elisha apologized to the knights that she would again have to provide them with some inconvenience. The knight explained that everything was fine. After all, most of their squad does not like eating in the imperial palace. The girl said that before going to breakfast, she had to look somewhere else. She promised that it wouldn't take much time. The blonde noticed that she had received the general's permission. Elisha walked through the back door. The guards explained that the knights would have to wait outside. The blue-eyed knight explained that the parade would start soon, and there would be a lot of people everywhere. The guards put their hand on the hilt of the sword and asked the knights to move away. Elisha explained to Nora that everything was fine, and she would finish within 10 minutes. The blonde promised them that nothing dangerous would happen. The knight made a promise that the lady would not leave the store. The girl entered the Spencer Brokerage Company, asking the knights not to worry. Because the agency was an expert in the real estate market, it carried out dozens of transactions every day. It was not surprising that their security was so strict. The girl wanted her purchase to remain a secret from her husband. When the girl entered the door, the gray-haired man asked if she was looking for something specific. The girl was interested in a piece of land that was located near the enchanted forest of Ulif. The man was surprised that the noble lady was interested in this property. In addition, it was soon to be put up for auction. Elisha explained that she had been there before. She was interested in buying this place. This was a long-term investment. The man handed Elisha documents with the estimated cost of the land. The skinny girl was a little disappointed because she was expecting a lower price. But if it helps put Lucerne at the top, then it's worth it. The man was surprised that the blonde had such information. This one was not accessible to a simple noble lady. The man decided to warn the girl that this land was rumored to bring misfortune. The realtor placed a huge stack of papers in front of the girl with a crash. He suggested choosing a better option if she needed a country house. Smiling, Elisha replied that it was not worth it. She insisted that she liked this land. Skinny explained that the city is full of hot springs. Once you start digging, you might be lucky and find at least one, if Lady Luck is on her side. The gray-haired man was dumbfounded. It seemed to him that the girl had no plan at all. The girl thought through her every step in advance. If Lucerne finds out about this conversation, it will be an excuse. The man said he would send detailed information to the address given by the girl, and she said goodbye while leaving, but touched the basket with papers. Her gaze fell on the document on the sale of the Rose Mansion. The man said that this is a luxurious mansion for single women. He offered to send information about him, too. The girl knew that it would be nice to immediately find a place for a quiet life after the divorce. When Elisha left the brokerage firm, she found herself in a noisy crowd. She was elbowed quite hard. Thin Girl realized that the parade had already begun. The crowd praised the general. The girl understood the delight of the crowd, because her husband always stood guard over the empire. Elisha couldn't believe that this was the same person she saw at night. If they hadn't agreed to have lunch together, she would have truly believed that it was just a dream. The man was so close to her, but at the same time there was like a huge gap between them. It seemed to the girl that for a moment their eyes met, but then she thought that this was impossible in such a crowd. The knights asked to go to the back gate. After all, there were too many people in the crowd. Having barely heard Nora's request, she shouted that she understood. Lucer watched his wife carefully with his eyes. The girl walked quickly down the alley. She was surprised that it had become so deserted and quiet. Elisha was suddenly grabbed and a hand was clamped over her mouth. Two men unceremoniously threw the skinny woman onto the road. Tearing the girl's dress, they were glad that they could actually do this. They were asked to simply ruin her appearance. Elisha's vision grew dim, and the guys wanted to make her more obedient. The girl smelled a faint smell of nutmeg. She knew it was used as a drug. The blonde realized that these people were unprofessional. They did not take into account that it would take some time before it fully took effect. She realized that while she was able to move, she needed to. The girl sharply kicked one of the men in the groin. Elisha tried with all her might to escape. Only now did she realize that if someone now recognized her as the general's wife, ridicule would be inevitable. After her, he asked them what kind of establishment the beauty was. The skinny girl understood that she needed to come to her senses somewhere. Her eyes grew more and more cloudy. The blonde understood that she needed to find a place to hide. At some point she fell, and when she looked up, she realized that she had caught the eyes of the aristocracy. They made fun of her for her appearance. The girls whispered and pointed at her. One of the ladies recognized her and said that the girl was the general's wife, and she suggested that she decided to surprise her husband by appearing at their meeting. The wife of one of the heirs of the head of Marco said that she looked more like a courtesan who ran away from her client. The general threw his warm cloak over his wife's fragile shoulders. He wondered how she could sneak out of the room right in the middle of the process. He blamed her for having to look hard for her. Elisha lost consciousness when she saw her husband. Alfalfa managed to catch her quietly swearing to himself. The general was surprised that the effect had not yet worn off. Lucerne asked if she really felt so good that she didn't have the strength to stand on her feet. The girl wanted to ask a question, but the man stopped her. He explained that he, too, was already at the limit. The girls were still whispering among themselves. The brunette took Alicia in his arms and said that she would be punished for keeping him waiting. Marco's wife was surprised that the general and his wife were outside showing tenderness in their underwear. Luyern, hugging the girl to himself, replied that they were going to have lunch together. The general said that even before they reached the place, they were overcome by passion. The ladies oohed and awed, understanding the wishes of the newlyweds, and Lucerne, throwing his exhausted wife on his shoulder, assured that they still had unfinished business. He said that they were forced to leave them soon. Marco's wife looked after the general and his wife. She clenched her fists in frustration. Elisha laid her head on her husband's shoulder. She understood that thanks to him she was able to avoid danger, and it seemed to her that she would not be able to pay him back for the rest of her life, that she had torn an important person away from the parade. She tried to ask how he knew and how he could find her, but her tongue didn't obey her a little. Lucerne spoke quietly in her ear that her mark on her neck was not just a beautiful decoration. Already when they were in the hall, the man told everything, that the knights told him about her disappearance, but it was quite problematic for him to come right away. The girls around looked warily at the strange couple and quietly whispered to each other. Lucerne told his wife that they were now at the hotel, where they had previously planned to meet her. The general, holding Elisha close to him, asked what happened to her. They attacked 2 tramps. The blonde could barely move her tongue. She understood that he had left right in the middle of the event to find her. The man analyzed the smell aloud. Nutmeg and cloves were used as a remedy that caused paralysis. Lucerne asked his wife not to tell him anything more. After all, he understood that her tongue must already be very stiff. Elisha was surprised that the general was worried about her. She told herself that this couldn't happen, and she assured herself that she shouldn't have thought about useless things. Soon our heroine was sitting on the bed under the blanket. Lucerne brought her hot and fresh food to eat. First, he gave her a cup. He said that there was cocoa with alcohol and that this will help her come to her senses. The girl obediently drank the unusual tasting drink. Suddenly and without a report, a pair of knights ran into the room. Concerned, they rushed to the lady, but each of them was immediately punished by the general for disobeying his magical abilities. Lucerne said that the two of them should try to find an excuse for themselves, and the guys asked to forgive them, and they assured that they would humbly accept any punishment. Elisha assured that in that situation, no one could have imagined that everything would turn out this way, and it's her own fault that she went alone. Lucerne barked at his wife that it was not her place to decide who should be responsible. The girl's hands trembled from her husband's rudeness towards her. Seeing this, he began to reproach himself for his incontinence. He asked the knights if the attackers looked like tramps, and he was sure that if those people were connected to Jacob or Marco, they must already be dead. The general ordered to find them or the corpses of people who had no relatives. The knights answered, "That's right," accepting the order. And soon the door clicked shut behind them. Lucerne stroked his wife on the shoulder, then on her cheek. He asked in a gentle voice how she was feeling. Elisha replied that it became easier for her to move her tongue, but it was still as if weights were attached to my arms and legs. The man kissed his wife tenderly and said that it was sweet for him. The girl asked why he suddenly, but he interrupted her, and he said that he wanted to help her arms and legs get rid of the numbness, and he began to kiss her neck and chest. Having broken away, Lucerne told his wife that if her body warmed up, then her feelings would return sooner. Elisha asked to wait, but the man did not pay attention to her requests. She covered her mouth with her hand, and Lucerne brought his face closer to the girl's thigh. He assured that there is an opinion that the closer you get to the center of the body, the faster the feelings awaken. The man loomed over his wife. He said that by this time rumors had probably spread everywhere that he and she were secluded here to enjoy each other. That for this reason they can no longer leave this room. And since it so happened then, he didn't finish. Meanwhile, the girl squeezed the sheet with her hand, realizing that she could not avoid this. She said that if this was necessary to get rid of paralysis, then let there be a will for it. Meanwhile, Lucerne was unbuttoning his shirt. Soon the shirt was lying on the floor of their room. The man said that he endured for 2 whole months. The girl's hands trembled. She took him by the shoulder, and she tried to hold on to the bed with her toes, squeezing them. The brunette asked Elisha to look him in the eyes. For a moment, the girl looked at her husband's red eyes, but immediately closed her eyes even tighter. Already next to the shirt, the blanket fell to the floor. The bed creaked rhythmically. The fat man shouted indignantly, "How dare they call this bastard here?" And he assured that he had become a dog of the imperial family and was targeting their family. The elder at the table said that they were all the same. Lucerne asked that it would be surprising to repent together only now, after so many years. The blonde sat with her head down. She was shaking all over. The man sitting next to her placed his hand on her thigh, pushing her dress back slightly. But she didn't want it. Then she felt the brunette's gaze on her, and she also looked at him, but she soon turned away, ashamed of her disfigured face and her unkempt appearance in general. She was surprised that this man noticed her in this form. The head told Lucerne that this was his last warning, and he will not be so merciful in the future. The man clutched a bottle of wine in his hand. He said, "Great," and he believed that he had nothing more to do in this family. The man said that the members of this family demonstrated such indecent behavior, and he began to pour the contents of the bottle directly onto Marco's head. His wife sitting next to him was horrified. Lucerne said he had fun with the assassins he sent him, and now he asked to wait for a return gift. Then Carol saw everything. She wondered how such a man could even exist, and she wanted to get it for herself at any cost. The girl gave orders to Elisha that she had a job for her, and she reminded her that she should do everything for her. Our heroine suddenly opened her eyes. After a moment, she realized that she was having a nightmare. She was lying in bed, and her husband was nearby, dressed in a robe. Lucerne began to gently stroke his wife's cheek. He comfortingly said that it was just a dream, and the girl asked herself if she was still sleeping. And in that dream about the past, and now this man saved her. She wondered if it would be a mistake to think that he would treat her with tenderness. It scared her. Lucerne said that he then thought that it was hard for his wife, and so I restrained myself and stopped at one time. But if she continues to look at him like that, then he will have no choice but to live up to her expectations. The brunette began to kiss his wife. She reciprocated his feelings. The couple gave in to their feelings for a long time. Morning has come. Clear weather greeted the city residents. The hotel was already quite lively. The ladies looked back after the couple. As a result of yesterday's events, Lucerne and his wife until the morning did nothing but give each other incredible sensations, even though the effect of the drug had already worn off by that time. Alicia froze in place, feeling the burning gaze on her. She looked down shyly at the floor. The ladies whispered behind them. The girl was surprised by the behavior of her husband. This man didn't seem to care at all about those sidelong glances. And a slender and fairly confident person came out to meet them. She was wearing a suit with trousers and a raincoat with military shoulder straps. She greeted Lucerne as someone close to him. Elisha knew that this girl was the only princess of the empire, and her name was Ileona. This lady was one of the most influential figures of the next generation. She quickly approached the general, and she asked him, smiling, what happened yesterday. She said that she and his mother were waiting for him. Elisha also knew that this girl was now a soldier in the active army, the main representative of the imperial family and the patron of Lucerne. The princess looked into the general's face and smiled at him. And then, as if by chance, I noticed Alicia next to him. She asked if this was his new wife by chance. Our heroine made a graceful curtsy. She greeted the princess, introducing herself as Alicia Delore. She remembered that the princess would be the one who would propose to Lucerne in 5 years. Elisha also remembered that the proposal was made for political purposes. The princess playfully told Lucerne that if he missed this meeting, her father would certainly be angry. Lucerne promised not to be late, and our heroine noticed that the relationship between her husband and the crowned lady was such that she could calmly address him by name. Meanwhile, Ileoni cooed something cheerfully in the general's ear, and his wife concluded that there could be other reasons. The princess smilingly told Alicia that she was very sorry. She assured that she had so hoped yesterday that Lucerne would introduce his wife, and the girl thought that if they were talking about yesterday, then apparently they meant the dinner to which Lucerne invited her. Ileoni told the girl to come to her palace later, assuring that she would really like to talk to her without rushing anywhere. And Elisha continued to analyze. It turned out that yesterday her husband was not going to eat with her and introduce it to the princess. She clenched her fists in frustration. A black carriage drawn by 4 blacks turned around and drove away from the gate. The maid was looking out the window. She sighed that the gentleman immediately left for a meeting in the palace. She said that if he went there, he would not return from there for several days. Elisha was lying on the bed under the covers. She wondered what had been happening to her lately. She was sad. She assumed that maybe it was the image of Lucerne, which was so different from what she had seen in her previous life. She later thought that at the same time, they did not meet him very often in their personal lives, and Elisha learned all the information about him from terrible rumors that he was being persecuted. The girl admitted to herself that compared to all the rumors, her husband was much more gentle. She unconsciously touched her lips, remembering his passionate kisses. At some point, she began to drive away such thoughts from herself, and she reproached herself for thinking about stupid things. Shaking her head, she tried to drive these thoughts away. Elisha saw the maids enthusiastically discussing something. This interested her, and the girl decided to come closer to find out everything herself. Seeing Sophie's serious face, she suspected that something serious had happened. Elisha asked the maid what happened. She replied that she was worried about the knight Nora. There was a real crush in the corridor of the mansion. In addition, there was noise and commotion. People were alarmed. The knights tried to restrain their colleague. Lapis wanted to say something to the guy. The other guy held him tighter by the shoulder, trying to stop him by force. The girl screamed that she could not fulfill her knightly duty, and because of this the lady was in danger. She wanted to atone for this mistake with her death. Nora was holding a dagger in her hands. Elisha moved closer to the knight. He called her by name and reproachfully asked in a firm voice what she was doing here. The knight's hand trembled a little. The rest of the knights were embarrassed at the sight of the lady and decided that they should all get out of here. When the door slammed behind them, Alicia was left alone with Nora. She said that the knight's life belonged to his master, and she reproached her that Nora, instead of taking responsibility, chose to escape. Elisha believed that this was not conscious and deliberate. Nora turned her face to the wall in shame. Not knowing how to respond to this, Elisha continued to proofread it, wondering that this was her way of taking responsibility. The blonde handed a scarf with a small wreath of white flowers to the knight, and she asked what it was. Elisha asked her if she remembered the dried pansies that everyone receives in the monastery when they take their first oath. The girl said that she knew that Nora grew up in a monastery, and she openly admitted that she also grew up in the monastery of the Archbishop of the Rosary. Elisha regretted that immediately after leaving there, she ended up in the hands of Cartier, and she was glad that Nora became a knight. The blonde, smiling, told Nora that a person who truly opens up in his place was like a light that shone from afar, and she assured that for her the girl knight was just such a person. So Elisha asked her to promise that she would not do anything like that again. After that, the girl got down on one knee in front of the blonde. She said, "I, Knight Nora, swear before you, lady, that I will lay down my life in your protection." Next, the action takes place in the imperial palace, which shone with its splendor on a fine day. Ileone walked down the corridor arm in arm with the general. She told him that she understood why he took the day off today. At the same time, the girl elbowed him in the side. The princess chuckled and said that Lucerne's wife was a real beauty, but the man was cold. He replied that he did not give her permission to call him by name. At these words, the girl's face immediately changed. Lucerne remembered that she had called him that since childhood, but now he had a wife, and so he hoped that in future Ileone would refrain from such treatment. The princess tried to turn everything into a joke. She laughingly asked why Lucerne was so cruel even in their relationship. The girl elbowed the general again. The brunette did not want to discuss this. He did not even look at the princess, although she was waiting for his gaze. The girl coughed and laughed and said that she understood everything and from now on would call him nothing less than a general. Lucerne asked how she knew that he had booked a hotel yesterday. The couple continued their walk along the palace corridor. Ileone said he never introduced his wife, so she became curious. She asked him to forgive his rudeness. The princess thought to herself that at least she had known him for a long time and they were quite close. But sometimes something slipped through Lucerne that made her involuntarily shrink. She had never seen him smile before. Walking a little ahead, Ileone asked what kind of person his wife was. The brunette shuddered involuntarily. The princess expressed the hope that Lucerne did not communicate with his wife in the same way as with her, and she assured him that noble ladies were quite sensitive. But the man said that his wife had only manners from a noble lady, that Elisha was careful but unbending, that she had hundreds of thoughts in her head that he didn't even know about. Lucerne spoke of his wife as a very interesting girl. The princess looked sadly at her old friend, and he plunged into dreamy reverie. Further events take place 3 days later. The conversation among the society ladies was only about the fact that the general received the Soji feud and the Noron forest as a trophy. They discussed the news that before Lucerne had a title of nobility, all lands were given to the country. It looked like it was not in vain that the general got married and received the title. It was discussed that his wife did not appear at receptions due to poor health. There were suspicions that this marriage was of convenience. It was rumored that 3 days ago, Baroness Aiden saw the general and his wife at the hotel. The 3rd day has passed since the incident. The general is already tired of this, but he still had some work to do that was worth dealing with. He nervously tapped his fingers on the chair rail. During that attack, Lucerne saw that the girl had lost a lot of weight. He handed Alicia a mug of medicine, and I remembered her weakened body. He couldn't get it out of his head, and I found myself now thinking about her for no reason. It turned out to the man that this should be enough to please the emperor, and this only meant that it was time to return. The knight approached the general and spoke quietly into his ear. He said they wanted to see how he would react to the insult. The brunette realized that they were wondering whether he would throw out his defiled wife or not. Anger spread through Lucerne's body. He clenched his fists in rage, and his eyes lit up with hatred. The brunette decided that he would have to postpone his return home. The general suspected that the Marquis Fullman was to blame for the incident. After all, he was one of those who tremble over the secrecy of his personal life. The Marquis was afraid of his wealthy wife. It was only thanks to her blood connection with the royal family that he was able to legally raise his family. Fullman was actually afraid of losing his wife's money. The Marquis, chained to a chair, asked where he was. His eyes widened in fear and surprise when he saw Lucerne. The general blew out a cloud of smoke. peering at the Marquise, who was trembling with fear. Taking another drag, Lucerne noticed that the Marquis had a very bad hobby. He knew about the illegal gambling house. Fullman often gambled, surrounded by girls of easy virtue. When Marquis won 3 games in a row, he could move to the VIP room. Full Moon was surprised to see the dealer from the gambling house. The dealer was surprised that the Marquis took the girls with him and had a lot of fun. Full Moon was very surprised that the dealer was a man. The dealer turned out to be Knight Ian from the Order of the Black Lion. The Marquis tried to talk about his rights, emphasizing that he was an aristocrat of the Empire. Ian clattered his bag of torture instruments onto the floor. Full Moon continued to make excuses, explaining that it was just a gaming house. But noticing the torture instruments, the Marquis, a moment later, tried to explain that some kind of misunderstanding had occurred. Firmly squeezing the Marquis's chin, the general asked if he was really going to get away with it, and he was surprised that he was not ready to pay for everything. Lucerne was furious that he dared to touch his wife. With a grin, Ian promised the aristocrat that when everything was over, the best wizards of the Empire would erase his memory. The best wizards meant the twin knights. The knight said that when the Marquis opens his eyes, he will already be drunk in the hotel with traces of sexual intercourse, but at the same time remembering absolutely nothing. He took the hammer. The general came closer. He anticipated how upset the man's wife would be, and he assumed that he might not forgive him for this until the end of his life. Drops of blood scattered along the walls of the room.
The wizard was glad that he taught Marquis Fullman a lesson yesterday. After all, he was behind those people who dared to attack the lady.
The knight was so happy about this that if he had not been given the order to remain silent, he would definitely have boasted to her. The courtier Sophia was just about to take today's newspaper to her mistress. After a pleading, silent look from Lapis, Sophia offered to hand over the newspaper in her place. The lady offered the knight a cup of tea. Lapis burst into the room with delight, holding a newspaper in her hands. After looking at Mrs. Lapis, he quickly hid the newspaper behind his back. Elisha asked what happened. Visibly nervous, the young knight replied that it was nothing. The lady asked if there was anything interesting written in the newspaper. Lapis panicked because an article had been published about a moment of tenderness between the princess and the general. The carriage drove up to the gate. Lucerne has finally returned to his mansion. The knights and servants joyfully greeted the master. The young knight decided to divert the lady's attention from the newspaper. He started shouting that he wanted to eat apples. Elisha was surprised by his spontaneous behavior. The newspaper remained crumpled on the floor, and Lapis, literally pushing the lady away, said that he terribly wanted apples even before coming here. The girl wondered why he didn't tell the maid about this. Soon sliced apples appeared on a plate in front of the mage knight. He sat fidgeting in his chair. Lapis was surprised that now he was suddenly eating apples personally cut by the lady. He thought that he would definitely have to burn all the newspapers in the mansion before she saw them. Elisha casually said that she heard that there was an article about the princess and Lucerne on the front page of today's newspaper. The knight even dropped the fork from his hands in surprise. It turned out that the lady knew everything, and he tried so hard not to let it upset her, and the guy was surprised by her calm appearance at the same time. Elisha, smiling carefreely, asked if Lapis would like some more apples. The butler said that he was surprised when a few days ago, the gentleman returned late at night without any warning, and then he left at dawn without having had a proper rest. Lucerne enters the door, unbuttoning his shirt as he goes. He said that nothing should happen in the near future. Therefore, he will not be so busy anymore. Seeing the situation, he said that he felt a strong discrepancy with what he saw here last time. Henri said that in the 2 months that the gentleman had been away, a lot had already changed. Everything was sparkling clean, and Lucerne noticed that a general cleaning was underway. The butler confirmed this, clarifying that it was the madam's initiative, that she planned the placement of items in the house, that she organized the storage of expensive things, increased the efficiency of servants through efficient distribution of labor, and it increased people's desire to work, increasing their rest time. Henri said that the lady did all this alone. Lucerne said significant changes have taken place. The brunette saw 2 maids on the stairs. She said in surprise that she simply could not help but give that newspaper back, looking into those pleading eyes. The girl said that the lady should definitely know how much Mr. Lapice loved her. Lucerne coughed and the maids immediately became alarmed. They began to bow at the master's feet a little nervously. Then a joyful knight suddenly burst through the door. In his hands he carried a bag of bread and a ham. He asked the butler from the doorway where the lady was now. The guy wanted to say something else but stopped short when he saw the general. The brunette looked clearly unhappy, and now 3 of them stood in a row with a bow before the master in some fear. Lucerne was surprised that everyone was so eagerly looking for a meeting with his wife, whom he had not even seen himself. He asked the butler a question. He even shuddered a little, and he explained that it was all because the lady was a very kind and caring person. Henri said that she solved the servants' difficulties, and she even sorted out the problem of food, which greatly worried the knights. She raised the productivity percentage of all residents of the mansion. The servants and the knight nodded their heads in agreement in support of the butler's words. Lutzen thought that it was only towards him that Alicia was so careful. His face frowned. The man said that he urgently needed to see his wife, and he asked the butler where she was now. Lapis was pricking a slice of apple with a fork. He was surprised that the lady was not upset by the contents of that newspaper article on its first page. Alicia said that she didn't even know how to answer. The girl said that she knew that the general and the princess were not in such a relationship, and besides, even if there was something between them, she still couldn't do anything about it. The young knight asked the lady whether he should have taught the general a lesson for that. Elisha just laughed, amazed at Lapis's courage. And at this time, Lucerne had already approached the door to the room. He accidentally overheard part of that conversation. When Elisha noticed that they had come, and perhaps the man had heard their conversation, she became a little timid. Lucerne stood at the door and cast his piercing gaze at his wife. He said that he seemed to have interfered with their friendly and carefree pastime. The general ordered the young knight to leave from here and not bother the lady of this house. Lapis said offendedly that the mistress never told him that she was tired of him. The guy shrank under the authoritative gaze of the general. Lucerne saw a plate with slices of apples and a fork with them on the table. He told Lapis to leave it here. Soon the knight left. The man was sitting on the sofa, and Alicia stood next to him with a guilty look. Our heroine saw her husband in obvious tension. She swallowed nervously, and she couldn't understand why he looked like he was now in a bad mood. The girl mentally told herself that she simply could not understand him. Meanwhile, Lucerne took a plate of apple slices in his hands. He asked his wife why she didn't peel the apples for him. Elisha was surprised that her husband suddenly wanted fruit, and she was already about to call the maid Sophie. But then Lucerne's gaze fell on a crumpled newspaper thrown on the floor. He quickly picked it up and began to read. He answered his wife that he would like to eat something peeled by her hands, be it an apple or a peach. He said that since this happened, she could feed him in bed, and he himself quickly familiarized himself with the contents of the periodical press. The girl was surprised. After all, the husband came home after so much time, and she was surprised that the first thing he asked for was peeled apples in slices. Elisha was just about to fulfill her husband's wishes, but he grabbed her hand, and he said that he thought that she only bewitched him. But it turned out that this affected not only him. He was surprised that it seemed that all the people in this house had fallen in love with their mistress. Their fingers intertwined. The girl stammered and asked when she bewitched him. Lucerne kissed his wife's hand. He was surprised that she didn't remember, and he assured that she had bewitched him on the very first day of their meeting, when she snuck into his room in the middle of the night. The man pulled the girl by the hand towards him. She screamed involuntarily, losing her balance, but she rested her knees on his legs. The husband pulled Elisha by the neck with his other hand. He told her in her ear that she even managed to drag him down the aisle, and this was despite the fact that he never intended to get married. Lucerne touched the girl's lips with his finger. He asked her to look him in the eyes. The girl said that he really had a very good memory. When Elisha raised her gaze to her husband, he brought his face closer to her and his lips merged with hers. At that moment, the door to their room was wide open. Lucerne pulled away from his wife's lips and demanded that she take off her clothes. The girl was surprised by this, and she asked, clarifying whether it was worth doing this right now. Her husband assured her that he wanted to look at her. Elisha almost cried. Her eyes turned red and filled with moisture. The girl thought that her husband had a good time with the princess in the imperial palace, and now, having returned home, he tried to satisfy his needs with her. She, of course, could not do anything because she was his wife under contract. Elisha answered her husband that she did not want to undress alone. The man, after a pause, grinned back at her, and soon his light shirt lay on the floor. He asked the girl if she was satisfied now. Lucerne stood naked to the waist. His torso was beautiful. All of his muscles were contoured, emphasizing his physical strength. Elisha looked at her husband a little dumbfounded. The scars all over his body frightened her. He couldn't utter a word because of the excess of emotions. The girl timidly touched the scars with her fingers. She quietly asked herself what it was. Lucerne answered briefly that he received this back in the temple. The man said that as a child he lived in a temple under the leadership of Uncle Merk. Elisha asked him how it was possible to get such a wound while living in the temple. The general sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. He said that if an orphan living in such a place committed an offense, he was whipped as punishment. The girl was surprised that her husband was a bad child, and he replied that it was so by their standards. But then he put his hand on his wife's wrist and said that that was enough questioning. Lucerne grabbed his wife and threw her onto the bed. She didn't even have time to gasp. A second later, the man was already on top of her. He said affectionately that he was no longer able to restrain himself, but he believed that his wife's body was too weak. Elisha closed her eyes, and my husband said that doing it slowly would not be easy. She made a light, drawn-out sound as he entered her. At this moment, she felt strange, but at the same time very good. She couldn't hold back the sweet moans that escaped her. The man smoothly moved his hips while simultaneously covering his wife's body with kisses. At some point, she clenched her toes, but it was just the languor that spread throughout her tired body like a bonus for the titanic work done. Our heroine woke up in bed under the covers. Her husband sat next to her, naked to the waist. The girl opened her eyes and continued to lie on the pillow. She realized that it was already night, and it turns out that she and her husband spent the whole day alone in this room. Lucerne pierced her arm with his hand, moved closer and hugged her chest. He gently asked if she had woken up yet. The man tenderly kissed his wife's shoulder. Elisha admitted that after what they did to him, she couldn't even move. The husband told his chosen one that she should have gotten up and washed herself, and then he wanted her to wear something beautiful. The man offered to eat outside. Lucerne broke away from his wife and leaned back on the bed. He said that last time they didn't manage to have a normal dinner. The girl was surprised that he was going to eat at such a late time, and her face showed it. Restaurant on the ground floor. An empty table hospitably awaited our heroes. Nearby, the ladies were making noise. They ordered the waitress, constantly adding something else and laughing merrily at the same time. When they entered, the girl noticed that all eyes were directed at Lucerne. The employee bowed politely at the sight of the general and his wife greeting them. Elisha looked around. He thought that her husband attracted attention because he was handsome, or it was all because of his notoriety. The general made a displeased grimace. He said that he would grow old while he waited here for an offer of a free place at the table. The employee stuttered and asked him to forgive him. Lucerne pushed back the chair with both hands and invited his wife to sit down. The girl thanked him. Soon the married couple was already sitting at the table. The girl's face was a little distracted. The husband asked Elisha what she was looking for. She replied that she was not looking for anything, but she was simply confused by his unexpected offer to have dinner together. She said with a slight smile that these circumstances made her think that her husband wanted to introduce her to someone. He might want to introduce her to the princess, for example. The general poured red wine into a glass. He said he was having dinner with his wife, and he wondered why any performances were needed now. Elisha widened her eyes in surprise. For the first time, Lucerne consciously called her his wife. A man suddenly opened the doors to the restaurant. He was practically naked, but red lace lingerie was hanging from one shoulder. He shouted, "Help!" The man stood in the corridor in only his shorts. He screamed that he was attacked by a man dressed as a girl. At that moment, all eyes were turned to him. The blonde's naked torso was covered with traces of lips in women's lipstick. He asked someone to help him. One of the ladies in the restaurant hall asked in horror if this was not the staircase that led to the hotel rooms. Another said the man looked like he was caught by his wife cheating on her. Elisha thought she knew this man. Then she recognized him as the Marquis of Fulman, Carol's father. Meanwhile, 2 restaurant employees were fussing over the blonde. He was on his knees and tearing out his hair in despair. The blonde cried, held the restaurant employee by the leg and asked him to hide him. He answered the client that he should not behave like that. The employee took the poor man by the hand and began to pull him and lead him out of the restaurant. He shouted that they were looking for him. Elisha was surprised. She could not understand why Count Fulman, known for his excellent relationship with his wife, suddenly found himself in such a situation. Lucerne, meanwhile, raised his glass and calmly sipped the intoxicating drink from it. He said it was a very interesting sight. Alicia remembered how the maid led her to Carol. The lady, meanwhile, was sitting at a table with chess. She said that not so long ago her mother turned to a fortune teller for a prediction, and that she said that some sinister person had stuck to Jacob. The girl began to look as if at the ceiling, and she said that that person was stealing all her men. The lady was interested in who the girl was who was constantly hanging around her husband. Elisha was sitting at the restaurant table and also took a sip from a glass of wine. Another memory popped into her head. The girl was thrown to the floor of the cellar. She was surrounded by male servants. There was also a marquise with a blonde head. The blonde man twirled his mustache and addressed the girl with bad words, and he accused her of daring to stretch out her hands to his daughter's man. That because of her she is now sad and crying bitterly. And now the man was fidgeting in the arms of two restaurant workers. The girl remembered that their entire family was filled with unshakable confidence that Elisha was eager to get Carol's man. But now this exemplary family man finds himself in such a situation. The girl understood that some kind of unpleasant situation had definitely happened to the Marquis. Lucerne was tapping his finger on the table in a businesslike manner with his own rhythm. He asked his wife what she was thinking about so deeply. She shrugged it off as something trivial not worth his attention. Elisha realized that after returning, her memories seemed somehow incomplete. She remembered most of the events, but there were gaps between them. The man said that he noticed how his wife was still looking in that direction, and he assumed that she felt sorry for that unfortunate man. The girl narrowed her eyes and answered and asked in surprise who he was, so that she would feel sorry for him. Her husband told her that it was the Marquis of Fulman, Carol's father. Elisha didn't like the feeling of her husband probing her and testing her feelings, and she suspected that Lucerne himself was somehow involved in what happened to the Marquis. She suggested that all this could be the work of her husband, and she noted out loud that apparently Carol took after her father. The brunette snorted disdainfully at the Marquis and his problems. He asked his wife if it was tasty. The waiters did not discuss the Marquis in a flattering manner. One said that he was a rude person, and the other insisted that he also looked like a pervert. To the girl's affirmative answer, the husband noted that he was pleased to hear this. In fact, he enjoyed the lasting impression of the vacationers at the sight of the naked Marquis even more. The carriage drove along the road of the night city, breaking the night silence with the roar of its wheels. The man asked the blonde where she could find cooks for the mansion. The wife said that she first decided to make inquiries at the best permanent court in the area. There she found out that army cooks used to be responsible for cooking in their house. The girl decided to bring them under the command of the head cook, and this was not against the military regulations, since they are located on the territory of the mansion, so there is no need to worry. Piercing the girl with his cold gaze, Lucerne replied that he was not worried about it. He was curious how the thin woman came to such a decision. Her husband asked her if the Archbishop of the Rosary had helped her. Elisha noticed that she never gave her ready answers. Smiling, she explained that Rosaria had taught her a method. The girl realized that if you need answers, you need to choose the right place and the right people to ask them your question. The husband asked the girl how she decided on the food supplier. The blonde said that she learned how to keep a trading book in the monastery. And regarding the supply of products, she simply negotiated with existing suppliers. Lucerne became a little depressed from these conversations, crossing his arms over his chest. Then he sharply leaned towards the girl and asked her since when she became so smart. Turning to the side, the girl said that as a child she had absolutely no money. After all, her father did not pay for her stay in the monastery, and in order to survive, she needed means of subsistence. She ate the simplest food from a tin. Therefore, every time the girl visited the nearest village, she carefully looked around the market. Even then, she learned that branded products are sold more expensive than others. Packaging, label, color scheme, everything influenced the presentation and, accordingly, the saleability of the product. After this, the girl immediately went to the monastery and began creating a trademark. She suggested how best to promote alcohol, saying that it was made by monks from Morning Dew. Thanks to this girl's idea, its selling price almost doubled, and Miss Rosaria agreed to take the skinny girl as her student. Lucerne was surprised and impressed by this story. He grabbed the girl's hand, lifted her, and pressed her tightly to him. The man did not fully understand whether he had taken possession of the girl or whether she had pulled him towards her. The story told by the girl with every spoken word grabbed the man's soul more and more. Lucerne found this too suspicious. He jokingly asked if she had lived several lives. It was something surprising for him that his wife was so smart by the age of 14. Elisha involuntarily shuddered at such words. Taking her eyes away from her husband, the girl asked what was wrong. She reminded her husband that there are people like Lapis in the world. After all, at 14 years old, he was the second most powerful wizard in the empire. The girl tried to put her hand on Lucerne's chest, but he stopped her. The skinny girl assured that she would certainly be able to perfectly play the role of his wife. Elisha noted that if there are appropriate awards, she will try even harder. The man was impressed by the blonde's speech. He suggested calling a jeweler so that his wife could choose whatever she wanted. Elisha refused, and she said that she had no plans to go out in the near future, therefore she did not need jewelry. For a few moments, the girl regretted refusing. After the divorce, they would probably be useful to her. But now there were much more important plans. Namely, make Lucerne the head. The man was surprised by this change. After all, just a moment ago, the girl told him about the reward. Elisha explained that she would rather travel than these jewelry. Her husband asked if she wanted to travel around the world. Skinny explained that the nearby hot springs would be enough for her, and she suggested that if he was busy at this time, then she could go alone. The man agreed with her, and since we were talking about the nearest hot springs, he advised Ulif. The man hugged his wife tightly by the waist. She agreed with his opinion. Lucerne asked the blonde if she was happy. With a forced smile, the girl said that she would really like to go there. Before reaching home, Elisha fell asleep in her husband's arms. He gently kissed his sleeping wife's head. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the general's estate. The carriage with horses was loaded with things. The knights discussed that the newlyweds were going on a honeymoon to Ulif. The men were surprised that the gentleman was going on a honeymoon. It didn't look like him at all. Elisha handed the book to the head cook. It contained approximately a menu for soldiers. In the book, the girl also wrote down the necessary ingredients and the approximate cost. Lucerne was surprised by his wife's action. After all, she spent the whole night with the trading book. The girl broke up with her just before the trip. The blonde explained that it was natural. After all, they won't be able to take care of managing the mansion once they leave. Lapis turned to the lady. Elisha asked him what happened. Laszlo apologized for his brother, because he caused the lady a lot of inconvenience. The girl noticed that Laszlo was much older than her brother. The brothers informed the gentleman that before their trip, they had prepared a small gift for them. One of the brothers held out a gold bracelet with a small bell. The girl was delighted with the beauty of the gift, and she immediately put it on her hand. Lapis said that this is not just a bracelet. After all, if there is dark magic next to the bracelet, the bell will immediately begin to ring. Elisha said that this was the first time she had received such a wonderful gift. She promised them to wear this bracelet. The brothers bowed and wished the lady a good trip. Lucerne hugged his wife and led her to the carriage. With jealousy, he asked his wife if this was really the first time she had received such a wonderful gift. The skinny girl began to make excuses that she only said this because she was grateful. The brunette promised to entertain her properly, and asked her on this trip to never say that again. The man looked with his piercing gaze into his wife's eyes. This made the girl feel a little awkward. Elisha was delighted by the beauty of the hotel. She looked at the interior and the luxurious furniture there. Lucerne asked her to openly show her admiration. The brunette brought his wife to the most luxurious hotel in Ulifa, and he considered this place the most suitable for a honeymoon. Hearing a knock on the door, the girl became a little nervous. Elisha asked to repeat her husband's words. The manager said he was honored to welcome the couple to their hotel, and he suggested that if it would not be burdensome for Lucerne, he would appear at the reception today. The brunette quickly cut off this proposal. He replied that it would be burdensome for him. Elisha interrupted her husband and said that they would definitely come and thanked him for the invitation. The manager thanked the lady with a bow. The brunette asked his wife why go to the event if there is not the slightest desire. Elisha explained to his husband that attending a ball organized at such a resort would bring great benefits. After all, there you can establish connections with those people who are difficult to meet in everyday life. The husband explained to the girl that all he wanted was not to get out of bed with the girl for days on end. This is what Elisha feared. She quickly realized that she needed to take the situation into her own hands. Quickly turning around and looking into the man's eyes, the girl explained to him that there was not much time left before the reception, and preparations should have started now. The skinny girl was amazed at the presence of many noble people here. Lucerne calmly explained to his wife that it was now the height of the season. Elisha asked her husband how he planned to introduce her to people. The man looked questioningly at his wife, and I was surprised by this question. He said that he would introduce her as his wife. After all, there were no other options. The skinny girl lowered her eyes for a few moments. It seemed to her that many people hoped that Lucerne would develop a relationship with the princess. Taking the blonde's hand firmly, the man guessed what she was thinking about. Lucerne explained to her that he had only met the princess in the palace once, and that portrait on the cover was just the artist's imagination. The girl, a little perked up, looked at her husband with her sky-blue eyes. The man was surprised that the girl was worried about this. Elisha replied that he was mistaken. She trusted the man, and since he now decided to tell it, that means it was so. The man was pleased with his wife's meekness. The skinny girl felt people's gazes on her. She realized that they were not being talked about in the best light. It seemed to the girls that those around them believed that the general married a poor aristocrat for the sake of status. Clutching the hem of her dress tightly, the girl ordered herself not to lose heart. She even prepared a dress for tonight. 2 men in black suits greeted the general. They congratulated Lucerne on yet another victory. The men asked who the girl next to him was, suggesting that it was his wife. A man with blonde hair complimented Elisha. The girl thanked her and suggested that her old acquaintances had something to talk about. The man replied that she had a flair to match her beauty. Turning around, the girl offered to leave them. The graceful silhouette of the girl moved further and further away from Lucerne with every second. Sighing, Elisha took a glass of white wine. The girl realized that the general at this reception was not much easier than she herself. The 2 ladies approached the thin woman. The blonde greeted politely. The girl said that it was nice to meet her in such a place. The skinny girl looked into her glass with some sadness. The girls asked her if rumors about Marquis Fulman have reached Elisha's ears. The ladies were discussing that the Marquis had been caught in a very inappropriate manner, and his wife, the Marquise, even went to bed due to ill health after learning about this. The ladies asked what Lady Elisha thought about this. She guessed that they decided that she would say nasty things behind the backs of the Cartier family members. They are known for their bad relationships within the family. Khudishka explained that she was not particularly familiar with what was happening in Soviet society in the capital, and she asked if any interesting events were planned here in the near future. The green-eyed brunette said that a temple festival was about to take place soon. Elisha remembered that at the last festival, a fragment of the bone of the prophet Lystramp was sold. Thanks to this small fragment, the price of their lands increased incredibly. The lady in the blue dress laughed until she cried. After all, even after death, prophets give blessings to people. The skinny girl did not understand what to do with the huge money that she received, thanks to the sale of fragments of the bones of saints, and she doubted that this could be considered nobility. Elisha heard footsteps approaching behind her. When she turned around, she saw one of the heirs to the throne. He smiled maliciously and asked if it was not Lady Elisha who was in front of him. The blonde addressed the general and his companion with greetings. A blonde in a blue dress with a fan approached Lucerne from behind. An acquaintance of Lucerne noticed that this was the same girl who seduces and takes a man with her every night. The blonde guy told Lucerne that he was her target for today. The girl came up and took the general's arm. She asked whether the man and his wife enjoyed marital harmony. The blonde is squeezing the brunette's hand more and more tightly. She suggested that life was good for the newlyweds, but she offered to teach the man something more interesting. The general quickly pulled his hand away and slapped the girl a little in the face. The blonde pierced Lucerne through and through with her brown eyes. She noticed that his wife was undoubtedly very beautiful, but did not wear new dresses. The man asked the seductress what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The brown-eyed girl noticed that the edge of Elisha's hem had been finished in a way that had become obsolete several years ago. The seductress noticed that if you are already repairing an old dress, then you need to do it impeccably. Otherwise, there was a risk of becoming an object of gossip. In response, the man only looked contemptuously at the blonde. With a sneer, one of Cartier's heirs noted that Jacob's former servant was now Lady Elisha. The guy noticed how much the world is improving. Skinny was surprised that he remembered her name. The girl turned her back to him and explained that she had nothing to say to the heir. The man unceremoniously grabbed the girl's hand. He ordered the thin woman to be obedient and follow him. The blonde was furious that the man would allow himself to do this. The man said that he heard from Aryan that she was directly glued to Lucerne and was engaged in perversions with him. The man warned that Lucerne would never become a leader in his life, and so he advised the girl to choose the right side. Instead of being the bastard's legal wife, the heir invited Elisha to become the mistress of the next chapter. Cold drops of sweat ran down the girl's face. She realized that the man was now seducing her. Even in his past life, the heir experienced some strange desire. The girl just grinned. The blonde asked if it was true that Mr. Marco would be the next chapter. The girl unshakably asked the question if she could ask about this when meeting with the head. Elisha doubted that Mr. Marco would lead the family in the next generation. The heir clenched his fist tightly. He was furious that the girl dared to mock him. Lucerne said his wife is not the type to make fun of others. The husband suggested that Marco said something interesting to the girl. Marco turned around and was surprised by the general's sudden appearance. Lucerne calmly asked the guy to repeat what he said. Marco said through his teeth that he didn't say anything. The general was mockingly surprised at what a short memory his brother had. Lucerne slowly released the darkness from his hands. He quoted Uncle Murch. He said that if a person is stupid, then it is worth driving knowledge into his head properly. Power slowly enveloped Marco. Choking, he begged for help. Lucerne coldly asked his brother not to overplay his hand, assuring that he would not die this time. Despite Marco's dirty deed, the girl asked if everything would be okay with him. Elisha was worried what would happen if this reached the chapter. The husband assured her that this guy would not tell him anything. He believed that Marco would not be so disgraced that the bastard mocked him with inaccessible dark magic. The man assured his wife that he would never mention it. Elisha had no choice but to trust her husband's instincts. Walking into the hall again, the girl felt eyes on her and reported this to her husband. Alfalfa jokingly said that they thought they were crazy perverts, and they gossiped that they were ready to stick to each other anywhere. Lucerne said that while the girl was not around, several people approached him with immoral proposals. Apparently, they thought that since he was not restrained in his sexual desire, he would easily agree. The man noticed that one such bug also seemed to be stuck to his wife. Besides, it seemed that she was the most vile of them. Gently pulling the girl towards him for a kiss, Lucerne offered to meet everyone's expectations. The man gently kissed his wife's lips. He noticed that none of these midges would dare to come closer. In the bedroom, Alicia took off her dress. The man asked if the girl's clothes were new. Alicia said that she altered the dress that was in the mansion. Lucerne understood why the cost of clothing was so meager. Her husband asked her not to do this again. The skinny girl didn't understand what the man was getting at. The general explained that in high society no one would praise her for such a thing. The husband explained that instead of being frugal, it would be better if the girl uses his money and raises his reputation. Elisha's gaze went dark at these words. After all, she was sure that she sewed everything well. She tried to do it in a dress in her mother's style. The girl agreed and promised to go shopping tomorrow. Lucerne praised her for her obedience. Elisha remembered that, like in a past life, she overheard a conversation between the head and the general. The head thought she was very smart, and he believed that if it were not for her scar on her face, she could live in peace. The head would like to raise the girl, but considered her soul weak. Sighing, he was about to take her back to Jacob. Lucerne believed that by contacting their family, the girl had lost her path to a quiet life. The head asked if he felt pity for her. He explained that it would be disrespectful to the life he led. Lucerne noticed that this girl named Elisha seemed very beautiful to him in a green dress. The girl remembered that Lucerne gave the impression of a man who was ready to play with any girl, and in general at that time she had never worn anything green. The lady apologized to Nora that such a high-ranking knight was introduced to Elisha during a shopping trip. Nora could not miss such a chance to win the favor of her mistress. She remembered that Lapis had boasted that he was the only knight whom the lady had treated with something in person. Nora understood that she definitely needed to create memories with her mistress that were not inferior to Lapis. Nora decided that the mistress would not buy it. She will agree that it is beautiful. Alicia asked if she could stop by Spencer's brokerage for a moment. Nora asked her if this was not the real estate agency that the lady visited in the capital. The thin woman explained that all the wives of aristocrats have villas. She explained that in order to maintain a conversation with them, she would need to learn more. Nora became a little depressed. After all, an aristocrat would have a lot to learn. The knight felt sorry for the lady because she had a very difficult time. She opened the door with a creak. Elisha heard a familiar voice and looked into the room. There she saw Marco's wife. She explained that she needed this land, and if it came to an auction, she asked the employee to be her representative at the auction. The man hesitated a little, because representation at the auction was illegal. Arian explained that she knew the man was an expert in this field. Marco's wife asked that her name not be disclosed. She asked if the man could do this. Elisha closed the door. Noticing Nora's incomprehensible look at herself, the girl explained that Marco's wife was there. Hearing the creak of the door, the thin woman quickly hid around the corner. Nora quickly followed her mistress. The skinny girl watched as Arian's silhouette slowly moved away. Taking out several gold coins from her pocket, the girl asked the knights to find out what land Arian wanted to get. The mistress explained that according to rumors, Carol and Arian are not as simple as they seem. The girl explained that now she is kind of like an advisor to her husband, and she thinks it was worth getting some useful information for him. Nora understood that the lady was doing enough. This meant that she also worried about such things. Pressing her chest in her hand, the knight promised not to let her down and to find out everything. Nora creaked into the agency, leaving Elisha standing alone. Soon they were on their way to their destination. The girls told the coachman that they would quickly return and asked him to wait for him here. The man asked what kind of business a noble lady might have on these endless plains. The lady just smiled back at him. Elisha wondered if this was the land Arian was targeting. Nora suggested that there was something valuable here. The knight was surprised that not a single blade of grass grew in this place. The bell on Elisha's hand rang. A few moments later, the bracelet shattered with a crash. Elisha was disappointed because it was a gift from Lapes and Lasley. Picking up the broken bell, the girl said that this bracelet reacts to unclean energy. Nora noticed that there were no signs of the presence of a monster here. The knight reached for her sword. Elisha suggested that the thing Lapes made was not working correctly. Visibly nervous, she said that this simply could not happen. After all, things made by Lapis and Lasley never broke. Elisha doubted that it wasn't the monsters and that it was just a coincidence. She had a bad feeling that such a strange thing happened exactly in the territory that Arian wanted to get. And the thin woman explained that if she knew a little more about this place, she would have looked for answers to the very end. After arriving, Nora made a report about the mistress's day. Lucerne asked what kind of suspicious land and Arian were. Slamming the book shut, the man pierced the knight with his gaze. The girl said that after she escorted the lady and the carriages, she examined everything again. Nora didn't notice anything special there. The girl was ready to be punished because when the bracelet broke, the mistress slightly injured her wrist. Smiling, Lucerne noticed that his wife had discovered something interesting. The general was surprised that shopping alone was not enough for his wife. The man took out a book and asked to show where the land was located. Nora pointed her finger at the map and showed the approximate area of the land. Throwing the book to the knight, Lucerne ordered him to prepare everything. After all, he could not refuse such a gift prepared by his wife. A married couple was sitting on the sofa. The stupidity of Marco and his wife turned out to be incredible luck for them. Carol noted that they were lucky that they didn't give up the investigation halfway through. The wife told Jacob about the land that Arian wanted so badly to get. Jacob would never have thought that the land was hiding some kind of secret. Hugging her husband, Carol shared that taking away that land without disdaining any methods was an excellent decision. Elisha opened her eyes and stood up. The girl asked her husband what he was doing and why he was not sleeping. The man asked if she should first ask where he was going. Lucerne gently touched his wife's bandaged hand, to which the thin woman, a little embarrassed, replied that it was just a small scratch. And in general, if the truth had been injured, it would have made no difference. The general asked his wife to stand up. The brunette wanted to show what treasure Elisha had found. The man again took the skinny woman to that piece of land. Only the dim light of the lantern in the knight's hand broke through the darkness of the night. The girl did not understand what had changed since yesterday. Lucerne said that the shadows discovered something underground. The man covered the entire area with his magic. If fluctuations appear in the magic, this would mean that there is a monster or magic stones nearby. The knight said that hesitation really appeared. But as Nora reported, there was not a single monster nearby. He assumed there was something else going on here. The dry ground parted with a crash and a small chest emerged from it. Lucerne said that they found a hidden secret device. The knight believed that the lady should not look further. Lucerne ordered the contents to be shown to his wife. The man was sure that his Elisha was the kind of person who would probably want to see this. Lucerne pulled the door handle. The girl and the knight were at the top, illuminating with a lantern. The prophet Lystramp, who died 8 years ago, was hidden underground. Elisha looked at the burial in horror. A man was lying on a lot of gold coins and precious stones. Lucerne said he personally verified the presence of the distinctive blue tattoo that only appeared on saints or prophets. He had no doubt that this was indeed Lystramp. Elisha was shocked that the bone pieces that were being sold in the temple did not belong to the prophet. A grin spread across the brunette's face. Marco's trading company monopolized the sale of relics, enlisting the support of Uncle Murch. The girl suggested that with the help of this one body, it was possible to destroy both of them. Elisha realized that Jacob and his wife had discovered this in a past life. The skinny girl knew that the earth kept all the secrets. But this... The knight told the lady that bonds and a bank book were found near the body, as well as treasures and a high-quality magic stone. The knight called it Lystramp's secret vault. The girl was horrified that the prophet committed suicide right in the vault. Lucerne explained to Elisha that there was a puncture wound on the body, which meant he had been killed. The general noticed that there were still plenty of mysteries, and it was clear that he should have thanked his wife for finding it. The girl replied that she was just lucky. And be that as it may, now information has appeared that can deal Marco a fatal blow. Alfalfa chuckled. He hugged his wife and thanked her. He admitted that a lot of thoughts were spinning in his head. And he knows from his own experience that the sweetest thing always turns out to be a trap. To begin with, Lucerne suggested going back. It would be a disaster for him if his wife caught a cold. The man decided to leave some of the shadows here so that no one else could discover the coffin. Putting his arm around his wife's shoulders, the man suggested discussing the details upon returning home. In a past life, Carol took these lands from Arian. And this was not some special calculation, but just an ordinary whim. Carol intended to build herself a country house in an abandoned area and go there 4 years later. But the wizard she hired to help with the design revealed to her the secret of these lands. Elisha remembered that this was when Marco's influence began to crumble. Prophet Lystramp was from a lower-class background. His large family constantly required care, and therefore he grew up to be a truly greedy person for money. The man refused to donate his dead body, citing absurd conditions. As a result of this, the temple lost the opportunity to trade his relics. Mirha, unable to easily accept the refusal of a man from a lower class, tried to kill him with the help of Marco. However, the wounded Lystramp managed to hide in a secret vault, and presumably already inside he died from a mortal wound. It seemed to Elisha that now all the pieces of this puzzle were falling into place. According to rumors, the owner of this land was Lystramp's secretary. Lucerne noticed that the secretary was the prophet's brother and looked very similar to him. The secretary has been missing for 8 years now. The blonde suggested that Lystramp's brother was sacrificed in place of the prophet, whose body could not be found. Lucerne noted that the land, after several years of non-payment of taxes, will soon be put up for auction. The man noticed that Arian had no idea that the body was there. If Marco's wife knew about this, she definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for the auction. She would have already started acting. Elisha said that some unpleasant feeling was haunting her. The wife noticed that they did not need the land itself, and he suggested just hiding the body. The man suggested that this was impossible. It was suspicious that the body of the man who died 8 years ago was still in the same condition. All this was due to a temporary barrier that appeared only when magic and divine power collided. Only the magic stone and the strength of the deceased now maintained the safety of the corpse. If a body is removed from the ground by force, it will simply melt. Lucerne said that the lower part of the prophet's body had already begun to melt. Sighing, the general explained that not only he but no one would be able to remove the body from that land. Elisha summed up that the first one to receive the land will also get Marco's main weakness into his hands. In the morning, they already arrived at the hotel. Ian helped the lady out of the carriage. The knight asked for further instructions regarding the land. The general asked to wait. He will give further instructions soon. Lucerne reminded his wife that they had an exciting conversation ahead of them. The girl's gaze dropped a little. Entering the hotel room, the husband asked the skinny woman how much she knew. The girl said that she only knows that Arian really wants to get a very unexpected piece of land, and Jacob and Carol understand this very well too. Grinning, Lucerne asked if his wife was warming her ears in Jacob's office again. Lowering her eyes, the girl answered in the affirmative. Alicia explained that she did not know the details. She just decided that if two families were targeting that land, it meant that some kind of conspiracy was brewing. Sitting down on the sofa, Lucerne noticed that the girl's words made sense. Penetrating the girl with his gaze, the man noticed that the story was not ideal. And I saw no point in digging further. The man smiled and said that he should ignore it, looking at such a charming pledge. The man gently lifted his wife's face by the chin. Averting her gaze, Alicia explained that she was only following Lady Arian. He said that yesterday at the reception the girl met Marco. Alicia's eyes widened in horror. The girl grabbed her husband's hand and asked if he suspected her of having an affair with Marco. Lucerne began to suspect his wife of conspiracy, and maybe even more intimate relationships. The girl felt a little sad that for her husband she still remained a suspicious person. She realized that she now needed to show her husband that she was completely on his side. Alicia reached out to her husband's hand, but he sharply pulled his hand away, not allowing her to touch himself. She insisted that she really wanted him to become the head. But if Marco or Jacob takes this place, they won't just leave her alone. After all, if Lucerne received the protection of the Emperor, then she did not. The girl said that besides, it really seemed to her that Lucerne was better than the other grandchildren of the current head. Moreover, he was also a general who saved their country. Alicia was sure that there was nothing strange about giving preference to the strongest contender. She assured him of the sincerity of her words, that she wanted to be on his side. This cheered the man up a little. He said that his wife was becoming sweeter and he was surprised that he had nothing to answer her. Lucerne said that he could survive her some suspicion, but not knowing what kind of relationship she and Marco had had, made his blood flow in the opposite direction. The man, holding his wife by the back of her head, brought his head closer to her. He asked what kind of contract he finally concluded with her. Alicia said that according to his conditions, she had to make her husband the head of the Cartier family, and in return he gave her complete freedom. Lucerne said that all this was true. The girl argued that if this was not enough, then she could also offer him her fidelity in addition. Alicia looked straight into her husband's eyes. She assured that in the future she would never be as devoted to another man as she was to him, and therefore she asked in the future not to associate her anymore with a person like Marco. The girl assured that she was already sick just from such a thought. Lucerne narrowed his eyes and said that he understood everything. He held the girl by the hand. The husband asked if he could count on a reconciliatory kiss. Alicia asked him to wait, but the man had already brought his face closer to her and tenderly began to touch his wife's lips. Having thrown her back onto the bed, Lucerne held his wife by the wrists, and she didn't understand how they came to this again. The afternoon sun was already shining brightly through the window. Our heroine had just opened her eyes. She was surprised that it was already day. The man hugged Alicia. He wondered what his quick-witted wife was planning next. The girl said that first it was necessary to make sure that Marco and his wife did not find out about the secret hidden in that land, so that they do not understand that they were going to take possession of that site for a special reason. Lucerne asked how she was going to do this. The girl claimed that the best option was to provoke Marco. The man bit his wife on the neck. She screamed in surprise and began to scold him for his prank. Lucerne was surprised that his wife offered to seduce Marco. He asked if she had come to her senses yet. Alicia stuttered and said that she really meant seduction, but she didn't offer herself in this role, and she admitted that her husband could seduce Ariane. This puzzled the man quite a bit. The girl confirmed that it would be easier for him than for her, but before that she wanted to know some details. Alicia wanted to know what kind of relationship existed between her husband, Marco, and the high priest Manhwa-Hub. The girl thought that she herself was aware that they were hostile to each other, but she believed that it was better to find out the detailed circumstances from the first person. Lucerne lay down more comfortably on the pillow, placing his hands under his head. He told his wife that everything was exactly as she thought. He said that as a child, living in the temple, he was tormented by Uncle Manhwa-Hub. At that time, Marco was also a teenager. But there is no way a magician can defeat Lucerne. Studying archery, memorizing scripture, Lucerne was better in everything. And every time Uncle Mirka reprimanded his son for this. Once Marco was even caught when he wanted to start an open fight with Lucerne. Our heroine thought to herself that if Marco grew up constantly comparing himself to Lucerne, then his weak point must have been his sense of inferiority. The man assured that he could never become his rival in his life, but only once did he become truly afraid. That day, Uncle Mirka scolded Marco severely, and then the guy put poison in the food of Alfalfa. Fortunately, it was not fatal. But for several days, his vision was completely lost. The boy, fearful that he would be blind for life, clung to the priest's robes with prayers, but none of them helped him. The girl asked what he was begging them for then. Lucerne replied that he no longer remembers everything that happened then. Most likely, he then asked to save him, and said that he could not see anything. Our heroine remembered how she ran through the forest. They overtook her and shouted to grab her. After all, Messrs. Arian promised to give a special reward to the one who catches that girl. Elisha then thought that she could not die like this. Her breathing was labored from running so fast she was almost out of breath. Then she crashed into the man. He grabbed her. The girl asked to save her. She said she didn't see anything, and she begged over and over again to have mercy on her. The general asked what else it was, and he himself looked at the blonde with the most serious look, assessing the current situation. Elisha said she didn't know anything, and she was only instructed to deliver a letter from Mrs. Carroll. Crumpled paper flew into the girl's face. The mistress shouted at her to speak now. She was interested in how Carroll learned the secrets of the earth. The lady called Elisha offensive names, and today she threatened to cut off at least one of her hands before sending her back. The blonde was shaking all over, and Arian held out the bandage with her hand, and she suggested that if she wanted to save her limbs, then she should run away from here. Elisha told the man that if he pretended not to notice her, she would never forget his kindness. Lucerne untied the girl's hands from behind. He asked her not to come into his sight again. At this time, he quietly placed a gold coin in the belt of her dress. Elisha, having already moved a little away from the man, thought to herself that she had already heard this voice somewhere. Having her hands already free, she was able to untie her eyes. Having run a decent distance, the girl pulled out an old gold coin from her belt. She was surprised that the man gave her to pay for the bandage on her hands that he took. The young man ran and shouted to the temple guards that they had come to them for revenge, and he called on them to go out to fight with them. The man recognized them as Knights of the Black Lion, and he ordered his people to retreat. Elisha thought with horror that if there really were the Knights of the Black Lion here, then that person was definitely Lucerne. And now, sitting naked under the blanket, the girl understood the reason why the man helped her then. Lucerne said that he told all this at her request, and he was offended that his wife did not listen to him at all. Elisha denied this. She said she thought it was finally time to pay Marco back for what he did to him back then. A few days later, Elisha was putting on earrings, and Lucerne asked her if everything was ready. He clarified to his wife that it was about the plan that she told him about. The blonde was just fastening the clasp. She assured that she had checked everything and that for sure Marco and his wife will really be at this evening. The general looked at his wife appraisingly. He was surprised that these were all her jewelry. The girl half-turned to him and asked what else was needed. The man claimed that the noble ladies he knew usually hung a bunch of jewelry around their necks and hands. Elisha assured her husband that she wanted to wear the bracelet given by Lapis, but it broke. As for the necklace, there was a tracking mark on her neck anyway, and therefore the meaning was lost. The man became thoughtful. It was as if he was waiting for something. But then there was a knock on their door. A knight looked through the crack in the door and told the general that the jeweler had already arrived. Lucerne ordered him to be let in. Elisha asked in surprise why her husband called the jeweler, but he had already gone to meet the master, ignoring her question. Soon there were many jewelry boxes on the table in front of Elisha. The jeweler says that she can take her time and take a good look at everything. He assured that he had selected only the most valuable specimens. The man asked to see his most valuable possessions. He said that this girl simply needed shock therapy. The jeweler opened the box and smilingly showed off its contents. He said that this bracelet received the highest estimate at last year's jewelry auction. The guy assured that the advantage of the product was that it fit perfectly on any hand. Its size could be adjusted thanks to a screw adjustment mechanism. Elisha noted that apparently such a bracelet would be difficult to remove on its own. The jeweler advised using the help of your spouse. He assured that such a thing was the most proof of love. Lucerne asked his wife's opinion. She replied that this shine and the ability to adjust the wrist looked more like handcuffs to her. The general was surprised by his wife's opinion, and he said that he liked the product. He told the jeweler that they were buying this bracelet from him. The guy expressed gratitude. Lucerne said that the jeweler could leave all the remaining jewelry here too, and he promised that his assistant would write him a check outside. The general grabbed his wife by the wrist and pulled her towards him. He asked if she would now miss the bracelets she received from other men. The girl believed that Lapis was still a child, but the general was sure that he was nevertheless a man, and in this case, he asked not to upset his husband. Lucerne brought his hand to the back of his wife's head. Shadows began to touch the mark on her neck. Soon it was all over. Elisha touched her neck and asked her husband what it was just now. He replied that he hid her mark with shadows. He reported that, however, it did not disappear completely. He said it was just a little trick. The girl asked why her husband did this. He replied that if he had known about her desire to hide her, he would have done so long ago. The blonde said that she did not think that the day would come when the mark would not be visible. Lucerne said that it seemed that his wife was more pleased with this than with the jewelry. He said that he understood her feelings. Elisha thanked her husband for his understanding and for the gift of jewelry. The general extended his hand to his wife, inviting her. He said that the ball would start soon, and he said that he was going to follow her plan, but on one condition. Elisha put her hand on her husband's. Lucerne said that he forbids her to smile at Marco. The girl muttered that he was getting back to his own thing. The girl asked her husband offendedly, why then did he even decide to follow her plan if he didn't trust her so much? The general said that even if it was a trap, Elisha was still in his hands, so he had nothing to lose in this case, and it won't be difficult for him to deal with other problems. Lucerne called on his wife to go already, but judging by the expression on her face, she was a little scared. The banquet hall was generously lit. The general and his beautiful wife entered the event arm in arm. The ladies whispered after them when they saw the couple. Some said that the lady's outfit was so beautiful. Another echoed that her cape and bracelet must have been very expensive. Elisha thought that her husband must have spent a lot of money, but she began to drive away these thoughts from herself, convincing herself why she should worry about it at all. The blonde told her husband that their goal today was to deprive Marco and Arian of their composure. The girl said that according to rumors, Arian was very proud, and she couldn't stand it when they started comparing her with someone. The wife began to say something in Lucerne's ear. The discussion was about what to do in this case. The man asked his wife in surprise whether he should have gone so far. Elisha insisted that she and Arian had personal scores to settle. The general thought for a moment at first, but then he agreed with his wife's plan. He proudly raised his head and walked away from her. He told himself that if this was his wife's desire, he was ready to happily play dirty. Elisha still caught many appraising glances, and they still burned right through it. Our heroine was adjusting the ruffle on her dress. She surprised herself at how much life could change in such a short period of an hour. And now so many noble ladies honored her with their attention. Then a man approached her. He began to address the girl with an offensive greeting. He was surprised that the girl from the bottom came to the party again. He blamed her because she, like that bastard, did not know their place. Elisha continued to smile without losing her composure. She asked Mr. Marco if everything was fine with him. After all, last time he looked like he was in a lot of pain. The man became aggressive, calling her impudent. She began to approach her with clenched fists. The girl, as if accidentally remembering, said that because of his proposal, her husband was very jealous. She reminded him of his offer to become her mistress for the next chapter. Marco angrily said that this was not a proposal. Elisha cooed tenderly that there was no point in worrying about it now for the man. She recalled that her husband's character was difficult, that Lucerne usually returns as much as it received. The girl urged Marco to look, pointing him in the direction. Lucerne was just approaching a group of ladies, among whom was Arian. Elisha claimed that she was very interested in what they were talking about. The man narrowed his eyes angrily. A few minutes ago, Arian heard the ladies talking. One asked the other if she had seen the general with his wife. Another insisted that the rumors were true, that the beauty of the couple was truly eye-catching. The first argued that in comparison with him, other men of the Cartier family were faded and ugly. But then the ladies noticed that Arian had approached them and asked forgiveness for not noticing her. The newcomer's face was frowning and twisted into a grimace. Soon Lucerne himself was in a hurry to approach them. He called Arian by name. The girl turned around and, surprised, greeted the general. He casually threw her. "Long time no see." The blonde was jealous of Ariane that such a famous handsome man greeted her. The brown-haired woman was surprised at their warm relationship. After all, she thought that relations within the Cartier family were bad. Ariane chuckled contentedly. She smiled at Lucerne. The lady said that after his marriage he began to attend social events more often. The man said, reducing the personal space between them, that it wasn't about marriage at all. He said that it just seemed to him that Ariane needed his help lately. That's why he decided to give it to the pretty lady. The girl thanked her for the offer, but she assured him that she did not need any help. Lucerne kissed the girl's head, and he said that he didn't think so. He said that there was a rumor that there was land that she certainly wanted to get, and that recently she even made a fuss at the agency. Ariane asked in surprise how he knew this. The general answered mysteriously that it was impossible to get caught doing what you really wanted. He said that these were the foundations of the Cartier family, which she still had a long time to learn. The brunette told the lady that Marco was pursuing his wife, so he also thought of taking away an expensive item from her husband. He said that judging by the expression on her face, it would be much more effective to deprive him of that land rather than his wife. Elisha grabbed the general's arm. She asked her husband, smiling, if he had enjoyed the conversation enough. Lucerne, with a contemptuous twist of his face, insisted that compared to her, this woman was very boring. Marco ran down the stairs. He called his wife by name. Having caught up, the man covered his wife with himself, called Lucerne bad names. He accused him of daring to mock his wife. Lucerne asked Marco defiantly who was the first to anger him first, and he assured that he was only returning it back to him in the same coin. He told him not to even dare to pester his woman. The general said that he had heard that Ariane was going to build a new country house on the land in Ulifa. The lady's face was turning red before her eyes. The man paused and smiled. He said that he had decided to suddenly acquire that plot of land and build a residence there for his wife. Elisha, theatrically looking into her husband's eyes, asked if he would really buy real estate in her name. She assured that she would really like to get the land that Marco was going to buy for Ariane for himself. Lucerne hugged his wife. He said that he would do this to please her. The faces of Marco and his wife were twisted with anger. The general said goodbye to them, promising to surprise them soon at the auction. The girls discussed local rumors. Everyone was especially interested in the question of that scandal with the Cartier family. The fat woman was surprised and could not understand why they were competing for an empty piece of land. Another said that the second grandson and the general created a mess while deciding which of them would build a residence there for his wife. The guy at the market told his friend that the price for that plot without that should have been very high. The woman said that the owner of the land had disappeared, and the debts accumulated over the years were simply enormous. The aristocrat said that it was very similar to the Cartier family, that they are accustomed to measure themselves with pride and throw money away with all their might. Her interlocutor assured that she had even heard that she was deprived of hot springs, and it turned out, in their opinion, that this was a battle of momentary impulses. The lady was still extremely surprised that the general got involved in this dispute. She suggested that he lost his head through his wife. Carol heard it all. She put the cup on the table. The girl, having analyzed what she had accidentally heard, snorted under her breath. The man slapped Marco. Marco's father was furious that his son couldn't handle even such a small thing. The long-haired man said he had a bad feeling. Because of this, the man ordered the heir to move and buy this land as quickly as possible. Merha did not understand what his son was thinking when he involved Lucerne and Jacob's wife in the auction. Panting with excitement, Marco explained that he had tried his best to keep everything secret. He said that they were caught because of Ariane. Marco's father knew that the bastard was Listrump and disappeared not far from the site. The man said that they were never able to find his body. With madness on his face, Marco asked if he really thought that the prophet was still alive. The heir claimed that he struck with a knife until Listrump's breathing ceased. The man hit the table with his fist in rage, causing Marco to press his head into his shoulders. The man ordered everything to be done properly when the bidding begins. The father said that the papal election would soon take place, and he certainly had to take this post. Only then will he guarantee Marco's future. Lowering his eyes to the floor, he said that he knew it. Merha expected this even while he lived in the temple, and now he regretted that he could not do what he had planned. The man planned to break him, but not hunger, not insult, not beatings did not frighten Lucerne. If the head had not recognized his stubborn desire for life and had not taken the boy with him, the boy would have died in the temple long ago. After this incident, the head began to look at Father Marco with disgust. He initially gave preference only to Stephen and Maitland. Manhwa-Hub promised never to lose to the hated brat. The girl was sitting in the breath of the spring wind cafe. Some girl turned to Lady Elisha. The brown-eyed girl offered to drink a cup of tea together. A subtle smile appeared on the blonde's face. There was tea and many different delicious desserts on the table. The girl said that she had heard that lately the lady often comes here. Elisha said that her husband limits her to walking alone for safety reasons. But fortunately, he didn't mind visiting this cafe. The skinny girl said that she likes to look at people passing by. Thanks to this, she could understand how and where the capital was moving. The girl thought that Elisha was much smarter than she herself expected. Nora stood behind the mistress, closely watching everything. The brown-eyed girl noticed that Elisha was accompanied by Nora de Mart, who was considered one of the best knights of Lucerne. A new friend noticed that Lucerne was really in love with this girl. The girl asked the skinny woman if she could call her Elisha. The blonde answered positively. The princess laughed and told the girl that now she could also call her by name. The skinny girl noticed that the princess's status was too noble for something like that. The princess thought about the fact that Elisha respected formalities so much. She started a topic about participating in the next auction. Her Majesty suggested that the girl leave the game for her own good. She noticed that the people from the Cartier family are scary, and there is a possibility that they will want to take Alicia's life. The general's wife lowered her eyes to the floor. Elisha began to worry and voiced whether the princess suspected her of being a bad influence on the general. The general, who usually did not pay attention to the dispute between the brothers, this time decided to join them. The princess thought that there were rumors that Lucerne had got a beautiful wife, and was completely blinded by her. The princess asked if Alicia was going to stop the general, who knew all the dangers. But she asked if her husband Lucerne was like someone who could be so fascinated by a girl. The skinny girl remarked coldly that she doesn't want her husband to run away with his tail between his legs. The princess thought that even if she didn't really like the girl, but Her Majesty was also against Lucerne being disgraced, and the princess offered her help in the auction. Her Majesty said that aristocrats have several fundamental facts. One of the main factors was the appearance in which they appeared to people. Her Majesty reminded that appearance at auction should directly scream confidence. The princess offered to introduce the skinny girl to a suitable designer. Alicia didn't even think about it at first. But now I realized that I needed to find out what those two would be wearing. The princess was surprised how Alicia was going to figure out something like that. Her Majesty reminded that the battle of lady styles is very difficult. But the skinny girl was sure that it was not so difficult. After talking in the cafe, the girls already going out into the street wished each other a successful journey. The mistress asked Sophie if she could give her one more assignment. Smiling, the maid replied that she could do anything for her mistress. The skinny girl asked the maid to go into the alley and go into the clothing store. Elisha gave Sophie a bag of gold coins and asked her to give them to a worker named Lilu. The day of trading has arrived. Carol stepped out of the carriage in her luxurious dress. The deep pink dress with different gemstones accentuated her beauty. The girls began to admire and discuss Carol, which was difficult to argue with her beauty. The guard blocked the entrance with his hand. He warned that the knight would not be able to pass with the girl, and he said that the knight would have to wait on the second floor with the audience. The knight wanted to object, but Carol quickly stopped him. The woman convinced him that she would be fine and that she needed to follow the rules. The carriage door creaked. Turning around, the girl saw Arian in a luxurious blue dress. For a few moments they made eye contact, after which they turned away from each other as if nothing had happened. The girls were wondering if the third daughter-in-law had dressed up well. Soon Lady Elisha's carriage arrived. The thin woman was wearing a beautiful dress and expensive gold jewelry. There was a delicate pink flower in her hair. The skinny girl remembered how in a past life she went to a clothing salon before the auction day. Then she went to pick up Carol's dress. Elisha thanked Lulu and asked if everything was done in the best possible way. Then the blonde reminded that last time Lulu barely managed to meet the deadline, which is why Mrs. Carroll was furious. The seamstress asked if the blonde really thought that she was harming her on purpose. Then she became furious and called Elisha ungrateful. wondering that such people always wanted so much. In a past life, the thin woman reported to Carol that she had brought her dress. She decided to try it on instantly. When Elisha was helping the mistress put on her dress, she accidentally pricked her with a pin. Carol was furious and asked the maid what she was doing. The girl with shaking hands took out a pin. Carol accused the slave that she intended to plant a pin and wanted to hurt her. Without hearing the debtor's explanation, Carol promised that she would make the girl experience 20 times more pain. The reason Lulu got into trouble every time was because Carol never left a tip. Then Elisha realized that it would not be difficult for her to bribe the seamstress. Elisha realized that Carol could use the same trick. This meant that as soon as she received information about the dress of the first, everything would become clear with the dress of the second. The clothes Mrs. Elisha was wearing were insanely expensive. She was ready to give credit to Lucerne's shock therapy. The girls looked at Elisha, and judging by appearance alone, the winner of the auction would probably be her and the general. Carol quickly put a fake smile on her face. Jacob's wife told Elisha that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she missed her very much. Carol invited Lady Elisha to go together to the waiting room that had been prepared for them. Arian noticed that it would be stupid to compete with each other and throw away huge sums of money. Carol joked that Lucerne had spent a lot of money paying off Elisha's debt. Carol further tried to provoke Elisha by rolling her eyes. Jacob's wife assured the girl that her husband would hate her if she wasted so much money. Smiling, Elisha noted that even if she gave up, Arian would definitely not make concessions. Arian became noticeably nervous and cold drops of sweat began to flow from her face. Elisha asked Lady Arian if she was right. The woman shuddered. Unable to restrain herself, Arian accused Elisha of instigating Lucerne from the very beginning. The girl said that Marco escalated the situation by inviting her to become his mistress. Barely holding back a smile, Carol watched the quarrel. Blushing, Arian replied that this was not something Elisha should be interfering with. Marco's wife explained that she was ready to compete with Carol. It was now important for Arian to explain to Elisha the difference in their position. Carol decided to get involved in the conversation. Noting that they were born real aristocrats, she believed that a beggar tramp could not obtain the status of a noble lady by marrying a bastard. Elisha calmly asked whether they were seriously considered real aristocrats. The girl asked whether they were aristocrats with deep history and knowledge and good manners. Laughing, Arian replied that they were exactly like that. Smelling the red rose, the girl reminded that Arian's family is aristocrats for 14 generations, and Carol's family for 9. Elisha agreed that they had a wonderful pedigree, and she reminded that the family of Count Lore is aristocrats in the 24th generation. Thanks to knowledge from her past life, the blonde knew that Arian despised Carol, that she was only a 9th-generation aristocrat. The girl was surprised that this knowledge was so useful to her now. Carola disdained being in the same room with Elisha. Arian assured that she understood her. After all, their levels were completely different. The general's wife stood up without paying attention and replied that she would go to the auction first. Grunting with displeasure, Arian shouted after the girl that there was a place that suited her much better. As she left the room, Elisha froze for a few moments. Looking contemptuously at the aristocrats, she decided for herself that she would not react to every barb. The skinny girl calmly walked along the corridor. She asked herself a silent question in which direction the auction was taking place. Having stopped, the girl heard footsteps behind her. She involuntarily shuddered but did not have time to turn around. The man covered her mouth with his hand and threw her to the floor. The brunette ordered her to sit quietly and promised not to touch her. The man held a sharp dagger in his hand. He promised that if the girl tried to escape, he would make sure that there was no living space left on her. Elisha didn't understand whether there was any other value in this land, although now it didn't matter to her because if she failed, death definitely awaited her. The girl thought about it, because the guards were prohibited from entering here and the rope had been prepared in advance. Elisha immediately realized that it was the work of Carol and Ariani. The girls always behaved more disgustingly than one would expect. Elisha realized that she couldn't give up like that. She didn't want Lucerne to brand her a useless person. The blonde quickly grabbed the whip and gave the scoundrel a good hit on the hand. The tip of the whip touched the man's face. He swore badly at the girl. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl decided to run away. At the same instant, the dagger flew towards her. The weapon instantly stuck into Elisha's shoulder. The girl continued to run away, staggering. Her dress was covered in blood and she left a trail of blood on the floor. Arian was sure that this girl was probably already trembling with fear. It was insulting to Arian that she dared to hurt the pride of their husbands, and she wanted to show her her place. Slamming her fan and not hiding her smile, Carol expressed the hope that it would not be too boring. Arian invited Carol to give her this lot. Jacob's wife asked her why she was so eager to get this land and what was so special about it. Averting her gaze, Arian replied that it was nothing special, that she just wants to show her husband that she is steadfast. She offered to give her rival anything in return. Jacob's wife whispered something in Arian's ear. Marco's wife asked if Carol had gone crazy because this thing belonged to the temple. Turning away, the rival replied that she had a lot of money and could spend it endlessly. During the quarrel, the girls did not notice that a breathless Alicia ran into the room. The girl was completely covered in blood. Arian and Carol were sitting at a round tea table. Our heroine staggered up to the ladies. Arian was surprised by Alicia's sudden appearance. The skinny girl looked at her shoulder and noticed that the blood had not stopped yet. She pressed her hand over the bleeding wound. Since the presenter was absent, it could be argued that the bidding had not yet begun. Alicia pulled the tablecloth off the table. Cups, decanters, and plates of cookies fell. The skinny girl covered the wound on her shoulder with a tablecloth, which was rapidly becoming covered in blood. Lowering her hand, the general's wife asked if the girls had seen anything interesting. Alicia suggested starting the bidding as soon as possible. Arian noticed that Alicia was in no condition to sit at the auction. Carol also supported her and said that she was already scared. Arian could not even imagine that the blonde would be stabbed with a knife. She realized that Lucerne would never leave it that easily. Offering to postpone the auction, she warned Alicia that she would be at a loss, ruining her health. Countess Delore twitchingly asked the ladies if they could be trusted, and she firmly said that she was here to protect her husband's pride and their honor. She assured that she would rather die than lose to them in this auction. Alicia argued that she would also definitely ensure that those responsible were held accountable for what happened. Nora stood in line with the rest of the auction spectators. She knew that the general could not attend the auction because of the military council, and therefore she herself must carefully look after her mistress. The auction leader announced the starting price of the lot, 2,000 gold. A traditional wooden mallet slammed onto the table. The girl knight wondered how this garbage could cost so much, but this was expected from the Cartier family. Nora noticed, watching the mistress, that she looked quite worried. Arian announced a bid of 3,000 gold. Carol raised her hand and offered 6,000 for the lot. The rival bit her lip, cursing. The blonde watched the argument between the ladies. Arian was surprised that her relative offered 6,000. And before she said that, she didn't even know anything about this land. Carol replied that she did what she wanted. Alicia offered her bid, raising her blood-stained hand, 35,000. The ladies were furious. Arian offered 40,000 for the lot. The next price announced was 100,000 by another participant. Carol looked at her relatives with interest. She thought that, judging by the way they both clung to this lot, there was definitely something in that land. And she announced her price at 105,000. Alicia offered 200,000 for the lot. The ladies looked askance at the blonde and each cursed silently at her, gritting her teeth. The secretary asked the mayor what to do. He replied that the city government would not be able to handle such a sum, and it looked like the atmosphere was heating up. He suggested waiting until the ladies cooled down and discussed everything. Arian was furious. She thought that apparently Lucerne had married this girl for a reason. It was obvious that she had gone crazy. The secretary and the mayor hurried to the ladies. The blonde asked what happened and saw traces of blood on the cape. He suggested that if any problem arose, interrupt immediately. Alicia knew the pain would become unbearable if this went on any longer. She replied that everything was in order and suggested that we start quickly. The secretary opened the auction, and he invited those watching to enter, observing the queue. Soon there was a noise. Arian shouted that the auction needed to be interrupted. Alicia asked her relative what she was doing. The blonde suggested starting the discussion as soon as possible, and scarlet blood flowed down her trembling hand, staining her clothes and tablecloth. Nora saw from the balcony that the lady was wounded. She realized that Lady Alicia was clearly not well. The knight shouted that the bidding should be stopped. Nora stood in the corridor waiting. The door creaked and Alicia came out staggeringly, covering her shoulder with the tablecloth. The knight came to the rescue and began to support the lady. She asked Alicia why she did this. Nora said reproachfully that she had shouted for the mistress to stop. The blonde replied that she heard everything. And smiling, she admitted that she didn't expect Nora to have such a loud voice. Alicia took out the whip and handed it to the knight. She asked to hold him. She was surprised and asked what it was and where the lady got it from. Nora reproached God that she entered into such a dangerous battle, risking her life. Alicia replied that she could not accept defeat. After all, even her husband's knights didn't have them. And I was glad that I also won. The blonde said that she managed to protect her husband's pride, and she believed that this was the most important thing for her now. Nora began to look at her mistress with different eyes. Soon the girls were heading to the carriage. The coachman was ready to go home that very second. Lucerne exited the carriage, clicking the door, and headed to meet his wife. He demanded to know what happened here. Alicia replied that it was all over and she was able to get the land. Therefore, I rejoiced at my success. But then the girl reeled from weakness. The general only managed to pick up his wife and hug her to him. After examining the girl's wound, the doctor claimed that it was not that serious. He stated muscle damage. Therefore, he assured that full recovery would take time. The blonde man in the pince-nez promised Lucerne to give the medicine to his servants before he left. Soon the door slammed behind the invited doctor. Lucerne's face was grim. Alicia was lying on the bed with her shoulder bandaged. She was still wearing that bloody dress. The husband sat silently on a chair nearby. Finally, he decided to speak. He told his wife reproachfully that if her goal was to drive him crazy, then she was clearly very successful in this. The girl looked sick. She asked her husband if the situation was resolved without problems. Lucerne answered in the affirmative. Alicia couldn't understand why he was angry then, and he answered her that he himself would like to ask her why she, being seriously injured, did not stop the auction. The blonde asked if her husband was curious how much that plot of land cost her. She staggered and tried to sit up on the bed. The girl looked reproachfully at Lucerne. She asked him when his knights successfully complete a task, he treats them the same way. The general asked his wife. Then maybe he should have praised her for this and approved of this behavior in the future. O shook his head and said that he didn't know what he should do with her now. Alicia said that's not what she meant. The husband touched her face, and he asked her not to sacrifice herself anymore, emphasizing that this is his direct order. The girl did not understand why this man looked at her like that. Something in her husband had clearly changed. He seemed angry about worrying about her. The general urgently demanded an answer from his wife. She answered briefly, "Okay." Lucerne asked the girl if she remembered her attacker. She replied that she left Nora the whip, which she took from the criminal, that thing was made to a certain standard. She claimed that with that whip she had lashed that man twice on the cheek, so the culprit can be identified by searching among Jacob's knights and Marco's subordinates for a person with a similar wound. The specific pattern of the wound on the face will indicate the identity of the attacker. Then the owner of this whip will be revealed. Lucerne praised his wife, believed that she was great, that she was not at a loss in such a situation, and even managed to attack the attacker. She replied that he didn't seem to be planning to kill her, but simply lock her up. Then Alicia realized that she had said too much, but it was too late. Her husband clarified with her that everything could have been limited to her simply being locked up. The general jumped up and began nervously walking around the room in circles. My wife said that sight would have gone to my opponents. The man interrupted her excuses. He said that he let her go for a few hours, and she already returned in this form, and he told his wife that she was ready to be locked up for the near future. The girl's face expressed confusion. A few days later, Lapis burst into the room, upset. He rushed to the lady in tears. Alicia was surprised that the knights all came here because they were worried about her. Lapis answered for everyone that their general did not allow anyone to see her for 2 whole days. Lucerne coldly reported that it had become too noisy and ordered the knights to leave already. The tall guy replied that they were also worried about the lady's health, and he asked us to do them a little favor. Alicia began to giggle involuntarily. The knights crowded around her, rejoicing at her improved health. Lucerne asked his wife how she managed to get that piece of land. The knight said that now all of Ulif is just gossiping about this story with the land. Alicia offendedly claimed that the general did not even ask her about this. The blonde said that in fact it was not particularly difficult, and in the end they got the plot for 2,000 gold. Nora was surprised because the auction started with this amount. Elisha said that she heard from the princess that Mayor Yulifa was in debt to the general, because in the past, being the mayor of a small town, he was saved by him from a monster attack. And so, through the general, she asked the mayor for one favor. Lucerne thought that he would never have agreed to the adventure if he had known how it would all end. Elisha said she asked the mayor to briefly stop the auction and give those bidding time to discuss if the price began to rise significantly. And when the atmosphere became tense, he invited the ladies to cool down and discuss the dispute among themselves. Arian shouted that now was not the time to discuss, and she asked that Elisha's condition be taken into account. It was clear that both Arian and Carol were now overcome by fear. After all, if Elisha died now, they would have to take full responsibility for it. Arian was biting her lips and Carol was biting her nails. The blonde held her head with both hands. She felt very dizzy. She understood that it would be really difficult for her to wait for a long time. The girl took a deck of cards and moved the joker from below, peeking at its position in the deck. She invited the ladies to quickly determine the winner using a game, and she showed that there were cards here. Elisha touched the desired card with her bloody finger and began to mix them. Arian nodded in agreement. Carol was still contemplating her decision, but she thought that now Elisha, due to severe bleeding, most likely lost all concentration, and she believed that she could beat her in a card game. The blonde sullenly stirred the deck. She quietly said that the one who pulls out the highest card will win. She suggested taking one at a time. When the cards were on the table, the ladies each took one card into their hand. Arian drew the 3 of clubs, Carol had the queen, and Elisha took the joker marked with blood. The blonde told the knights that none of the ladies could object to the purchase of land at the starting price of the auction, since the result of the auction was already clear anyway. Lapis was undisguisedly delighted. The guy asked why they chose the cards because they might not have been there. Alicia said that at a party in Uleaf, she learned that the mayor was an avid gambler, and she assumed that he would have cards in his office. The girl admitted that she often played cards at the shelter. The winters there were cold and long. When it was impossible to go outside, they could not find anything else to do. Elisha admitted that she had thought through 15 more options for the development of events, but it's good that everything went as she originally planned. Lucerne said sternly that there were already enough stories about military exploits. He believed that his wife should rest, and he asked all the knights to go to the exit from this room. Lapis wanted to object something offended, but the whole crowd was already leading them out of here. Nora suddenly remembered and told the general that a letter had arrived for the lady, that the head sent him. The knight held out the envelope. Lucerne asked why she brought the letter and not the maid. The knight replied that this was their backup plan, to use the letter as an excuse to visit Madame. The general read Elisha's congratulations on his victory from the head and another compliment from him. The knight said that 100 roses were also sent along with the letter. Lucerne ordered them to be burned and thrown away. He closed the door behind the knights with a creak. The man approached his wife. He stood under the wall next to her bed, and he asked Elisha if she wanted to become the head's wife. Lucerne admitted that he saw no other reason for a girl to go so far and sacrifice herself to achieve her goal. Elisha replied that her condition remained the same. She still wanted to leave when Lucerne became the head. The blonde said that she just wanted the place to go to the best of the applicants, so Jacob couldn't hurt her. The girl said that if her husband considers her useful, then he should simply pay her adequately for her work when she leaves. Lucerne did not know what to say to such a statement from his wife. The man came closer to the bed. He insisted that he had a very good instinct, and he understood perfectly well that Alicia was not Jacob's spy. But he still believed that she was lying to him, although he did not know exactly what. Lucerne was surprised that his wife was always trying to prove something to him, and she longed for revenge on Jacob, who was responsible for the death of her father. The girl thought about her husband's words. At first, her only desire was to simply survive, to avoid a terrible future. For this, she was ready to do anything. But after being under the tutelage of Lucerne, greed gradually began to arise in her. After all, everyone around was so nice, and the people in the mansion respected her. And this is the man who was nearby. Although he was a little complex in character, he was completely different from those who saw in her only a pitiful insect. At least Lucerne treated Elisha like his wife and a real woman. The girl answered with her hand on her heart that if she wanted to prove anything, it was that she was human. but a commodity or a slave, but a person. And she just wanted to live. Lucerne looked at the girl carefully as if he was seeing her for the first time. In this case, he asked not to provoke him anymore, and he admitted that he increasingly wanted to take possession of her. Elisha asked his husband if he took possession of her. What would he do next? The man chuckled meaningfully. Then he leaned on the bed, which creaked, and told the girl in her ear that she would live as his property forever under his control. The girl bit her lip. She asked Lucerne why he was angry with her. The man pulled the girl's lip, forcing her to open her mouth. He said he didn't even know. And apparently the point was that the value of the collateral continued to increase. This gave Elisha a burning desire to kiss him, even when he was in this state. A few weeks later, Elisha was walking along the garden path with the maid. The servants worriedly asked the lady if she was really allowed to go out for a walk. She assured that she had almost recovered, and the doctors recommended that she start moving little by little. The girl thought it was strange that she was not getting better, even despite treatment from famous priests and doctors. She hoped that Lucerne would not force her to reimburse her expenses later. It was already getting dark. The girl suddenly saw the silhouette of her husband walking across her along another path. Her husband invited her to take a short walk with him. Lucerne asked his wife how she was going to promote him further. Elisha asked to be allowed to meet with one person. He gave his consent to this. The girl asked in surprise if he knew who she was going to meet, since she agreed so quickly. The general replied that he had two options, and he began to say something in his wife's ear in a whisper. He asked, smiling, if he guessed right. The girl replied that everything was so. Elisha asked what happened with the payment for the land in Ulifa. Her husband told her that everything went without problems. To prevent anyone from entering the territory, he decided to establish close surveillance of that area, and he wanted his wife to decide how spectacularly they would expose their weak point. Elisha decided that they were on the same page. Perhaps they and their husband could even be considered even greater villains than Jacob and Carol. Elisha told her husband that there was a possibility that she would soon have to spend money. Her husband promised her to allocate a budget for personal expenses, and he offered to use them freely. Lucerne said he would look at the tapes later, and he told his wife that it was not necessary to ask his permission for every step she took. The girl thought that it was very good that Lucerne turned out to be a more generous person than he seemed from the outside. She thanked him sincerely. The man told his wife that he also had some conditions. Elisha glanced sideways at him. The brunette looked straight into the girl's eyes and asked her to call him by name. The girl replied, "Okay, Lucerne." The blonde said that she had completely forgotten in her work that the day of the moon was approaching. This was the time when the light of the moon reaches its maximum brightness, and then everyone will undoubtedly go to the main temple to pray. Elisha asked her husband if she could go there too. She assured that from an early age she tried not to miss this event. The general replied that there would be too many people there that day and refused. But seeing that his wife was upset, he announced that they could go there the day after tomorrow. Elisha thought skeptically that this was not a request to go together at all, but she hoped everything would be okay. A few days later, there was a whip on the table with traces of blood on it. The guy said it belonged to the lady's attacker. The knight said that even though the general did not officially allow them to take revenge, but the court, according to him, wanted them to take care of everything. Nora asked the guys how they conducted the investigation. She was answered in the affirmative, adding that everything was already ready. It turned out that it was an old model of a whip that was temporarily used in the nightly order at the temple 4 years ago. One of the guys slammed his fist on the table. He concluded that Marco was the instigator of all this. Lasley believed that the attacker had probably already escaped. The guy assured that this too had already been sorted out. He insisted that they had previously been informed that that knight from the temple with a scar on his face was heading towards the border, and they grabbed him nearby in a tavern. And he assured that the evidence against the criminals who wounded their mistress had already been collected. The knights looked at each other, deciding what to do next. But they all had similar thoughts, and they smiled together. They decided that they would go to fight with the Knights of the Order at the temple. There was a roar of weapons being prepared for battle, and Lapis cracked his knuckles, stretching them. Soon his hand was striking the man in the face. Lapis accused them of harming their mistress, and he challenged me to a duel. The tall guys decided that this boy was completely out of his mind, laughing at him. One of them grabbed the boy by the collar and began to shake him with force. He accused him of having the audacity to grin at adults so fearlessly. But then he recoiled when he saw the uniform and recognized that it belonged to the Knights of the Black Lion. Then it turned out that the teenager among them was a well-known person in wide circles. The guys started screaming and looked at each other with grimaced faces. One of them shouted that it was Losley, the strongest magician in the Empire. Someone shouted, "Run!" The teenager shouted angrily that he was actually Lapis, and he hit himself in the chest, although he later felt that it was not important. And he reported publicly that he once burned more than 400 monsters. And now he was wondering how many pathetic people he could fry today. A small blue light of magical power appeared on the boy's finger. He was now going to set his new record. From a distance, flames were visible that rose above the roof of the building. Moans and screams were heard from there. The knight, looking over his shoulder, called Lapis a bastard. He reproached him for starting without them. Lastly was also sad. After all, if the lot had fallen differently, he himself would have been the one who declared war. His colleagues shared the guy's feelings, and he was sure that from that moment the real battle began. Seeing that everything was ready, he suggested that we begin already. His sword glowed with magical sparks. Elisha and her husband walked through the temple. The girl was surprised that there were almost no people in the temple today. Lucerne assured that this was quite natural, because the peak of power came on the day of the moon and had not come before. The man reminded his wife that she herself had originally wanted to come on that very day, and he was surprised that in this way, his wife wanted her desire to be fulfilled. Elisha assured that this made her soul feel calmer. After all, people really said that wishes made on the day of the moon come true, and she was sure that the world was not so simple. The faces of saints looked at the girl from the walls. Elisha folded her hands and closed her eyes and plunged into prayer. Her husband stood motionless, like a statue next to her. The girl looked back at Lucerne over her shoulder, and she asked if he wanted to try it too. The general replied that he was not interested in such things. Elisha was surprised why in that case he came here with her. After all, it was enough to simply send a maid. Lucerne admitted that he was afraid that his wife would get into trouble again if he only looked away. The girl reproached him that he saw her as some kind of eccentric. The general recalled that she was the one who discovered the body, staggering around and sniffing for something like a puppy, and she recently returned home with a stab wound. And he insisted that he would not want to be careless in the future. The man said that their family life was so cheerful and filled with awe. The girl was surprised that her husband never prayed. He replied that he tried it once as a child. Lucerne, remembering, said that the temple was such a boring place that he had to do at least this. His wife asked what he asked for back then as a boy. He admitted that he wished that his mother who raised him would be born again and would no longer suffer. And so that, having been reborn, she could live without having anything to do with their family. Elisha said that she thought it was a wonderful wish, and she promised to pray for his mother next time too. The general replied that she was free to do as she knew. The girl thought that when they divorced in the future, would he ask the same for her? Lucerne offered to take a little break. The girl was surprised, asking if they shouldn't have returned. The husband believed that she had not yet fully recovered, and she could not immediately ride in the carriage, and he suggested going to a cafe and giving them something to eat. The girl felt some unnaturalness in her husband's words, and she had a feeling of déjà vu. After all, then in the restaurant where Lucerne brought her, the Marquis Fulman caused a scandal, and she assumed that something would happen now. The general pulled back his chair and sat his wife down. Later, he himself settled down more comfortably opposite her. The girl thanked. The man pushed the menu towards her. He told her not to rush into making a choice. Elisha smiled and said that perhaps she would order some flower tea. She realized that from living with this man, she had developed a disease of mistrust. But then she heard a strange sound. The waiter also noticed this and looked back. Two guys in white shirts were barely dragging their feet. Elisha recognized them as knights of their temple. The shoulder of one and the other was pierced. The blood from the wound stained their clothes scarlet. The girl saw that they were badly wounded and assumed that some kind of war had begun. Lucerne, smiling slyly, replied that something similar was happening. A guy in a white shirt sat on the ground and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Above him, in the bloody clothes of defeated enemies, stood a knight with a sword in his right hand. He angrily barked, "Shut up!" and his sword mercilessly pierced the enemy's shoulder with a crunching, vile sound of breaking bones. The knight said with a grin that if you touched someone else's mistress, you need to be ready to pay with your blood for it. The girl saw the face and recognized Nora in that knight. But she had already turned around and continued to fight with her comrades against the knights of the temple. Alicia asked her husband what was going on around her, and she demanded to know why Nora and Corinne were there. She was surprised that, as in her previous life, the Knights of the Black Lion invaded the temple territory. Her husband told her that it was revenge, and he said that she didn't fully understand, so he decided to clearly demonstrate it to her. The brunette told the girl that she was his wife, and at the same time she was also his property. Therefore, if even one tear runs down her face, someone will be ready to kill more than 100 people. Our heroine realized at that moment that there were those who, for her despicable sake, were ready to do something like that. Elisha looked down. The man suggested that she was scared, or perhaps she simply hated the situation. The blonde looked straight into her husband's face and replied that everything was wrong. And she thought to herself that she was strangely fascinated. She said that she would not want the knights to get injured because of them, and she promised that she would be more careful in future. The brunette just chuckled contentedly. He told his wife to keep her promise. After all, it was unknown what he would do next time if she got hurt again. The blonde walked alone along the garden path. She was clearly alarmed about something. Elisha tried to convince herself that everything was fine with the knights. After all, the collision seemed quite serious. Although she had previously tried to carefully find out everything from Ian, it seemed as if he was not going to tell her anything in detail. The knight said that yesterday there was a joint training with another knightly order, and Lucerne also said that if you showed the knights that you knew at least something, they could only be embarrassed and cause even more noise. Therefore, he asked not to praise them. Elisha sincerely did not want to cause another commotion because of her, but I still wanted to at least find out if there were anyone who was seriously injured. Knight Nora was sitting on the lawn right on the grass. Her hand was wounded and bleeding. She was already starting to worry that the bleeding still hadn't stopped, but she did not want to go to the infirmary so that her mistress would not find out about her injury. Then they called her by name. The girl turned her head to the call. Elisha said she knew she was hurt, and she asked if she could look at the injury. The knight assured that there was nothing serious. The blonde was worried because she saw the bleeding and offered to help stop it. Elisha took the knight's hand and, rolling up his shirt sleeve, saw a rather deep cut on his wrist. The blonde began to bandage the wound. Nora insisted that the lady did not have to use her expensive scarf. Elisha assured that he was completely ordinary, but something completely different was important. The knight wondered what the other scarf was. The blonde did not answer, only smiled mysteriously. The girl remembered Nora handing her a handkerchief, and she said that she failed to save it, but she assured that she took care of him until the very end. Soon the dressing was ready, and Knight Nora examined the cleverly tied scarf on her wrist. Elisha reproached the girl for not showing herself to the doctor at the mansion, and she assumed that she did not want to run into her there. The blonde said that it seemed to her that the knight had been avoiding her lately, and she assumed that she was upset that she didn't thank her. Nora jerked with indignation and indignation. She asked how this was even possible. The knight hesitated and replied that she was afraid that Elisha was disappointed in her. She said that on the battlefield she became a completely different person, and when she became ferocious, she pursued the enemy to the end and cut him down. And she admitted that this was the only thing that brought her satisfaction. Nora sadly said that since the girl saw her like this, she would probably no longer be able to consider her a great knight. She rested her injured hand on her thigh, and she said that Elisha was a fragile noble lady, and she could not do anything about her fear and hatred of her. The blonde held the knight's hand. She told her that she realized that it was difficult to maintain sanity while living kindly in such a world. Elisha believed that this was especially true for children like them who were left in the monastery. The blonde looked into Nora's eyes, smiling, and she said that if you look at it like that, she too was an orphan, and she assured that it was enough for her that she was kind to her, and she was grateful for that. The girl assured that, moreover, Nora's appearance during the battle was not at all frightening, and she was only upset that she got hurt because of her. Elisha patted the knight on the shoulder, and she told her that perhaps it was strange, but she did not feel disgust then. The blonde began to hug Nora, and she asked her not to worry about such trifles anymore. She thanked the knight for fighting for her. Our heroine was sitting on the sofa and reading a book. She caught herself thinking that she had wanted to have a younger sister as a child. Elisha recalled that at that time there were only girls in the monastery, but she would be glad to have a sister like Nora. There was a quiet knock on the door. Opening the door slightly, the maid told the lady that the crockery merchant whom she had called had already arrived. Elisha ordered to take him inside. Soon there were different-sized kitchen vessels on the table in front of the girl. Everything sparkled and pleased the eye. The merchant said that the lady could look at it as much as she wanted, without thinking about time. The round-faced man said that following the general's orders, he prepared only shining dishes of the highest quality. Elisha was spinning the plate in her hands, but she looked at her husband. He asked if she liked this plate. He leaned closer to her, and he was surprised that she looked only at him, and not at these pieces of glass. The girl began to make excuses that she did not expect him to come here to watch her choose dishes. The man gently held the girl by the waist, and he said that he came to follow up, fearing that she would again regret the money. The brunette kissed his wife loudly on the cheek. There was surprise on the girl's face. Elisha immediately became flushed all over. She was amazed that this man would do something like that so easily, and she said out loud that this time she would buy only the best, so she urged her not to worry. The merchant in front of him felt an absolute atmosphere of love. He pretended that he didn't see anything and was busy with something. The girl said that no major wars were expected in the near future, and her husband would be in the capital. Elisha was sure that therefore the number of occasions for receiving guests would most likely increase, and therefore she believed that it was necessary to prepare decent dishes. Lucerne assured his wife that she was doing an excellent job, but then there was a knock on their door. The door creaked. The knight called the general. He told his wife that he needed to leave for a while, and he said that he would be back for dinner, and then I was going to have tea with my wife. Elisha asked if something serious had happened. The brunette answered over his shoulder that in no case and smiled intriguingly. This somewhat puzzled the girl. Under the ceiling, 4 candles illuminated the room. The brunette pulled the captive man onto the bandage, and he asked how it was possible to tie up someone else's wife and lock her in a warehouse. The prisoner asked to be spared. He assured the general that he did not know that the girl was his wife, and he said that he was offered a lot of money. Lucerne roughly grabbed the offender, and he said that even when he gave a chance for the last words, the text still behaved like that. And he hit him hard. A man tied to a chair lay on the floor covered in his own blood. The knight said that he thought so, that the general would not miss reprisal against the bastard, who had harmed the mistress to someone else. Lucerne replied that he had to do at least this, in order to be able to claim in the future that he had protected his wife. The blonde said that if all husbands were like this, there would be no entire families left in the world. The general was taking off the bloody gloves from his hands. He said that one girl was definitely able to endure this. The castle amazed with its splendor. The girl told Elisha that she had not seen her for a long time. The blonde replied that she did not expect Her Highness to pay her a personal visit. The princess insisted that she had long wanted to pay a visit, but Lucerne said that visiting a sick person was strictly prohibited. Elisha could not understand why the general was so categorical. The guest put the cup on the saucer. She said that she thought it better to visit her than to go to the tea parties of aristocrats. After all, it was now the peak of the social season. The princess said that she was actually going crazy. After all, wherever she went, there were only golden techniques. Elisha was surprised that gold was a popular color now. The guest was surprised that the girl did not know, and she assured that it was for her that this color came into fashion. The princess said that on the day when Elisha stumbled out of the city government building, you couldn't take your eyes off her. The guest recalled that the girl won the auction that day, and it was quite natural that this had a huge impact on the noble ladies. She said that wasn't the only thing that was impressive. After that, the ladies whispered, wondering how fierce this girl was, since the other daughters-in-law of the Cartier family lowered their eyes in front of the gay woman. The ladies quietly whispered that, according to rumors, the Order of the Black Knights had gone into disarray due to the injury of their mistress. Another claimed that she had heard that during the nightly games of this couple, the beds under them were broken. The princess belatedly realized that it was not necessary to inform Elisha that she was gaining dubious fame. Already out loud, she said that she was becoming popular anyway. The duchess was sure that her husband's fame was to blame. She asked if her interlocutor had heard that Carol had attacked a worker at the tailor shop where she regularly dressed. Elisha couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After all, then, in accordance with the conditions of the game, she won the auction and the land in Ulifa went to her. Carol stood up abruptly. She shouted that they had sorted out the auction. But she was angry, and she asked Elisha why she repeated after her. The girl roughly grabbed our heroine's dress. She claimed that such decoration was sewn only in the studio where she went. Carol demanded to know how she knew about that place, and she accused her of meanness in finding out about her dress in advance. Elisha was even a little confused at first, but then she gave advice to shut the mouths of the workers at the studio she was visiting. The blonde, smiling with a cup in her hands, told the guests that it looked like Carol had done something wrong. The princess shared gossip. Supposedly one of the workers told someone about the mistress's dress, and so Carol's maids dragged that girl out into the street and started a showdown there. Elisha believed that since it had gone so far, it looked like she had been bribed. And the funniest thing was that while the maids were beating the studio worker, Carol staged a performance as if she was trying to stop them. The blonde suggested that she probably decided to hide behind the maids if things suddenly took a serious turn. She had heard that the girl always did this. The princess said that now that girl will no longer be able to work in this field, and she thought that it was quite natural, because it affected one of the daughters-in-law of the Cartier family. Elisha smiled, and I thought to myself that perhaps life was a repetition of cruel clichés. She believed that people, in a fit of greed, continued to commit the same obvious sins. The blonde put the cup on the table. She told Her Highness that she was really pleased with her visit, and she politely asked if there was any other reason for her visit. The guest involuntarily shuddered. She put the cup down on the table, and leaning back in her chair, she said that she really wanted to get closer to her. The princess looked away. She admitted that all this time she thought that the girl was no different from the others, that she participated in useless auctions, led her husband down a crooked road. But after seeing how she, even being wounded, continued her fight, the princess realized that she was wrong. She believed that there was no causeless rivalry in the world. The guest asked to accept her apology. She extended her hand to Elisha for a friendly shake. The blonde thought that this girl was so fair that she admitted her mistakes with incredible ease, and she admitted to herself that she would hardly be able to do that. Elisha shook the princess's outstretched hand, and she said that she had nothing to apologize for, because it was not her fault. And smiling, she assured that she was not yet accustomed to high society. Therefore, she would be glad if she continued to come to her from time to time. The princess smiled sincerely in response. Our heroine sat on the bed and read the letter. She told herself that lately there had been an unexpectedly sharp increase in invitations to aristocratic receptions. She believed that they needed to appear in high society, at least with an eye on the future. But her husband Lucerne did not really like this. Elisha held the contents of another envelope in her hands. It was an announcement about the selection of the great pope. She assumed that the current elections would be quite noisy. After all, the dead saint will suddenly return alive. She found it funny. She was surprised when she opened the next letter. It was a real estate advertisement. They offered a safe mansion, a zone without men, equipped with security. Elisha thought to herself that she herself had previously wanted to receive a brochure with new mansions for sale. The girl thought that now she was managing the funds allocated by Lucerne, and she assumed that she could save the remaining money. She hoped that if her husband agreed, it could become her property. And then, after everything, she could well live happily ever after. Elisha clutched the flyer to her chest. She really hoped to stay in a place like this when it was all over. She dreamed that it would be wonderful to drink a cup of hot tea in the morning and walk through a beautiful, well-kept garden. She imagined in her head how Lapis would come to her to have fun. Perhaps he would even come with Nora. Continuing to develop her imagination, the girl imagined how in the evening there would be a knock on her door, and a smiling Lucerne would appear on the threshold. Elisha involuntarily shuddered and turned around to see what she had just imagined. The blonde thought that she was a person who knew too many of Lucerne's secrets, and that if they divorce, then she will need to live quietly somewhere away from everyone. She preferred it to be in a place far from the capital, where she could not encounter either Lucerne or its knights. And she tried on the mansions from the advertising brochure. Then a man came through the door. The husband was interested in what she was doing here. Elisha deftly hid the leaflet under her pillow, and in an innocent voice she answered that she had read the letters. Lucerne didn't really believe his wife's words. The blonde was surprised that he seemed to have a lot of free time today. The man said that he had recently had a conversation with a doctor, and he said that the married couple could finally roll around in bed all night long. The husband approached Elisha. He said that it seemed like he had gone crazy because now, instead, he first wanted to know what the girl was hiding under the pillow. Lucerne, hanging over his wife, persistently asked her what she was hiding from him, The girl looked at him with frightened and confused eyes. It seemed to her as if this man knew all her secrets, and then she wondered if the envelopes were properly sealed at all. Elisha asked her husband if he had checked her correspondence. Lucerne was surprised that she assumed he wouldn't do this, and he reminded her that he had told her earlier that he would control her at his own discretion. The blonde thought sadly that everything was right. After all, her husband still didn't believe her. She knew about it. Lucerne sat down next to his wife. He said that, for that matter, he offered to show her herself what she had been hiding from him. The man extended his hand, palm up. Elisha timidly took out what was hidden under the pillow, and she said that he had already seen everything. He replied that he did not go into details. Soon the paper was handed over to Lucerne. He read about the safe mansion, a man-free zone with guards. He asked his wife why she needed security. He believed that she already had those who were considered better than crazy dogs. The girl replied that it was just now. Lucerne jumped up nervously. He said that no matter what it was not a zone without men. And he said that if she needed real estate, he would undertake to buy it. And he demanded to find other options. Elisha asked why not. He replied that she asked even though she knew everything very well herself. In his right hand was a pendant on a chain. The man fastened the clasp behind his wife's neck. He asked her to think carefully with her smart head. Why he was against a place where men were prohibited from entering. Lucerne, smiling, held the pendant with his hand, as if showing it to his wife. She looked at the decoration with some surprise. Elisha asked what kind of necklace it was. The man answered briefly that today was the day of the moon. The blonde's face brightened. She remembered that at that time people were exchanging gifts. Elisha reproached her husband that they usually give something like cookies or a talisman thread, and not something so expensive. Lucerne asked his wife to know how much he appreciated her, making a broad, friendly gesture with his hand. Already in the evening in the office, by the candles that stood on the work table, a man was sitting over that crumpled advertising brochure. Lucerne recalled in detail the events of the day she found Leestramp's body. Then he told the knights that the shadows reported that there was definitely something here. And after the excavations, the knight informed the general that they had found something, and when they opened the lid, under it was the incorruptible body of the saint, who covered the wound on his body with a shrine. And underneath there were countless treasures. A blue moth flew up from the tomb and began to flutter above them. He conveyed the message. I ran away here, and those who killed me were Cartier, Merca of their temple, and his son Marco. They said that they were doing this in order to sell my body in the future, and divide the money among their family members. The knight was surprised that priests with real holy powers could actually create messengers. The other guy guessed that it was a message left by Listramp himself. The moth flew up to Lucerne's palm. Those who found my body, please tell the whole world about it. And my only little brother, I hope you will remember the day I died. Lucerne said those were Listramp's last words. The man was amazed that everything turned out so tragically. And now, sitting late in his office, he reasoned with himself that Elisha had not been told the contents of the saint's will. But even so, this girl found out the truth. The man was surprised that his wife acted in a rather strange way and led him to the truth. He still couldn't understand what the girl was trying to achieve in this game of chapter. Thinking, he tapped the rhythm with his fingers. Lucerne concluded that since his wife went so far as to come running to the auction in such a state, it means that her hatred of Cartier was really deep. He understood that this clearly did not look like revenge for his father. After all, she wasn't that attached to him. And I asked myself if that was why the girl was so interesting to him. Lucerne was looking forward to seeing how the game that his wife was now playing would end. He only asked Elisha not to betray him. He crushed the paper with a crunch, and he said that if she betrayed him, he would give her such hell that she would never be able to taste the freedom for which she so desperately strove. The man stood up with a creak from his chair, pushing it aside. He thought that, taking care of the future, perhaps he should create a secret room. Lucerne walked over to the fireplace, where the flames of the fire were burning brightly. He thought that if possible, he would like to leave the girl nearby peacefully and maintain their trusting relationship. A piece of paper with an advertisement thrown there was burning in the fire. The man thought that everything depended only on Elisha. The guy examined the scar on our heroine's shoulder. He said that her condition had improved markedly. The girl assured that this was a relief for her, and she thanked him for his concern. Elisha, as if suddenly remembering, turned to Mr. Priest that she had one request for him. She insisted that she actually wanted to ask him something, and she said that she needed to meet with the high priest. The girl asked if he could fulfill her request. A few days later, a carriage drawn by a pair of horses creaked to a stop at the front entrance to the mansion. The butler and several servants came out to meet the guest. He clarified whether Connor was the high priest. He assured that they were waiting for him. The servant assured the man that the general was now observing the training at the training ground. He said that he would finish soon. In the meantime, he invited me to go with him to the tea room. The guest said that he was just nearby and stopped by for a while. He assured me that there was no need to worry so much, and he reasoned, as it were, with himself that he and the general were almost related. The butler said that the gentleman would certainly be happy. After all, he didn't have anyone close to him with whom he could communicate closely. The servant opened the door for the high priest with a creaking sound, and he said that the lady was now preparing tea, and while he is talking to her, the general will also arrive to join them. The guest thought displeasedly who this girl was, that he had to meet her. He had previously heard that she was from a bankrupt family of aristocrats. The butler, with a polite bow, opened the doors to the tea house for the high priest, inviting him to come in. And he thought to himself, after all, since according to rumors the girl was so beautiful, then he could look at her face. The guest introduced himself as the high priest, and said that he was pleased to meet you. The girl, smiling kindly at him, introduced herself that her name was Alicia Delore. The man bowed a little in front of the girl and said that he was God's servant Connor, and he explained that after his religious conversion he got rid of his surname. The blonde invited him to sit down. Elisha was pouring tea for her guest, and he looked at her appraisingly and was surprised that this insidious woman was capable of picking up someone else. The girl said that she had heard a lot of his plans to stand as a candidate in the next papal elections. She knew that there were currently several powerful contenders for this position. One of them was Manhwa-Hub, the second and only living son of the famous Duke of Cartier. And the other candidate was a local celebrity. The man who gained his fame by helping the poor was Bishop Connor. Now, looking at their status or achievements in temple affairs, it seemed that this was a race in which Mara was ideally ahead. But in the end, the election of the Pope was a financial confrontation. After all, high-level priests who had the right to vote made decisions based on their donations at events. Our heroine therefore understood that Connor definitely wanted to get himself a rich sponsor who could resist Manhwa-Hub. The guest reflected that he would like to enlist the support of Jacob, the legitimate grandson of the head of Cartier. But his business was now well established, and he was afraid of falling out of favor, having become interested in the affairs of the temple. He knew Jacob wouldn't invest in him because of their collateral relationship, and he could not even imagine that Lucerne would want to support him in return. Connor reflected that although Lucerne would not become chief, he was already a genius with significant military powers. There were even rumors that the head himself valued it. But the most important thing for the high priest was that Lucerne had a huge fortune, and he was infuriated that in order to receive this money, he had to please his contract wife. The man asked why the girl wanted to meet him, and he assumed that he could help her with something. Elisha insisted that with her invitation she was giving him a chance to express himself. The blonde believed that he specifically sent his assistant as soon as her husband requested a priest for treatment, and she realized that this meant his desire to meet her in person. The high priest thought that, in other words, it was not they who needed help here, but he. And it turned out that this lady was waiting for him to fall on his knees before her. He clenched his hand into a fist, and he thought that no matter how urgent the matter was, he was not going to be at the beck and call of these youngsters. The man laughed. He said that the general was on military service, and he asked whether it would be possible to look for such an unworthy reason for meeting him. The guest said that before he was ordained, he belonged to the sideline of the Cartier family. Therefore, I came simply to meet my distant relatives without any prejudices, and he assured that it upset him to receive such distrust. The girl expressed confusion as to why he came to them then. This infuriated the man. Elisha insisted that she did not understand why during all this time he had never sent a letter to the general. Connor hesitated to answer. The girl asked if the guest really believed that Lucerne wanted to see him only to keep secrets. The blonde turned her back on the high priest. She said that if she didn't understand people that much, then she had nothing more to say. Connor asked her not to go to extremes. The girl said that there were no extremes, and she assured that for busy people brevity was a vital quality. She strongly advised the gentleman to return, and she advised her to do it quickly so as not to incur the wrath of her husband. The man just clenched his teeth tightly in anger. The butler informed Lucerne that while he was training, Mr. Connor came to see him. The brunette asked in surprise. Soon the general saw a distant relative nervously twitching his hands through the front door. He noticed the owner of the mansion and froze, not knowing what to expect from him. Tears appeared in the guest's eyes. He placed his hand on his chest and greeted the general. General Connor said that he had not seen him for a long time, and she wondered why he was standing here. The high priest insisted that Lady Alicia had driven him out. The man, touching his head as if to show that he was experiencing a headache, said that now they could go together. And I thought that the crazy woman had the audacity to turn the guests out of the door. He knew that although Lucerne was unlikely to apologize for his wife, he hoped that at least he would bring her to his senses. Connor, already smiling, invited them to come in quickly. The general asked the guest what he was doing now. He asked again, his face changing in a second. Lucerne assured that if his wife told him to leave, then the guest should have disappeared from here already. The bearded man stuttered and asked whether he really should leave. The brunette was surprised that he was like a child, since he could not decide for himself whether to blame him or not. Soon the door closed behind the owner of the mansion, and the high priest remained standing at the threshold. Mr. Connor began to tear his hair out from the dead-end situation in which he found himself. Meanwhile, the blonde was defiantly pouring tea brewed especially for the guest out the window. The husband who came in asked Elisha why she was pouring out the freshly brewed tea. She replied that it was the one Connor drank, and it was completely unsuitable for my husband to drink. The man chuckled. He paused and asked his wife what she thought of Connor. And hugging her from behind, he assured her that if they wanted to get rid of Mirhi, this man was the best candidate. The girl clarified her husband's opinion, whether he thought that the high priest had enough skills for an unequal and cruel struggle. Brunette argued that while Mirha was trash of the highest order, Connor was trash of the lowest class. Elisha was surprised that she and her husband thought alike, and she assured that they were suitable for each other. The general said that they needed this garbage, and he thought that so be it, rather than allow Mirka to become pope. He assured that Connor was not a card that could be used for a long time. The girl agreed with her husband that the man had many shortcomings. Lucerne was surprised at her judgment. Elisha assured that everyone in the monastery knew that he stole donations for the poor. That year, due to the current situation in the country, there was no government assistance and contributions were negligible. And then Connor took more than half of the special donations from the lords. Then his goal was only funds intended for the orphaned children of the poor, and there was no one who could oppose it. After all, they were dependent on the help of the temple. Of course, the Archbishop of the Rosary, the abbess of the monastery in which Elisha grew up, began to protest. But it was quite difficult to resist the corrupt scum. And besides, by telling the truth, she only made enemies, but was never able to provide worthy resistance to the temple with their dirty deeds. After all, from the very beginning, that woman protected people. Therefore, then there was no other choice but to reduce food intake for the children of aristocrats, and thereby help the children of the poor. Lucerne suggested that perhaps not everyone was happy about this. The girl assured him otherwise, that when people were starving before their eyes, in such a situation there were practically no people who looked at it calmly. The general stroked his wife on the head. He said that, as expected, the children from the temples and monasteries were very kind. Elisha agreed, but said that her husband was an exception to this. Lucerne asked why she drew the line, and he insisted that this upset her husband. The blonde said that one way or another, Connor was a card that would be thrown away after one use, but she thought that this time she and her husband would have to create a pope. Lucerne liked his wife's wording, we. He smiled contentedly, looking at his smart, kind, and determined chosen one. At this moment, the empire was under the influence of three forces. The first of them was Cartier, who held all the country's money in their hands. The second force was the temple, which gained a foothold here thanks to the faith and donations of parishioners. The third force was the imperial family. After all, formally the Cartiers were never able to escape addiction, and in this regard Jacob, as the eldest grandson of the head of Cartier, was closest to the first force. And Marco, who relied on the support of Mirhi, enjoyed the patronage of the second. The latter, Lucerne, who led the military forces, had a deep connection with the imperial family. Elisha thought that if the general used this chance and took away the temple's support, then he would probably get a huge benefit for himself from it. She believed that now everyone from the temple was angry with Connor, and most likely the head knew about it. and therefore, although he was not happy that Manhwa would become pope, he left everything as it was. Alicia understood that the head did not like both candidates, but they didn't get on his nerves enough for him to do anything. She thought this was a great chance for them to intervene. Lucerne agreed with his wife's correctness, but he believed that if he received the support of the temple, he still would not be able to become the head. The girl said that she knew this very well, but she believed that this was not the way that would allow him to take the desired place. But she was sure that the temple's powers could be useful to them, and she was surprised that her husband could reject such a good opportunity. The girl took her husband's hand tightly and looked straight into his eyes. Lucerne gave in and agreed with her arguments. He chuckled and said that, however, his goal to destroy other candidates for the position of head was still unchanged. The man grabbed his wife's hand and threw her onto the sofa. He asked her how long they would keep that man outside. Elisha insisted that the man was going to compete with her in psychological combat. The blonde informed her husband that the guest also cast lustful glances at her body, and so she would like to leave him outside the door longer. At these words, Lucerne's face changed to an angry expression. The man hugged his wife. He suggested leaving Connor like that for 3 hours. The girl agreed with this idea, but she was afraid that her husband would become bored after being locked up with her for so much time. Lucerne said that he would not be bored with her. He took a gold bracelet from his pocket. The husband put the jewelry on and clasped it on Alicia's wrist. He said that even if she said that she didn't like it, all her words would be in vain. The girl asked why this bracelet was needed. The brunette replied that since she had already recovered, he wanted her to wear it and not take it off anywhere. Elisha reminded her that only he could free her from him anyway. The general replied that it was wonderful that his wife already knew everything herself, and he insisted that this is precisely why he bought it. The general hugged the blonde to himself. He said that it seemed like time would fly by for him. The couple merged in a kiss. There was a soft light burning in the window. The girl told the guest that she thought that he had already left. She poured tea and offered him a cup of hot, invigorating drink. Mr. Connor thanked Madame for her concern. He did not look at her directly but fidgeted nervously on the sofa. Lucerne came up and hugged the girl. He assured the guest that his wife was polite to everyone, and he said that that's why he wanted only those around her who would treat her with respect. The guest nodded in agreement to the host's remark, and he said that of course manners were very important, and I thought that the owners were just crazy. Elisha took the folded fan from the table. She asked the high priest what he wanted to offer them. The girl said that in order for them to help him, his proposal had to coincide with their interests. Lucerne said a phrase in support of his wife's words that she said the right things. Connor began to assure that if he became pope, he would help the general succeed both in the material and spiritual spheres. But if someone else becomes the head, then they will have to hide their relationship. He argued that he would do everything possible to improve Lucerne's position in the imperial family and the Cartier family. Elisha asked how the high priest planned to occupy the position he desired. The guest, spreading his arms in a wide gesture, said that he was going to defeat Manhwa. He argued that the election of His Holiness required large financial investments, and he believed that if the general sponsored him, everything would work out for him. But Lucerne cut it off, saying that he would not do this. Connor couldn't understand what they wanted from him then. Elisha smilingly said that she didn't even know, and as if taking a theatrical pause, pretending to be thinking, she answered that it was possible to simply eliminate Manhwa. The blonde said that they could make it so that Manhwa would no longer be a candidate. The high priest wondered how this was possible. Lucerne jumped to his feet nervously. He assured that they would not tell him about such things as they were naive. And turning his back to his interlocutor, he said that the only important thing was that he was ready to become pope, instead of Manhwa. The general approached and holding his shoulder spoke into the guest's ear, which was also important for him, on whose side he would be later. Mr. Connor, stuttering a little, answered that if everything turned out this way, he would be forever devoted to the general. Elisha straightened her fan and partially covered her face with it and said that he made a good choice. And she reported that thanks to him, her husband wanted to create a new pope. Lucerne assured that they allegedly said that men's ambitions grow as soon as they get married. He claimed that all this was the merit of his wife and her practical and sensible advice. The blonde said in a matter-of-fact manner that their help, of course, would not be free, and if Mr. Connor wanted to get it, he would have to fulfill some of their conditions. Elisha first demanded that the donation process at the temple be made more transparent. and also so that he informs them in advance of all the details before important events. The girl also ordered him to give his word that he would not participate in the leadership of the temple. She asked if he could promise all this if Manhwa could not be a candidate for pope. He agreed. He promised that if this happened, he would keep his word. Lucerne, smiling contentedly, assured that this would happen, and he assured that he never missed those whom he did not want to destroy. The general claimed that he would force those who owed him to pay at all costs. He said Connor would do well to remember that too. Elisha was walking with her husband. She thanked him for standing up for her with Connor. The man replied that he was pleased to watch how she played the game. Lucerne thanked the girl, calling her his little ghost. She even got offended and asked him if he slept with her too often to continue calling her little one. At this time, a knight was hurrying along the path towards them. It was Nora. Elisha asked how the training ended and how the girl felt. She replied that everything was fine, but the blonde saw that something had happened, and she assumed that the knight's wound began to hurt again. Nora assured that nothing of the kind happened. The lady asked her why there was such an expression on her face then. Assuring that everything was in order, she asked her to tell her everything frankly. Elisha took the knight's hand. She said that she actually saw Connor, and I heard them talking to him alone. Nora asked the lady if she knew what kind of person he was to invite such a villain into the house. The blonde insisted that she was aware. Lucerne believed that she had no right to interfere in this matter. The knight almost cried out of resentment and swallowed forcefully the approaching tears. Elisha stood up for Nora in front of her husband. She reminded him that she grew up in a monastery, and besides, she lived in that place with the children of commoners. The girl told her husband that in the monastery where she was, everything was pretty good. But she had heard that in some places you could die of hunger. The general said that the fact that his wife was attached to the knight did not mean that he could behave so unceremoniously with her. Nora, looking down, asked the general to forgive her for her rudeness, but she asked me to remember her vow as a knight. Lucerne insisted that he had not forgotten, and he said that if there were dissatisfaction, then she could take the sword right now and bring it to the back of his head. But he asked not to disrespect his wife. The knight bowed her head as a sign of respect and submission. The general told Nora that, as he said, people from the monasteries were very kind, and he patted his husband on the shoulder. Elisha confirmed that the girl was truly a good person, and she assured that she clearly knew the difference between good and evil. She also heard rumors that she donated money to the orphanage. Our heroine remembered that even in a past life, after Nora once saw that a girl was being beaten, at every meeting she asked if she was okay. The knight was always courteous to Elisha, as if she were a noble lady, and greeted her with a submissive bow of her head. The blonde told her husband that there should be such bright people in the world, and she just wanted to protect them. The girl asked to tell her in more detail what else the knight's vow was that Nora was talking about. The general said that during the oath, knights not only take an oath of allegiance, but also receive one from the owner. It was a gift that was given only once. Usually it was weapons or money, but one could demand respect for one's personality. Elisha thought that she had already heard somewhere about the right to wish. The girl asked what Nora wanted then. The general, smiling, replied that there was nothing special in her desire. Lucerne, turning away, said that just if he one day becomes like the other Cartiers, his knight can kill him with a sword with impunity. Elisha even coughed at what she heard. She thought to herself what a crazy master-subordinate relationship this was. She knew they were special, but she didn't realize that they were that special. The blonde suddenly remembered that before her death, the confrontation between Lucerne and other contenders for the position of head was quite fierce, and the general used all means. Our heroine was sure that now her husband should not have come to this. She suddenly wondered if Nora was okay at that time. Elisha suddenly remembered that next week she was going to go to the monastery to meet with Archbishop Rosaria. Lucerne turned to his wife over his shoulder. He said that if she wanted, they could all go there together. She was a little taken aback by such an unexpected proposal. The next day the carriage was racing along a forest road. Our heroine happily looked out the window in anticipation of visiting the places where she grew up. She was even more pleased by the opportunity to meet Rosaria. Elisha was delighted to recognize familiar places through the window. The girl could not imagine that she would ever be able to return here again. But looking at Nora, who had her head down and was gloomier than a cloud, she realized that she was still worried about Connor. Their carriage stopped at the gates of the monastery with its wheels creaking. Our heroes have already arrived. Coming out of the cabin, Elisha told her husband that she knew about his acquaintance with Archbishop Rosaria. But she admitted that she did not expect that he was so close to her. The husband said that he owed her a lot. The blonde thought that at least the abbess tried to avoid everything that was connected with politics. But she never ignored children in trouble in her life. The girl thought that if she and Lucerne met at a time when he was being bullied, then the archbishop must have helped the guy then. The brunette said that he also studied with her for some time. Elisha was surprised. She thought that it turned out that she and her husband were educational buddies. It seemed incredible to her. Lucerne said that when he had business here, he sometimes came to see his mentor and teacher. She was already opening the door with a creak. The three entered the building and moved in a group along the corridor. Lucerne impatiently asked where the archbishop was. The lady on the first prayer bench heard footsteps and turned her head. Seeing the guests, she stood up and took a few steps towards them. Elisha's eyes lit up with the joy of meeting. She wasn't sure if they remembered her, so she introduced herself and said that she used to study here. The Archbishop of the Rosary, smiling, rushed to hug and kiss the girl without hesitation. He expressed his joy that Elisha returned alive. Then the abbess noticed Nora. She said that she was very pleased to see them all here, but she was surprised that all three of them were together. The woman suggested that Mr. Lucerne and Elisha became a married couple. The general had a reserved face, and the girl's eyes sparkled with happiness. Rosaria could not stop admiring and enjoying her most brilliant students. The abbess said that in fact the reason she called Mr. Lucerne was also connected with Elisha. The girl was surprised. Rosaria recalled that the blonde was then dragged to her Cartier estate, and she assured that she wanted to ask for help at least once. The girl was glad that the abbess not only remembered her, but also wanted to protect her somehow. She expressed her gratitude to Mrs. Rosaria. The woman was surprised that Elisha did not hate her. She asked why she even said that. Rosaria recalled that when Jacob's soldiers rushed in and ordered her to be taken out, she immediately did so. The girl said that she understood that otherwise all the people in the shelter could have died. Elisha bowed her head and said that she was grateful to her for giving her the chance to study. And she remembered how she herself taught the children that hating someone was nothing more than a waste of time. The girl recalled the words of the abbess that the only one who can protect a person is himself, and she said that Rosaria can only help them become stronger. The woman smiled back. The abbess asked Mr. Lucerne to treat this girl well, and she expressed regret that she could only mentor this capable student until she was 14 years old. Lucerne said that he would continue to teach his wife himself. The woman assured that he was also her student, whom she treasured, and she assured that she couldn't wait to see their children as soon as possible. The man said that his grandfather also counted the hours until his heirs appeared. Elisha said that she would like to go and look around the monastery, and I invited Nora to go for a walk for company. Soon the girls were leaving the chapel. Rosaria, looking after them, said that the girl was wise and quickly understood the situation. After all, without words, she understood that she and Lucerne needed to be left alone. The archbishop said that she had heard a lot that Lucerne had recently become involved in the affairs of the temple. The woman reminded that she always taught them to act carefully if they were interested in something, and I didn't understand why they decided to tease Mirka. After all, the head will not calmly watch. Lucerne recalled that she herself taught them to release their claws for confident hunting. He assured that, of course, he would quickly take everything under his personal control. Rosaria reported that Merha came to her with enviable persistence, and he was very aggressive, asking her to give her vote and the votes of the priests following her for him, and she couldn't imagine what else he would do when he became pope, although the same could be said about Connor. It was clear that if Merha won, the temple business would go to Marco, but if Connor is elected pope, then Lucerne himself will take care of the temple's affairs. The woman said that they choose the one who will lead those who follow God, and she was very sorry that only Cartier's people acted as candidates. She understood that in essence it was just a war of the second generation for the place of head of the clan. Lucerne, after listening carefully to the abbess, paused. He said that he came to her today to tell her something about Merha. Elisha asked Nora if she knew why the pope is chosen by voting. The blonde explained that in this way it was easiest to elevate one of the members of the Cartier family to the pope. Their family held the temple securely in their hands all this time. The knight recalled that Connor and Merha were now fighting for this place. This meant that there should be no unforeseen situations. Nora noticed that this development of events was fundamentally wrong. The lady asked the knight if she was really angry with her. She shuddered slightly at the unexpected question. The blonde asked if Nora, like everyone else around her, really believed that she was pushing Lucerne onto a crooked path. The knight explained that the lady was not such a person at all. Nora said that she did not like the other Cartiers. The girl sincerely hoped that the general would be able to find a different solution. The blonde asked to know the reason. Looking around nervously, the short-haired girl explained that she could not tell this to the mistress. She explained that this matter had nothing to do with her. The blonde asked if this matter really concerned her. The stuttering knight tried to justify herself. There was panic in her eyes. Elisha promised not to dig any further. The lady suggested we go for a walk. The blonde said that she grew up nearby. She said that the front yard, the small building, and the cafeteria library were her whole world. Nora assured that she lived in a monastery in the neighboring area. But these places were really similar. The lady asked if this was true. The blonde nodded her head, pointing at the two girls. Elisha noticed that these children live here as they once did. The blonde's chest began to pound sharply and her hands began to shake violently. The girl assumed that she had forgotten something important. Our heroine suggested that the future she saw was incomplete. Or there were things she simply didn't understand. Nora asked if everything was okay with the lady. Elisha insisted that everything was fine with her. The man approached the girls and asked how such low people dared to walk around the temple so arrogantly. Mara's face was twisted with anger. He asked what they thought this place was. The girls glanced sideways at the man. One of them asked for forgiveness, explaining that Mrs. Rosaria was now receiving an honored guest. The girl asked the man to wait a little. The blonde asked who she was to keep him waiting. Drops of cold sweat ran down the brunette's face. The girl explained that the guest was General Lucerne. The man was greatly infuriated that he had to wait here because of some bastard. He noticed that judging by the fact that the knight took care of the blonde, she was the impudent person who became Lucerne's wife. The man was sure that because of this girl, the atmosphere in their house had now become terrible. After losing at the auction, his son and daughter-in-law continued to quarrel every day. Nora explained that the Archbishop of the Rosary had given her permission. She explained that her mistress was the woman's apprentice. The knight explained that, therefore, there were no prohibitions for them in this monastery. Grinning, the man noted that the Archbishop of the Rosary had raised an easily accessible woman. Manhwa was amazed that some person, mired in sins, was shining her face in God's house in broad daylight. The man was very annoyed that the blonde did not greet the elder standing in front of her. He was surprised that this girl spoke to him in such a brazen manner. Seeing the fury on Nora's face, the blonde put her hand on her shoulder. She noticed that following the man's words, it turned out that the eldest for the available girls was also not without sin. Manhwa asked what the girl said, and she explained that if a man wants it that way, then she welcomes him. The blonde explained that there was nothing difficult about it for her. The man compared the girls to a dog and a viper. Marco's father said that he understood why there were rumors everywhere that this girl was crazy. Manhwa thought that dealing with rabid dogs was his specialty. The man noticed that everything was true, as he had heard. He noticed that the girl was a representative of a dirty family who became the wife of a bastard. And Knight Nora, seeing the sadness on the lady's face, did not understand why Lady Elisha was so angry. From the very beginning, Lucerne was an illegitimate child. Usually this was the name given to children born from dirty connections on the side. The general's parents sincerely loved the guy as a child. Unfortunately, the couple could not marry due to the fact that his mother was a commoner. Despite the fact that members of the Cartier family spoke all sorts of nonsense many times, without really knowing what they were talking about, Nora did not want Lucerne to continue to be thrown into the mud. Elisha asked why the man would say something like that after suddenly appearing here. The blonde asked if the man could repeat the same thing in front of her husband. The man shuddered slightly, and his face twisted with anger. Turning around, the lady invited Nora to leave here. The blonde explained that she shouldn't have listened to it any further. Approaching the knight, the man called the girl a bad word and asked if she really did not see the boundaries of what was permitted. The man grabbed Nora sharply by the shoulder. The girl asked to stop this. The knight suddenly grabbed the man's hand. Manhwa ordered her to let him go immediately. The man was outraged that some girl imagined herself to be a knight. The blonde asked if she was Lucerne's mistress. The man recalled the saying that a fisherman sees a fisherman from afar. Manhwa assured that the wife and the servant were low scoundrels of their own kind. Seeing Nora's predatory grin, the man asked how she dared bare her teeth at the people of the Cartier family. Manhwa-Hub promised the crazy dog to get rid of her with the hands of Lucerne. As she calmly left, Elisha explained that the last thing a man should think about is the situation of other people. The blonde noticed that the man was completely unaware of what shame was. The priest explained that he had taught Lucerne strictly from an early age, and he said that he was able to repent of his blackness. Noticing that Lucerne, like his father, was arrogant from birth and disobeyed until the very end, the blonde was surprised that the man claiming to be the father proudly talked about how he abused a child who was not even 10 years old. Elisha asked what he was thinking about. The man did not understand what was wrong with the girl's expression. With a start, Manhwa-Hub assumed that the blonde had hidden support. Patting Nora on the shoulder, the lady explained that if the man had finished, they could go. Trembling all over, the man held his wounded hand. Manhwa-Hub could not understand what was going on here. Approaching the gate, Elisha suddenly noticed that construction work was taking place here. The blonde explained that she really wanted to go there because she used to live here. She suggested we at least walk around the courtyard. Elisha explained that she often looked at this gate as a child. As a child, the girl was constantly imagining the world beyond. The girl explained that she was a strange child and did not like to go outside the monastery. Nora asked what the reason was. Skinny remembered that Miss Rosaria said that there were many demons and scammers outside. Since childhood, the blonde was sure that there was definitely something like hell behind the fence. But as soon as Elisha went out into the world, she realized that reality was filled with much more cruel things. The blonde shared that even when Jacob grabbed her, she often remembered that fence. Initially, the fence seemed like an oppressive prison, but in fact it acted as a partition that protected her. The knight asked if the lady still thought so. Smiling, Elisha explained that she felt safe while she was guarding her. With her hand on her heart, Nora assured that this made her happy. The knight promised that no matter what flaming threat stood in her way, she would always protect her. The blonde smiled and thanked the short-haired girl. She thanked the defender for telling her this. The lady suggested that Nora had been very disappointed in her lately. The knight gently took the girl's hand. Lucerne watched the girls from afar. The man remembered how the woman wondered whether he had specifically introduced Nora to accompany Lady Elisha. Then the guy said that his wife wanted it herself. Seeing her husband, Elisha turned around and asked what he was doing. His wife asked if his conversation had come to an end. The brunette nodded affirmatively to the girl and asked her to get out of there as quickly as possible. As soon as the blonde reached out her hand to the gate, it clanged loudly. The blonde suggested that the gate did not open because the hinges were too old. The shadow slowly approached the blonde, slipping under the old gate. The force suddenly lifted the girl into the air and laid her in her husband's arms. The girl felt as if she had entered her childhood dream world outside the fence. Elisha remembered that in a past life she had once been in the arms of Lucerne. The guy asked why his wife looked at him like that. With joy in her eyes, the blonde explained that the hell she had imagined turned out to be completely different. The girl knew that the people of the duchy were now at hunting competitions, so for some time they could not expect their return. On a normal day, there were a lot of people walking along this road, so the girl couldn't do it. Today the girl had a chance to finally look at that pond. In a past life, the blonde was able to look at him with admiration. That day, Elisha realized that the rumors that you could find a lot of expensive and unusual flowers in the duchy were true. Looking at her reflection, the girl was worried that if anyone saw that she was so scary, then people would start pointing fingers at her. At the moment, these memories only made her laugh. Guys passing by were discussing that Jane used to be dragged around by an ugly maid, and she took him and threw him away. The boys were discussing that girl's pretty face. The young people were upset that disgusting scars suddenly appeared on their beautiful face. The blonde assumed that Mrs. Carroll was terribly furious. The guy noticed that despite the fact that Jacob was a distant relative, he was rejected by such an ugly woman. One of the guys said that if this rubbish even once caught his eye, he would not leave it so easily. She was surprised where Jane came from here. The girl decided to run away from here before the guys started bullying her again. Having slipped, the blonde slowly sank to the bottom. The girl waved her arms helplessly, trying to float up. The blonde noticed that the gold coin that the man gave her fell out. Almost swimming to the bottom, the girl took out a gift and floated to the surface. Elisha was happy that she was able to get the coin. A guy approached the blonde and advised her not to move, because she was now on a huge thistle flower. Lucerne explained that thistle attracts everything that is entwined with its stems. The brunette explained that at this time of year, no one usually pokes around here. Looking into her frightened eyes, the brunette suggested that the judge, by the look of the girl, had not heard of such a thing. The blonde jerked her leg, causing the plants to entangle her even more and pull her to the bottom. The guy recalled that last time he definitely told her not to get in his way. Lucerne watched the girl from the pier with interest. In this case, the blonde asked the guy to leave. Lucerne refused and explained that the girl should ask him for help and quickly. Elisha hesitantly asked to be saved. With a slight movement, the Duke pulled her out of the water and lowered her to the ground. That time the blonde forgot to cover the scar with a bandage. The girl nervously covers her facial defect with her hand. The general asked not to make such a grimace. When the blonde revealed the disfigured part of her face, the brunette noticed that the right side of her face was disfigured, and his left eye could not see. With a grin, Lucerne promised to remember only the beautiful side. The brunette said that this is the last warning if she hits him again. The guy promised that he would never allow her to protest again. In your life, a girl guessed that the guy went blind because of the poison that Marco gave him. As payback, the general cut off all his brother's fingers. That incident finally lit the fuse of the head's anger. From that moment on, the Duchy of Cartier became an increasingly hellish place. The blonde initially thought that Lucerne was just playing with her. But after the current situation on the lake, the girl began to think a little about him. Elisha was tormented only by a vulgar feeling, which could not even be called love. But even those feelings turned to foam because of what Carol did. Death put an end to these toxic emotions, and now they no longer bothered the girl. Lucerne looked at his wife and noticed that she had some strange expression on her face. Elisha could not believe that she, although formal, would become his wife. In a past life, the blonde could not imagine this even in a dream. Smiling, the girl claimed that everything was fine with her. The knight realized that she needed to report to the general that they had encountered the bishop. Making eye contact with Nora, the blonde motioned for her to be silent. Elisha had a smile on her face, and the girl offered to go. The husband asked what was happening to her. She acted so sweetly, as if she was up to something. Snuggling close to Lucerne, the blonde explained that she was grateful that he brought her here. She explained that she thought she would not be able to visit here again. Looking at his wife, a smile appeared on the brunette's face. When the guy was already in his possessions, he asked why Nora had been silent all this time about the incident with Merha. Bowing her head, the knight explained that she had nothing to say in her defense. Justifying her friend, the girl explained that the man was with her until she arrived home. Elisha explained that Nora simply did not have the opportunity to intervene and report everything to the master. Having listened to his wife, the guy waved his hand and ordered the girl to leave. Nervous, Elisha asked if her husband was going to enter into an open conflict with Merha. The general explained to his beloved that they had recently attacked the Knights of the Temple, so they could not do it again. Elisha was surprised that sanity was not alien to this man. Flashing his red eyes, the guy said that he had a better way. The brunette asked his exemplary student to think carefully. The husband asked if the girl remembered what Rosaria always said before starting strategy classes. The blonde quoted that a person without skills defeats opponents with strength, but a capable person defeats opponents with cunning. The girl remembered that the master, with the help of his tricks, forced the enemy to independently tighten the noose around his neck. She noticed that since her husband asked about it, it means they were thinking about the same thing. Lucerne explained that in order to make a person destroy himself, it was better to use what he feared most. The brunette said that someone had just given him information about what exactly Merha considers disgusting, is afraid of, and is so worried about. A smile appeared on the blonde's face. The general recalled that he knew how to threaten like a master. The guy convinced his wife that everything worked out just perfectly. Events are transferred to the temple where Mirka lived. The blonde ordered everyone to come there immediately. The man explained that the girl had greatly disgraced him today. The servant said under his breath that he was glad that the bishop was returning. The butler reported that the man's son and wife were currently away. The guy told the gentleman that a telegram had recently been delivered to him. It said that the sender would return soon and planned to arrive in a week. The unknown person noticed that he had not walked around Ulif for a long time. The sender asked to make him warm apple ginger tea. After reading the message, the blonde's hands began to shake as the man remembered that this was Listrump's favorite tea. Everything pointed to the saint, the initial and the mention of Julif. Tightly gripping the piece of paper, Mara asked who brought it. The guy said that the telegram was brought by a simple messenger and described his appearance. The blonde explains that the brown-haired man's hair was tied with a blue ribbon, and there was a symbol of the temple on it. The servant explained that he remembered this because the tape was of quite high quality. The man's hands were shaking violently, because the sender was without a doubt Listrump. Manhwa was sure that the prophet should have been dead long ago. The bishop realized that if the saint really returned alive, then everything would end. Events are transferred to a week later in the bishop's reception room. The man received letters every day with the initials of the deceased. His father complained to Marco that the telegrams kept coming, as if they were counting down the days. Marco asked who could do something like this. Knocking on the door, the butler asked the bishop for forgiveness. The guy said that the gentleman had received a letter again. Manhwa explained that he ordered to capture him by any means. The butler explained in a trembling voice that he tried, but the man disappeared like a ghost. The blond man furiously tore up the telegram. There was horror in the man's eyes, because on his desk lay the pen that he had once given to Listrump. The man nervously remembered that this thing could not be found among the deceased's belongings. Holding the note with trembling hands, Manhwa read the text. The sender said that he would wait for the man where he could see best. The blonde remembered his last meeting with the prophet. Listrump asked that day if all this was now his lands. The brunette thought it was a great idea to build a mansion there. The guy was going to throw great parties all year long. Manhwa informed the prophet that these lands were purchased with the hidden income of the temple. The blonde asked the guy to keep his mouth shut. Listrump explained that due to the powerful divine power, most prophets could not boast of longevity. The guy explained that even if he bathes in luxury, it is unlikely that anyone will point a finger at him. The man muttered that in any case they bought what the prophet wanted. The blonde asked the saint to sign an oath about donating his dead body. The guy explained that these are completely different things. The brown-haired man assured that the purchased land was payment for his service to the temple during his lifetime. Listrump insisted that if a man wanted to take the oath, he must elevate his family to an aristocrat after he dies. The prophet asked half of the money earned from the sale of his corpse to also be given to them. He realized that the dirty brat had become completely insolent. The man stabbed the knife sharply into Listrump. The guy fell and his blood spilled onto the ground. The saint asked to save him. Marco suggested simply killing the prophet. After all, if the saint dies young, they will be able to earn more from him. Taking his last breath, Listrump explained to the guy that he was absolutely right. Bleeding, the guy reminded that he was chosen by God, and if you kill him, he will reach them even as a ghost. Another blow with a knife interrupted the guy's speech. Mark told the prophet that there was no need to be so greedy. Turning around, the son saw a man who screamed in a stuttering voice that the bishop had killed a man. Marco informed his father that it was Listrump's secretary and half-brother. He told his son that the witness should not go far and could not be missed. Nervously biting his fingers, the man remembered that the fortune-telling had returned. Listrump's body had disappeared without a trace. Manhwa understood that no matter what, the prophet should not have come to life. Marco reassured his father that today was the day of the service in honor of the new year. The guy convinced the blonde that even if ghosts exist, he would not dare to appear before the master. The blonde was surprised by his son's ingenuity. Marco told his father that his complexion was not very good. He suggested that he go out to get some fresh air. The event was about to begin, and it was necessary to prepare well for it. After all, the man was going to a place where he could show everyone around him that he was a candidate for pope. After these two left, someone entered the room and loomed over the letters like a shadow. Marco suggested that he go to the temple first. The father nodded approvingly. Manhwa shuddered when he realized that the telegrams and pen had disappeared. The man began to doubt the reality of things and claim that he had imagined it all. The servant timidly informed the master that it was time to begin the event. The man took a nervous breath and went out into the hall where there was noise. Rising, the man announced the beginning of the New Year's service. Among the parishioners, the blonde's gaze fell on a man who looked exactly like Listrump. Smiling, the prophet whispered that it was him. Foam came out of Manhwa's mouth. The man stuttered and tried to pronounce the name of the prophet, after which he fell unconscious. Parishioners began to gather around the man. Marco ordered the people not to stand in a pillar, but rather to stop the service. Finally, the silhouette of the prophet flashed in the doorway, lost among the turmoil. The blonde asked what it was. The brunette suggested that the bishop had some serious illness. The guys were unhappy with the stopped service because it was so important. The blonde noticed that despite the man's position, he was still a priest. The guy was outraged that because of him alone, such an important event should be completely canceled. The guys assumed that the man imagined himself irreplaceable only because he came from the Cartier family. Lucerne did not understand how this happened. The brunette was surprised that at his age, Mira already had a disorder of consciousness. The general noticed that the man was still too young for senile dementia. Elisha suggested that this could be retribution for his sins. The general recalled that the man oppressed the wife of his own nephew, and this was a very serious offense. The blonde asked if the murder was less serious. With a smile, he said that her husband often sinned with such things. The wife assured that killing people in war was not the same. The girl recalled that Mera committed his crimes solely out of his own greed. A smile appeared on Lucerne's face. Hooves tapped in time with the creaking of the carriage. The sun flooded the forest path with its light. The brunette explained that if this person becomes a holy fool, the head will immediately throw him out of the family. The general noticed that the Duke clearly had no luck with children. The wife noticed that the same applied to the grandchildren. The girl reminded him that he could not receive the love of the smartest of them. The brunette explained that there is no love or anything like that in their family. The general noted that otherwise the family would not be in such a state. Lucerne explained that the family was like a snake's ball, where they found only benefit in each other. Looking out the window, the girl promised her husband that she would also try to benefit him. The brunette promised the girl that even if she becomes unworthy or useless, he will not leave her. Lucerne suggested that the girl immediately give up hope that she would become free after breaking up. The guy gently pulled the blonde towards him, as if intending to kiss her. The husband explained to Elisha that no matter what she did, she had no chance of escaping from him. Elisha was amazed that her husband could smile like that. Pulling the guy's hand away from her, the blonde understood that such kind words were nothing more than a lie. The girl understood that there was no man in the world who could love a girl with such an ugly face. A sharp sound interrupted our heroine's thoughts. The brunette nodded towards the forest and joked that Listrump had arrived in time. The hooded man asked if the general would really force him to run errands. The fake Listrump recalled that he had already retired. The brunette asked where else he would find such a valuable shot. The general explained that if a man is dissatisfied, he can train his subordinates properly. The red-haired man explained that he was good at acting, and he assured that everything worked out only thanks to the magician of illusions Lasley. The retired knight explained that she owes a lot to the things found in the secret storage. The actor asked how the lady liked his performance. The blonde noticed that the knight was the best and it was difficult to describe in words. The general coldly asked Ian not to smile as it annoyed him. The knight accepted the order. Elisha chuckled as she watched the two interact. Events are moved forward several days. Marco begged his father to come to his senses. The guy explained to the priest that the time for registration of candidates for pope was already approaching. The blonde convinced Mirka that if he just checked in, he would win the elections. The man was raving that Listrump had survived and returned. The father shouted that the prophet was already coming here. The guy reminded his father that he himself told him that everything had disappeared. The man shuddered once again. The son convinced the bishop that what happened was just a figment of their imagination. The maid timidly entered and said that Duke Cartier had sent a letter to Bishop Mercier. Approaching Marco, he snatched the telegram and ordered the girl to quickly give the message to him. The guy impatiently tore the envelope. The message, written in sloppy handwriting, called the recipient a stupid idiot and a disgrace to their family. He realized that his grandfather was very angry. Marco feared that as successor to his father, the second son of the head, he could now not gain the favor of the Duke. The guy realized that this message was tantamount to expulsion from the family. Marco made a request for salvation into the void. He asked his father to stop ruining their reputation. The girl asked the man to stop talking nonsense. Marco's wife is tired of watching this. Events take us to the hour of autumn. The lady assured that everything would be fine. The brunette noticed that everyone sometimes feels unwell. The girl suggested that the Duke would not be blamed for this. The blonde explained to the girl that Bishop Merha was the son of the head. She explained that everything would work out somehow. Marco's wife explained that she really hopes for this. The girl was very annoyed that her father-in-law had become a disgrace to the family. Marco's wife was delighted to be here. There was an unspoken rule in the family that they would not show their noses in a cafe where the other was a regular visitor. She reassured herself that here she would definitely not be drawn to the faces of two whom she did not want to see now. The girls who were with Marco's wife were part of her faction. The blonde could only relax in their presence, and when she returned home, discuss with her husband what to do next. One of the girls spotted Princess Ilione and Lady Alicia. She covered her face with a fan to hide his expression. The princess agreed with the opinion of her interlocutor that she saw these two in Ulifa. Marco's wife was furious that that crazy bitch had completely lost her fear and dared to come here. The girl was shaking all over. The girls saw two friends, and the question was why Lady Elisha came to their cafe. The blonde with green eyes asked her friends if they should go greet the princess. The brunette agreed that it was impossible to pretend that they had not noticed her. Grinning, the girl allowed her friends to go say hello and return. Visibly nervous, the girls asked to forgive them. They assured that they would just pay their respects and immediately return back. Marco's wife was furious that the bitch forgot not to cross the line. She didn't understand why her rival showed up at her hideout. Marco's wife turned around and asked the blonde what she was doing here. Smiling, Alicia explained that she was glad to see Lady Arian. The friends of Cartier's second daughter-in-law stood with admiration and promised to see the princess. Arian wondered if the blonde had come to boast of the princess's patronage. Alicia explained that she and Her Highness were just friends. The interlocutor replied that she did not know about her, but the general was definitely an expert in establishing connections. Since rumors of his father-in-law's early dementia had spread far and wide, Connor has put himself forward as a candidate for the Pope's place. The man started throwing money around. Connor visited the general's house at every opportunity. Arian immediately understood where the matter was coming from. Elisha said that communication between relatives was common. Lucerne's wife explained that there was no point in speaking negatively about Mr. Connor. Arian shouted after the girl that her husband was an illegitimate child. The girl angrily noticed that there could be no talk of any relatives. Turning around, Elisha asked the girl to be careful with her words. Alfalfa's wife explained that her husband would not tolerate such statements. Elisha noticed that the girl was constantly talking to herself about connections. The arena trembled when the opponent explained that if she had connections, then only those that could certainly be used. Arian's eye began to twitch. The girl realized that the maid was looking down on her to leave. She was very infuriated that they dared to look at her like that, even though she was the daughter of an illustrious family. Erin considered her rival to be some kind of aristocrat from a misplaced family. Sitting down at the next table, Elisha asked her rival not to look at Mr. Connor in a bad light. The general's wife recalled that several years ago he owed a lot to the girl's father. Connor was very worried whether their relationship would deteriorate because he wanted to take the place of the Pope. Arian remembered that she also has a father. Despite the fact that the man retired, he used to be a minister of the Inquisition. Father Arian handled cases of crimes and offenses inside the temple. Several years ago, when Connor embezzled all his money from the relief fund, the head personally asked his father about the matter. Even though Connor belonged to the sideline of the family, he was still part of the Cartier family. Thanks to this man, he got away with everything. Her father received money and jewelry as gratitude. Arian guessed that her father had evidence in this case. The girl realized that if her husband was too cowardly to destroy Connor, then she had to do it herself. Jana Marco realized that then her father-in-law's place would not be in danger, and the reproaches about the land in Ulifa would come to an end. Standing up, Arian explained to the general's wife that she still had a lot to learn about the social life of aristocrats. Marco's wife said that everyone around is well aware of the conspiracy between Lucerne and Connor. Arian was surprised by her rival's courage to come to her and talk about this man. The girl mockingly said that this is why home education is important. Arian stood up and headed towards the exit. Her friends were worried that the girl was already leaving. With a smile on her face, Alicia followed her rival with her gaze. The princess asked how her friend could leave her with those girls and leave. The general's wife explained that she felt like she should say hello to Arian. The princess asked why she ignored her then. The girl noticed that even if the girl was the daughter-in-law of the Cartier family, the blonde was still a princess. Smiling, Alicia remembered that in her past life she was immensely afraid of them. But after she looked at everything from a new perspective, Cartier seemed simple and narrow-minded to her. Now they reminded the girl of fools who were just trying to survive. The princess asked her friend not to worry, because this was not the first time this had happened. A friend asked Elisha if she had said that she would give the princess an invitation to the reception. The general's wife explained that she wanted to present the invitation personally. The princess was glad that her friend's first reception would finally take place. She asked if this reception would be held in Ulifa. The princess asked if the rumors were true that Lucerne spared no expense on his beloved. A friend was delighted with the name, Night of the Winners. The princess noticed that it suited Alicia very well. When the conversation turned to the reception, The girl remembered something. She reminded Elisha that she was making her debut in high society. The princess explained to her friend that it was better for her to learn the local rules in advance. With sparkling blue eyes, Elisha repeated her friend's words with a question. The princess whispered that it would be better not to come here next time. The blonde told the general's wife that this cafe was Arian's hideout. The princess told me that I was very worried about my friend's naivety. Her Majesty said that Elisha needs to be trained properly. The Jewel of Summer Cafe, which is located on the other side of the street, is Carol's hideout. Elisha smiled gratefully. The events moved to the night of the winners. In the silence of the night, there was a knock on the door. Manhwa was shaking all over and could not sleep because Listramp was knocking on his door. The prophet asked why the man did not open it to him. The ghost explained that he had been wandering around Yulia for a long time and asked to give him a blue robe and his favorite warm apple and ginger tea. Burying his knees and trembling all over, the blonde begged the ghost to leave. Listramp asked the bishop where Micah was, and the priest was presented to him. Blonde explained that he doesn't know this. Manhwa asked why the ghost came to him and no one sees him anymore. The prophet explained that today was the day he died. Listramp asked to find his body where he disappeared. Grabbing the frame with the calendar, the bishop realized with horror that today was indeed the anniversary of Listramp's death. Getting out of bed, the man ordered himself to get ready and insisted that he would not be afraid of some ghost. Mirka stole his cloak and decided to personally deal with the impudent brat. Hearing footsteps, Laszlo quickly jumped out the window. The guy supported his brother that their magic of illusions had not yet rusted. My brother noticed that she was getting better every day. The brothers decided to think about what they would expel next time. Manhwa asked the servant to open the gate. He explained that it was impossible to open the gates at such a time. The bishop asked to at least open the gates of the imperial family. The bishop questioned whether the guy was even capable of this. Servant explained that if something goes wrong, his life will be ruined. Grabbing the guy, the blonde asked if he was planning to contradict him. Manhwa explained to the servant that if he didn't want to die, he would open the gate right away. The guy agreed with a trembling voice. The gate opened with a bright blue glow. The bishop was furious that some commoner was obstructing him even after death. Entering through the portal, the man decided that he would make Listramp pay for it. Events take us to the night of the winners' banquet in Uleaf. The bright lights in the tents almost drowned out the shine of the stars. The guys discussed that the general was an amateur in organizing banquets, but everything turned out to be much better than expected. The second one noticed that the food here was quite delicious. The girl with blue eyes said that she heard that the general supposedly valued his young wife very much. The interlocutor replied that such a luxurious event was rare even in the capital. Lucerne told his wife that everyone around was praising the reception she had prepared. The blonde replied that she was glad of that. It was not difficult for Elisha to organize this banquet, because in her past life it was she who prepared all the tea parties for Carol. For the girl, today's banquet was special because it had a twist. It was a surprise event. The girl lightly hit the glass with a spoon, causing a ringing sound. The debutante thanked everyone who visited them today. Elisha advertised that to brighten up the evening they had prepared special entertainment for the guests. The shadow slowly approached the guests, which made them afraid. The general assured that there was no need to be afraid since this shadow was on their side. Golden bursts of energy flashed past the guests. The ladies were delighted. Lucerne explained that the golden light that the guests had just seen was living treasures for their game. Elisha explained that guests who were able to find the treasure would receive special gifts from her. The girl nodded towards the table with boxes behind her. One of the guests suggested that the winners would receive gold or jewelry as a reward. His friend noticed that, as I expected from the general, the event was organized on a grand scale. Lucerne hugged his wife, placing his hand on her shoulder. The girl's eyes glowed. One of the guests grabbed the treasure, reporting that she had found it. As a reward, she gave the girl a bag of gold. Turning around, one of the guests noticed that gifts were awarded depending on the size of the shadow. He noticed that the gifts even included expensive sapphire necklaces. The friend explained to him that now was not the time to talk. The long-haired guy explained that they also needed to find the treasure as soon as possible. A golden shadow flew overhead. The participants rushed after them when they saw how huge it was. One of the guys ordered everyone to move and explained that it was his. He caught the treasure when she practically fell off the cliff. The participant felt dizzy and the guy was shocked by what he found there. Approaching the noise, the Knight of the Black Lion asked what happened. In a trembling voice, the man said that there was a corpse in the pit. Breathing heavily, Mara emerged from the portal. Seeing a rider on a horse, the blonde shouted to him. The guy coldly asked if the bishop was addressing him. Mara ordered the rider to immediately give him his horse. The stranger assumed that he was a man of high position. Jumping off the horse, the rider allowed the man to take his horse. The bishop noticed that the guy was not stupid. The young man suggested that the blonde might fall and invited him to lean on his hand. The blonde irritably asked if the guy really thought that he was not even able to climb on a horse. As soon as the man came into contact with the stranger, his hand suddenly began to hurt. Manhwa himself did not remember what he was doing now. The blonde remembered that this was Ulif, the place where Listramp died. The man did not understand how he could believe that the prophet was alive. The bishop felt as if he had been shocked when he realized that it was Listramp himself. Manhwa was sure because he had already seen the prophet before. But drops of cold fruit rolled down the man's face. Walking through the forest, the blonde did not understand what he should do, and why Listramp was alive. A voice came from the forest and asked if Manhwa remembered him. He asked if he remembered what happened here then. The prophet inquired why the man caring for him stabbed him with a knife, and he said that he believed him then. Pointing his finger at him, the man ordered him to get out of here. He was sure that the prophet was dead, and now he could only be a ghost. Lucerne asked how the man knew this. Grinning, Manhwa claimed that he killed the guy with his own hands. The man said that if his half-brother was a prophet, they would run away, trying to attract her attention. The bishop explained that the prophet had an early illness that was incompatible with life. The girls need to discuss in the sushi village that this man was the bishop of the Fur Kama, and he had just confessed to the murder of Listramp. The general assured that he had heard that his uncle had gone crazy. The guy's heart hurt when he personally saw a man in such a state. Mecha understood that this could not happen unless he went crazy. The man was trying to understand who that guy was, and what happened to him when he got on the horse. The bishop shuddered as he felt a burning sensation in his hand. The blonde guessed that it was a drug. This was similar to Lucerne's famous interrogation methods. The general informed the guests that judging by the bishop's reaction, it was indeed Listramp's body that was in front of them. The guests asked the brunette if this was not a joke specially prepared by them. He explained that this was impossible, since they had just bought land here. The general explained that they did not have time for something like that. He asked what kind of crazy person would joke about the death of a saint. Elisha told her husband that you can't shock a person who is out of his mind like that. The blonde explained that she couldn't help but worry about the man, wondering how the bishop would react to further investigation. Manhwa asked what investigations the girl was talking about. The man tried to convince everyone that all his recent words were nonsense. The bishop will explain that some scoundrel poisoned him with a strange drug, and he fell into a trap. The guests whispered that he had really gone crazy. This can be determined only by looking at a man's eyes. The man fell to his knees, screaming from his hopelessness with a crazy look. Manhwa asked the knights to let him go, claiming that he was innocent. The blonde begged to bring a doctor, claiming that the guy had injected him with a strange drug. One of the subordinates asked the mayor what to do. The man explained that he did not want to get involved with Cartier. He realized that there were too many witnesses and he would have to conduct an investigation. At parting, the bishop reminded Lucerne that the head would not forgive him for doing this to him. He promised his nephew that heavenly punishment would overtake him. The general calmly waved his hand and joked that he was very scared. The general's wife was drinking wine. Lucerne insisted that he was sorry that the girl's debut was ruined. Elisha asked whether her husband was sincere with her now. She said that she really liked today's reception, and she noted that she would be glad if every day went like this. The husband asked how much hatred she had for his family. Lucerne asked if she really hated Manhwa as much as she hated Jacob. Elisha answered in the affirmative. She recalled that Manhwa was still the one who bullied the guy as a child. Surprise flashed in the husband's eyes, and he gently whispered the girl's name. The aristocracy was loudly discussing what happened yesterday in Ulifa. The blonde asked if Bishop Merja had confessed to the murder. The guys were discussing that the relics of Listramp that were being sold all this time were fake. He was amazed that the bishop dared to joke with the work of the prophet. The servant noted that according to rumors there were a lot of witnesses this time, so even Cartier could not do anything about it. There was a lot of discontent because the bishop was selling fake bones. One of the women was furious when she realized why their family was in trouble. People demanded compensation for their damages immediately. During interrogation, the bishop claimed that this was an insidious plot to denigrate an innocent person. The blonde tried to justify himself by saying that this evening he was talking all sorts of nonsense because of drugs. The man explained that nothing of the kind was found in his body. The bishop explained that this was all because Lucerne was very cunning. The lawyer admitted that what the man said at the reception was the result of some influence. The man with blue hair explained that 8 years ago, the person who found Listrump was the bishop. Then Merha declared that the prophet could not withstand the excessive holy power and died of fever. A small trembling ran through the blonde's body, because the man realized that he could no longer hide it. The investigator reminded Merha that at that time, according to the testimony of the temple leaders, the man took responsibility for examining the corpse and further selling the relics. The bishop tried to convince them that he did not know this. The investigator dryly explained that they had evidence, so it was useless to get out. The man handed the suspect an 8-year-old ticket to the Ulifa Theater. The investigator recalled that he also spoke about traces of a tattoo on the found body and the sincere dissatisfaction of senior priests. The investigator asked Mary that if he really didn't kill Listramp, then why did he lie to everyone and sell fake relics? He suggested that the bishop confess everything before it was too late. The man reminded the suspect that he no longer had any holes to escape through. The knight told the lady that Connor had sent her a bunch of gifts again, and he asked whether to open them. Elisha, giving a positive answer, explained that it was necessary to know what was there in order to return it. One of the gifts contained a plate that had been used by Saint Yuri 30 years ago. The blonde explained that this thing was really expensive. The brunette assumed that Connor still hadn't come to his senses. The wife believed that this was a kind of gratitude. Elisha said that thanks to them, Connor became the only candidate for Dad. Grinning, the general assured that it was not gratitude, but simple impatience. He explained that the man had absolutely no idea how the world could turn upside down. The blonde obediently agreed with her husband. There were footsteps, and the out-of-breath maid ran into the room and explained that she had urgent news. Lucerne asked what the noise was all about. The maid explained that it was about Bishop Connor. Brunet read that Bishop Connor had been arrested for a long history of embezzlement of charitable funds intended for shelters at churches. Lucerne smiled and asked the blonde to take a look at it. The guy noticed that they live in such a crazy world where even long-dead people can suddenly return. The brunette insisted that there was no point in talking with certainty about what could happen to the living. Tossing back and forth around the room, Marco realized how painful it was for his father. Nervously biting his fingers, Marco did not understand how the man could be sent to prison, because he was from the Cartier family. The blonde explained that this was impossible, even if he confessed to the murder. The wife reassured Marco, explaining that her husband had nothing to worry about. Arian assured that she had already taken care of everything. The blonde asked his wife if she had any idea how serious the situation was now. He explained that if his father was removed, Connor would become the dad. Let us remind Marco that then their business in the temple will come to an end. The blonde said that they were no longer under the tutelage of the head. Marco no longer had the opportunity to take his place. Handing the newspaper to her husband, Arian explained to him that she had already decided everything. The girl asked her husband to read everything. The wife said that her father still had evidence in the case about Connor's misappropriation of a charity fund for the poor. After straightening her luxurious hair, Arian said that she picked up the notes. She explained that if Connor was also removed from office, the election would simply be postponed and the current pope would remain in office. Marco winced. The wife continued to establish facts that during this time they would be able to regain their position in the family and restore their father-in-law's rights. Arian claimed that the head would definitely help them. The guy threw the newspaper aside and asked what the hell his wife had done. The blonde explained that the girl had forgotten who interceded for Connor at the time. Marco explained that if the case is reviewed, everyone will know exactly how he escaped punishment. The guy asked if his wife really pulled the chapter in order to grab Connor. The day has come for the nomination of candidates for the position of pope. One of the priests announced that if anyone wanted to nominate themselves for the position of pope, they should write their names and place them in the bowl. The guy explained that if there were no candidates, Old Dad would remain in this post for another 5 years. The pope was pleased that due to the unrest in the temple and the disqualification of 2 contenders, his reign would continue. The man believed that it would be even better. The messenger gave him a message from the head, in which he asked the man to remain in his post for several more years. The man was surprised that the head would personally contact him. Dad realized that if he helped the head now, his position in the family would only become stronger. This was a good chance for the man to bring to their knees all those who ignored him, claiming that he was here only because of his family ties to Cartier. The man realized that due to some circumstances he was a little late. Turning around, the Pope saw Archbishop Rosaria. The woman said that from now on she is going to become a candidate for Pope. The Archbishop of the Rosary walked ceremoniously between the prayer benches. Everyone present saw her off with a surprised look. The woman approached the main one and clarified where exactly she was supposed to leave a piece of paper with her name. He was shocked. Soon a piece of paper with the name of the candidate for Pope fell into a porcelain urn with a yellow and white pattern. It seemed like the world had gone crazy. Lucerne and his wife stood on the balcony. He said that the temple was such a mess that it had to be turned over twice to make it normal. The blonde agreed with him. They watched as the archbishop behaved rather uncertainly, asking where she could sit. Elisha asked her husband what it was like when someone other than the Cartier family became the great pope. He answered somehow rather vaguely that it was too late to say anything. Lucerne said that everything was so wonderful that he wanted to take off his wife's clothes and kiss her passionately. And she thought with sadness that his confession sounded more like harassment. Our heroine's thoughts were interrupted by Nora's scream. The girl was practically hanging from the balcony, and in surprise she asked the lady how they managed to convince Archbishop Rosaria, and since when did they know this? Elisha asked her husband if she could tell Nora. He replied that it was at the discretion of his wife. The blonde told the knight that sometimes a decoy was needed to achieve a goal. She raised a finger to her lips conspiratorially. Elisha told her husband that she was dating someone. The husband said that he was aware. The girl asked if he was familiar with that one. Lucerne speculated that it could be one of two things. He suggested that it could be Connor or Rosaria. The blonde was surprised at his ingenuity. The man said that Listramp's body was a trump card that could be used to defeat Manhwa. And now Marco no longer mattered, since his father had lost power. Lucerne was sure that in order to use this card correctly, it was necessary to shake the temple. And for this, the help of Archbishop Rosaria was needed. And in order to oppose Manhwa, it was necessary to side with Connor. Elisha was surprised that her husband thought the same way as she did. The blonde said that it was necessary to meet with both of them. She hoped that they would destroy Connor and put Rosaria on the throne. Lucerne was confident that the archbishop would not be able to take the throne, and he assumed that Rosaria would leave the struggle for power, because she was simply afraid that she would not be able to protect orphans if she took a high position. In an earlier conversation, the Archbishop of Lucerne told him that she wanted him to understand that if Connor took the post, he would create even more hungry children. He said that he would like to talk about Manhwa. Rosaria at first said that she did not want to get involved in all this, but as soon as they started talking about the threat to orphans, she changed her position. Elisha expressed confidence that everything was about to change. After all, the Rosaria she previously knew would definitely do this. Lucerne stroked his wife's face. He asked her if she wanted to separate the temple from Cartier. He recalled that he had previously explained to her that if she rebelled, he would not be able to protect her. The girl asked why he was saying that then. Lucerne insisted that in any case, since he was the indirect heir, all he could do was destroy this hated family. He asked Elisha to tell him why she wanted Rosaria to take the throne. She replied that it would not be good if someone like Connor or Mary took this position. The husband smiled and said that he had no idea that the girl was so righteous. She denied it. Elisha believed that the monasteries were the last stronghold for such poor children as she was. In her opinion, the role of the monastery was to create as many such bastions as possible. The blonde assured that this reason took place, especially when it was voiced by her dear husband. Elisha argued that if he could make Connor the great pope, Connor might soon turn his back on him, but at the same time, place it in front of the head. She believed that Rosaria was an honest person, so she would not become more suspicious. At least he could avoid being reprimanded for her greed for power. Lucerne agreed to listen to his wife's advice. He suggested, as always, to come up with something bad. Elisha told the knight that that day they persuaded the rosary. She recalled how they had previously gone to the monastery together. The girl answered in the affirmative. Lucerne confirmed that, as his wife said. At first she refused to pretend, but with the condition that if both Mirhi and Connor are defeated, she will have the opportunity to make a decision. The man suggested that in this case we should start voting. He sat down on the bench. The day before, Rosaria almost immediately asked the general for permission to ask. She was interested in whose idea it was to elevate her to the throne, his personally or Elisha's. Lucerne stopped. and turning around he said that he would give her his answer when she made a decision. Elisha asked her husband, looking at him furtively, why he was silent. He assured that nothing had happened. Nora bowed her head in front of her mistress. The girl assured Elisha that she was ashamed that she did not believe her. The blonde hugged the knight and said that she was sorry. She assured that she wanted to say about this earlier, but they themselves did not know what could happen next. Lucerne turned away from the girl, and he said that if they really wanted to make a fuss, he advised them to do it in another place. He was surprised by their childish behavior as adults. The man was sure that voting should have already begun, and that's why he called to go with him to the hall. A rustling was heard in the bushes. The guy happily said that it was just wonderful that he would no longer have to pretend to be a ghost. Elisha praised Ian for his excellent acting. She assured that if she were Manhwa, she would definitely go crazy with horror. The knight assured that it was all thanks to Mrs. Lasley, and he himself almost died of fear. Lucerne drew conclusions about how he handled things. He was sure that Ian was born with a gifted intellect and a bit of grace. Ian was surprised and reminded that everyone knew how slow he was. Elisha insisted that he at least said something that made sense. Nora was the first to hear the bell. She put her hand under her visor, peering into the distance, and she announced to everyone that a carriage was approaching them. Soon everyone saw the crew approaching them at high speed. The clatter of hooves preceded the appearance of the rider. Having approached a group of people, the carriage stopped. A woman opened the door. She apologized for the delay and said she was awaiting the results of the vote. Lucerne's face was tense. He asked impatiently how it went. Rosaria said that it seemed she would soon have to return to the temple. Elisha asked what that meant. Rosaria, smiling at her student, claimed that she would become the next pope. The blonde, smiling discreetly and bowing, expressed her congratulations to Her Holiness. Rosaria addressed Lucerne. She warned that she was not going to unconditionally support him, not to mention corruption. She asked if he really wouldn't regret it. The brunette couldn't understand why he should be sorry. The woman assumed that he did this to use her in his corruption schemes. Lucerne assured her that she was absolutely free in her actions. He would like the temple to function as a temple first and foremost, and he took a step towards his mentor. Looking straight into her eyes, he asked the woman not to forget that it was he who helped her get this position, and he suggested that they then agree on how she would repay her debt. Rosaria swallowed, and her face, having lost its smile, became haggard. Elisha hurried to join them. She asked her mentor not to worry, and she said that her husband promised her that nothing like that would happen to the temple. The woman exhaled calmly. She said that she understood that to some extent she would have to compromise with the world. After all, many people in the temple were corrupt. Therefore, if one is among the vicious, then it would be difficult for such a person to hold out. Rosaria, turning away from the company, said that she would still devote the rest of her life to cleaning up this place, so that the next great pope can take possession of the temple. The woman wanted the Cartier family to be completely cut off from the temple. Elisha said she hoped so too. The abbess thanked her for the kind words, and she asked which of them started all this. The girl, smiling, said that she and Lucerne were a couple, as one whole, so she considered this question unnecessary, and she said that they both started it. The brunette insisted that his wife only taught him how to persuade. The man thought that Mrs. Rosaria was in the picture that his wife painted. The woman turned her surprised gaze to Elisha. She laughingly said that Rosaria's rise to power was the goal of her life. She insisted that she only wanted to repay her kindness, and she asked not to forget about the help that her father provided. The woman dropped to one knee. She assured her former students that she would never forget their kindness. The carriage was moving along a forest road. The steady clatter of hooves disturbed the surrounding silence. Lucerne hugged his wife and brought his face close to hers. She prepared to accept his kiss. The brunette, hugging Elisha, asked if she was happy now. After all, everything happened as they planned. She said that there was nothing to be satisfied with. The girl believed that they only did what was in their power. The husband asked what she wanted to receive as a reward this time. Elisha thought about it. After a pause, she said the truth, clarifying that she wants to hear the details. The man said that their plan was to replace Mirka and show people who he really was. But when the bishop admitted what he had done, he seemed out of his mind. Then it looked like Mara had taken some kind of pill for confession. But under his nails there were only marks from injections. Nothing else was found in his body. Elisha knew that meant they were using something else. She asked what drug they were using back then. Lucerne said that it was really something else. And this is what made Mirka confess. The blonde realized that it was shadow magic. Multicolored shadows swirled around the general's boots. He said they were like a living wizard. And he asked if his wife thought how talented they were. Our heroine thought that everything was right. And if that was the case, in her past life there were rumors that Lucerne was a master of interrogation. The brunette claimed that the bishop in a hurry jumped onto his horse and was pierced by the bridle. And he himself only used it instead of a drug. He insisted that few people knew about this advantage. Lucerne said that this was his last card. And so he asked his wife to keep this secret. And our heroine looked at her husband with a sparkle in her eyes. She wondered to herself whether she could divorce someone like him. The general somehow understood in his own way how dumbfounded his wife was. He asked her if after that confession she became afraid of him. Elisha denied fear of her husband and his abilities. He was happy about this. And he asked what else interested her. The girl hesitated and decided to take advantage of the moment of her husband's revelation. She insisted that she would like to know something about his mother. Lucerne wondered why she needed this. The blonde insisted that she was just interested, although she didn't care about his mother. The brunette said that his mother was a crazy woman. He didn't know whether she thought the Cartiers would track him down or not, but she raised him in distant ruins. The woman always smiled like crazy and hugged her son. She told him the story of her meeting with his father and sang the song Black Wall. Cub, cub, don't go beyond the black wall, you will only find hell there. Cub, live forever in the arms of your mother, my dear little one. The boy fell asleep sweetly to the sound of his mother's singing. The girl sadly looked away and asked if this was his favorite memory. He said that it was not so. Lucerne told his wife that sometimes it seemed to him that he was not so unhappy. He said that as a child he had nothing. And so, thinking about this, he decided to get rich. A gray-haired man in advanced years was reading an article in a newspaper. His hands were shaking with indignation. The guy who approached him said that after Murray was imprisoned, many suddenly remembered the man who hid Connor's accusations. He reported that society was delighted that Rosaria could take the place of the Pope. And he insisted that he thought that this time the head should have left everything as it was. The head of the Cartier family grabbed and squeezed the newspaper paper. He said Lucerne's name angrily. The clenched fist shook. The gray-haired husband asked what was going on with his grandson's schedule. The servant said that he knew that he was supposed to go to the palace tomorrow. The gentleman ordered the paper to be brought to him. He said that he had to call all the children together.